Hey guys, welcome to Green Bean Fiction. So in today's video we are gonna see, what if Deku became a mercenary in a zombie apocalypse? Before starting, make sure to hit that like button and subscribe if you are interested in MHA fanfictions. This story is Soul Survivor, MHA X Resident Evil, by Xmegamanx. Now without wasting any more time, let's dive in. Have you ever wondered what the world would be like if everyone had powers? To have the ability to do whatever you want, from helping the defenseless to submerging in chaos to commit acts of villainy. You probably think this would be every kid's dream. I wouldn't blame you, I was once like that. The only difference, I don't have a quirk. Yeah, I should probably rewind a bit. Right now, I live in a world where people have powers called quirks. These can range from literally anything, from blasting fire to even flying. There are only two problems. 1. You don't get to choose what quirk you get. It is all a random genetics lottery. It depends on what your parents have. And even then, leading to problem 2, you may not even get a quirk. Right now, up to 80% of the world's population has a quirk, leaving 20% without one. Most of the 20% are the elderly and were born before the discovery of quirks. However, there are some people born after the discovery that don't even get one, and these people get treated the worst. If you probably guessed, yes, I am part of the 20% without a quirk, and yes, life is a bitch. Ever since I found out that I was part of the 20%, things have gone to shit for me and I was harassed and bullied tirelessly up to the point where I began to go down a dark road. It's hard for me to talk about this, so I'm just going to skip the whole life story for your brain's sake. I am currently a student in the hero course at the most prestigious high school for aspiring heroes, UA High. I have reasons for going there, but just as you expected, my life is still shit there. My classmates know that I'm quirkless and are trying to wrap their heads around how in the fucking hell I got into the hero course in UA, and have made it their end of term goal to try and get me to drop out. Can you tell how much they hate me? I can't blame them, as a society has already moved on into a quirk lifestyle, so anyone who was discovered without a quirk is deemed a nuisance. Even the teachers took a disinterest in me just for being quirkless. There were days when my classmates would beat me up in class and my homeroom teacher Eraserhead would downright ignore them. You would think that a teacher would do something or would be fired for not intervening. Nope, he is still around, and even the principal, Pro Hero Nezu by the way, didn't even care. All the teachers even had me call them sirs or ma'ams and never by their hero names. My homeroom teacher Eraserhead, who gets all the students to call him Aizawa, except me, and told me not to come to him whenever I have problems. The sad part is that this doesn't happen just at school but even outside of school as well. One time I was walking home, and Bakugo, by the way he is an old ex-best friend of mine, bombarded me and gave me a couple of second-degree burns to remember him by. As you can tell, life as a quirkless is so fucking great, and you know what's the sad part? I didn't care anymore. The pain that they gifted me is nowhere near the pain I felt 3 years ago, and trust me, you don't have the slightest fucking clue of what I have been through. Anyways, today I'm meeting with a client for some of the services I offer. No, it's not drugs or human trafficking. I know my limits and common sense. No, the services that you get when you go to the quarantine zone that is filled with the undead. You heard me, undead, or for some, zombies. I'll save you from the story, but all you need to know is that because of a particular umbrella corporation, a portion of Japan became no man's land, and now I have to live in a part of the country where I might be eaten in my sleep. Can you tell how much I don't give a damn? Back to the living side. I was in a cafe where the clients and I were going to meet, and I had to go full incognito for this, and I mean full. I was wearing a black hoodie, black pants, black gloves, black shoes, and a black mask. I even had to add a voice changer just to stay hidden. After waiting for an hour, my client came and sat on the opposite side of the booth. The meeting was very short and I wound up taking the task. I always keep the same promise I always make with my clients. I don't care who they are or what they do for a living. The only things I need are what they want and how much they are willing to pay. Those two questions are all I care about, and sometimes I'll decline the offer if the pay is too low or if the task is too risky. I had some conflicting clients, but they weren't an issue. Let's just say that still being a minor comes with its perks. After leaving the cafe, I went to the quarantine checkpoint, which separates the quarantine zone from the rest of the country. There's a parking garage by the checkpoint which is helpful for whatever reason, not saying why. And anyone can get out of the quarantine zone as long as they have a visa and are not infected. I met both of them, but getting my work visa was a bitch. The guard, yes guard as in only one at the checkpoint, and was the same guard for the last 3 years. This bastard was a pain in the ass and started blackmailing me out of cash just so I can keep my visa and still come in. Even though I make a lot of money from my services, I'm still having a hard time scraping by because of the lazy ass. That's another downside of being quirkless, people will always take advantage of them. After I got through to the other side, anything that was sunshine and rainbows was replaced with a strong scent of death and abandonment. You can tell the clear difference between the two sides just by looking at them. The roads were cracked and starting to split because of the plants growing in them, and the cars were dirty and dead from the years of neglect. Some of the buildings looked worst for wear as a majority of the windows in every building were smashed. This sight wasn't too bad if there were no bodies or corpses everywhere. Some of the bodies kind of give away how some of them died based on their location and poses. One was next to a building and looked like they jumped to their death, while another one was inside a car. This was the result of the outbreak by Umbrella. The outbreak caused by Umbrella spread to more than 1/3 of the country, and this all started in just one city. Rumor has it that the Umbrella Corporation was about to use a missile to destroy the city but was ordered not to by the Japanese government because this wasn't the first time they did that. They were pissed that the company was about to nuke a city in another country. The last I heard was that the company is under extreme supervision and was not allowed to work in the medical field anymore because of both incidents. Not so sure about the first one, except that the company's shady business resulted in the city's demise. Old habits die hard, I guess. I make my way through the dead streets, either by a car or walking, to the fallen jewel of the city I was staying in, the Paris Jewel. It was once a luxury hotel until the virus reached the city and killed many people. A lot of the victims were in the hotel. That would have been fine if the building wasn't filled with the fucking undead. The only reason why I stayed in the hotel was that it was the only building that had an empty floor where the undead couldn't reach, and believe me, this was the last option I wanted to take. Now you probably are wondering why I didn't just clear an apartment space and stayed there instead. Well, I got one word for you, and it ain't undead. Security. I'm not kidding. This is why I can't stay anywhere else. Because every time I clear out a spot and board up every single opening, the undead will always break in. Even after spending countless hours creating the most effective defenses, they still manage to break in. It's kind of impressive when you look at them. The Jewel was a different story. It had an effective security system, but it was dead because the backup generators are gone, so the gates won't close, and clearing out the building was practically impossible with the undead coming in. Also, did I forget to mention the mutated monsters that also came from the outbreak? Well, there are mutated monsters that came from the outbreak, and trust me, you don't want to meet one of them. If you do, you are either dead or have an interesting story that is impossible to believe in. I entered the building and made my way to the 3rd floor. These floors are the worst as they are filled with the undead. I learned over the years that the undead still holds some semblance to human life, but it is very minuscule. Like when they come in when the temperatures are not in favor of them, like the temperature being too cold. This gets even worse when a blizzard comes during the winter season. After I navigate through the 3rd floor, I reach a medical office. Yes, this boogie-ass hotel has its own doctor who unfortunately also fell to the undead. It was a bitch just trying to find the damn doctor when I made the decision, cause he's now an undead who still had the keys to the room. Not fun. But I was able to find them and open the medical office. This place was a sort of haven, not for the weak lock on the door, but thankfully this room is only the entrance to the 4th floor. You may have heard of Unlucky 13, but I'm guessing most of you never heard of the Broken 4. Forgot what it's called, bear with me. In Japan, the number 4 is considered to be a bad number, since people seen with a missing pinky on the streets were those that broke their promise with the Yakuza. Yeah, hence why a lot of buildings of all sorts don't have a 4th floor and make them inaccessible. This building was no different, as the only way to the 4th floor was through the medical office into the crawl space between the 2 floors. The crawl space was helpful when I needed to get away from the undead whenever there was a breach, the one thing that will always happen no matter what. After crawling a bit, I opened a hatch for the 4th floor, which is where I'm staying right now. It's not much, but at least it's secure. Most if not all the amenities are not on this floor, and with no heating and air conditioning, it can be a living hell. But that's what you got to pay if you don't want to turn into the undead or become undead food. Ever since I moved, I had to learn every survival skill known to man. From treating wounds to fighting against all sorts of threats, even humans. I had gotten so good at fighting that I was able to take out a group even when they were using their quirks against me. Some skills are best learned through experience. Even though I took a job from a client, even the money from them won't be enough. So I'm learning how to make booze. Found a book and made connections with some farmers. To make some money on the side, which helps a bit. Some of my client requests range from finding people in the quarantine, most of them were children. They remind me of my. Most of the time I find them and bring them back. Others I have to break the news to them, and that is even harder to do. You think that after all these requests I would become hardened, but sometimes even the worst of pains has its way of breaking that shield. Whenever I break the news to a client about the person's demise, I return the money, not because I failed their request. I always do half now, half when the job is done, but in these cases, it's because I understand the pain. I know it all too well. Anyways, I grab my black-edged katana, illegal by the way, combat knife, and my pistol before I grab my travel pack to begin my task. I can't tell you what it is unlike the others, all I can say is that I'll make it back before school tomorrow. Pray that 3 Red Bulls and 3 extra dark coffees will pull me through tomorrow. Normal POV. The next day it was the usual day at school where everyone still hates Izuku for just being there. It was homeroom, and the moment Eraserhead walked in, he locked eyes on Izuku, giving Izuku a message that Izuku was familiar with. "Why are you still here, quirkless?" Izuku was used to the hate so well that it even angered his classmates that they almost beat him to near death. However, one of the hero teachers had stopped them, not because of Izuku's well-being but because of the thought of the school getting sued for letting murder take place. During class, hate filled the air, and it was clear who it was geared towards. That hate dissipated when Eraserhead announced a surprise assignment, and the moment he gave it, it made the class terrified except for Izuku. Eraserhead. "This is a class assignment, only one of you needs to submit it, and if I don't get it in 10 minutes, I'm expelling everyone in the class." This got everyone freaking out, and the students started going into groups to do the assignment. Everyone was in a group except Izuku. No one wanted a quirkless in their group. It was a panic to complete the assignment, but everyone was having trouble as the assignment itself only has one question and it was on a section that they didn't study yet. Izuku, however, studied it and had the question answered within the first minute. When it came down to the last minute, the class was freaking out while Izuku went up to his homeroom teacher. Aizawa didn't seem to like that. Eraserhead. "What the hell do you want, quirkless?" Izuku. "Just submitting the assignment." This shocked not just his teacher but the entire class as they heard their quirkless classmate submit the assignment on his own. Eraserhead. "Huh. When did you finish it?" Izuku. "In the first minute." The class's homeroom teacher was shocked but skeptical at first as he didn't believe the quirkless. When he took the paper from Izuku and read his answer, he was shocked that it was correct. He was actually impressed but didn't want to show it to a quirkless. He says that everyone's is safe since Izuku got the answer and was about to take a nap. The class on the other hand didn't like how it was the quirkless in their class that got them out of near expulsion. This didn't sit well with Bakugo as he went up to Izuku as he was returning to his desk. Izuku didn't care as he was numb to it. Bakugo. "The hell? You think you can be smarter than everyone else, you damn quirkless." Izuku was really not having it and continued back to go to his desk. Bakugo wasn't done though and grabbed Izuku's shoulder. He was about to throw a punch towards Izuku but not without saying one last thing. Bakugo. "I'm gonna kill you, you damn quirkless." Izuku dealt with death threats from people before, however this time it made Izuku snap. Out of nowhere, Izuku grabbed Bakugo's arm and flipped him over his back, slammed him into the floor, almost cracking it in the process. With Bakugo pinned, Izuku wrapped his leg around his arm and pinned the other one down so he couldn't use his quirk. This shocked the entire class as this was the first time they saw Izuku take someone down, but it was more shocking to see him take down Bakugo without a quirk. Before anyone could intervene, Izuku spoke in an angered tone. "Izuku. Is that all you have? One of your pathetic threats? Huh?" This caught Aizawa's attention, and when he saw Izuku pinning Bakugo to the ground, he too was surprised to see this happen. Before he could say anything, Izuku spoke again, and what he said shocked everyone. "Izuku. You came here to be a hero, but I'm surprised you didn't turn into a fucking villain by now." With that, Izuku let go of Bakugo. As the Pomeranian gets up, he and everyone in the room was shocked by what Izuku said. This was the first time that anyone in the class saw Izuku in a different mood, and this alarmed the teacher. Before Aizawa could say anything, Izuku looked at the time on classroom's clock and realized that he was late for a client. Izuku. Shit, I'm late for work. With that, Izuku went to his desk, grabbed his backpack and left the class, heading out of the school. Aizawa was surprised to find out that Izuku has a job. It's almost impossible for a quirkless to get a job anywhere, so hearing that Izuku has a job was surprising to hear. The rest of the day went without a hitch with Izuku out of class. Even though Izuku was not there, the feeling never left. Time skip brought to you by Izuku completing a job without dying. Aizawa went back to the teacher's dorm where they were having a meeting cause Aizawa lost a bet and had to scare his students with expulsion. When Aizawa walked into the common area, he saw all the teachers including Nezu and Recovery Girl waiting for him. He was still in shock and wondered how the others were going to handle what happened. The teachers all greeted him and were pushing to hear the results of the prank. Nezu. Hello Eraser, welcome back. Aizawa. Huh, oh, hey. Midnight. So? Aizawa. So what? Midnight, seriously. Present Mike. Did you forget? The teachers were a bit annoyed at Aizawa's response and thought that he forgot. They soon learned that he underestimated everyone. Aizawa. Oh, I was really hoping that you all forgot about that bet. Nezu. Oh dear, did you really think that we would forget? Aizawa groaned as his one hope was destroyed. He was now on the hot seat waiting for the questions to pop in. Snipe. So, what did you say to your students, Aizawa? I told them that if they didn't complete an assignment correctly in 10 minutes that I would expel them on the spot. Everyone but Aizawa. Classic show. Present Mike. Is it the assignment with that one question? Aizawa. Yup. Everyone was not surprised by that ever since he expelled an entire class one time. They felt really bad for his students after what they've been through. Now all that was left was the outcome to be told. Ectoplasm. Then? Aizawa. Then, the quirkless got up and submitted the assignment in first. Everyone was surprised and annoyed that the quirkless student was involved in the story. However, they were curious at what the student did. They continued to hear the story. Midnight. What did he do? Aizawa. He got the question right. I was surprised and impressed that he was the first one to get it. This shocked all the teachers as they heard that a quirkless got the question right, as they haven't even covered the topic yet and don't until second year. After hearing Aizawa's thoughts on this surprise answer, the teachers wanted to know how the students took it. Vlad King. And how did 1A take it? This made Aizawa flinch as he heard the question. He was contemplating on how he was going to explain what the hell happened. This got the teachers concerned by his reaction, as they knew that his flinching meant something bad happened. Present Mike. Show? Aizawa. Well, it wasn't great. This told the teachers that the students didn't take it well and that it resulted in something worse. Recovery Girl. Define. Wasn't great. Aizawa caved in and told the staff what happened. When he finished, the teachers were shocked and upset, not because a student did such a thing but a quirkless did it. This enraged all of teachers, but Aizawa was left confused by what happened. Vlad King. The quirkless said what? Midnight. What a disgrace. He should be grateful for just being at the school. Nezu. What a troublemaker. Did you discipline him? Aizawa. I didn't. He left for work before I could say anything. The teachers were shocked to hear that Izuku has a job. It didn't matter anyways, as the teachers were more focused on disciplining Izuku. Snipe. Still, he must be held accountable for his actions. Vlad King. Let's go to the class dorm and do it right now. Nezu. No can do. I remember when we started the dorm plans that he opted out. He only has an P.O. box for mail, but his address is not listed. This surprised all the teachers including Aizawa, as this was the first time they found out that the school didn't have a student's home address. Aizawa always wondered why his quirkless student was never in the dormitories. He was shocked but not worried when he found out. Present Mike. Then let's call him. We still have his phone number, right? Nezu. We do actually. Let me get it. With that, Nezu went and grabbed his laptop and looked for Izuku's file. It didn't take him long to find him, as he just searched for quirkless in the database. To Nezu, he stuck out like a sore thumb, and it bothered him that there was a quirkless in his school. With Izuku's file at hand, Nezu looked for his phone number and dialed it into his cell phone, and the teachers waited for the quirkless to pick up. Izuku's pav god fucking damn it Izuku. What were you thinking? Can't this day get any more worse than that? After I snapped at Bakugo and left school early because of my work, I was feeling like shit for the whole day. When I got to my client meeting, I had them write their instructions on a piece of paper because I was going to forget them afterwards. Later on when I was in the quarantine doing the request I slipped and got chased by a horde of undead that almost killed me. That was how shitty I was feeling today and it wasn't getting better. Once I got home and took a nice freezing ass shower, because of course there isn't any hot water, I thought that it would be the end of this shitty day. Unfortunately, my day was only getting worse as when I was about to go change, I got a phone call from surprise, my school. I already know what it is going to be about. After I quickly put on some clothes that had some blood stains on them, I immediately opened the call. Izuku. If this is a Nezu. Hello Izuku. Normal Pav. Izuku stopped when he heard his principal's voice on the phone. He was both terrified and shocked and wondered why his principal was the one calling. He soon got his answer. Izuku. Hello sir. Nezu. I'm guessing you already know what I am about to ask, don't you? Izuku knew exactly what he was asking about. Izuku. Yes sir. Nezu. Good, then let's get started then. Who wants to go first? Izuku was confused at what Nezu just said, and then it dawned on him. All the teachers were all there, and they were going to enjoy this. UA's staff dorm the teachers were really excited to deliver discipline to their quirkless student. When Nezu asked who wants to go first, everyone looked at Aizawa and Hizashi as Aizawa was Izuku's homeroom teacher while Hizashi was his husband. The draw was broken when Hizashi looked towards his husband. It was decided that it would be Aizawa who goes first. With the decision made, Nezu passed the phone over to Aizawa with the speaker turned on. Aizawa. Do you understand what you did, right? There was silence on the phone and the teachers were waiting for an answer. It didn't take long as Izuku said, "Yes sir," before Aizawa spoke again. Aizawa. You do understand that this type of behavior is unacceptable and there are consequences, right? There was disgust when he said the last word. The teachers giggled in the background. He was enjoying himself as he was about to make his student miserable. Aizawa and all the teachers were waiting to hear Izuku's miserable voice on the phone, however, they didn't get what they were expecting. Izuku. Yes, I know that my actions today do not represent the school and that I have to go through or whatever the fucking hell the punishment is. Is that what you wanted to hear or were you expecting something more pathetic and wimpy? The teachers were not expecting that answer and they became angered from it. Vlad King. Why that little? Before Vlad King had a chance to finish his line, all the teachers looked at Aizawa and they all became terrified as they watched his hair start to rise up. They knew that the kid triggered him and he was about to feel his wrath. Izuku's Pav. I could tell that the teachers were enjoying this supposed torture. I could hear the teachers giggling in the background, and I have a Nokia for fuck's sake. I knew my self-esteem was practically gone by now so I let loose. I was already done with today and if I get expelled, at least I have my black market businesses and there's always the undead to try and kill me. When I heard my teacher's voice again, I could tell that I really struck a nerve. Aizawa. Listen here you little. Before I could catch anything my teacher was going to say, I heard some crashing sound behind me. As soon as I turned around, there were 5 guys with guns all pointed at me. The next thing I knew, I shouted, "Shit!" before dashing away from the bullet storm. In the process I dropped my phone near into a trapdoor after ending the call to make sure my teachers didn't hear the trouble that I am in. The bullet storm went on for a good minute before the guns clicked empty. Based on the number of magazines dropping on the floor, I counted 6 people that are trying to kill me. After hearing the guns loaded, one of the guys yelled out, "Where the fuck are you, you fucking quirkless?" Exclamation mark quote dot. God damn it, can't you be any more louder? I was still worried about the noise as the undead could hear it and find out where I am. It's not like they're going to break in from the walls as there is no door or sign that indicates the 4th floor. This means that they must have found the room that leads to the crawlspace and the trap door. Great, now I have to figure out how to make the entrance more hidden after this. Right now I need to deal with these bastards and the only way to deal with them is to take them out one by one. I don't like to kill the living, but unfortunately, it's required when you live in the quarantine zone. Especially when you're quirkless, as a lot of people see the quarantine zone as a lawless region and would kill for sport. But enough with the info, I have to deal with my life and death situation at the moment. I designed my home as a labyrinth for this exact reason. I've dealt with home invasions before, so this isn't new to me. If I have a disadvantage, I'm making sure my enemies have 3. I know my way around and have made trap doors everywhere to get in and out easily. My enemies have no idea where they're going, and have no idea about the other trap doors, and they don't know what I hide in them. I went through one of the secret trap doors where I keep my weapons at and grabbed my katana and pistol with high caliber bullets. Overkill, yes. Necessary, also yes. If these dumbasses have heavy weapons that can put a hole through 5 inches of concrete, then they most definitely have bulletproof vests, and I'm going to need some firepower to fight this. With my weapons ready, the hunt was on. I found one of the hunters by themselves and used my blade to pierce through his heart, killing him in one move. The next 2 were easier said than done, since they lined up pretty well that I was able to kill both of them with a single bullet from my gun. The other, even though got hit by the bullet but was still up, so I fired another shot to take them down. The shots were loud enough for the others to hear, so I fled the scene and escaped in the shadows before they could find me. I really didn't have time to play Metal Gear, so when I heard the clip was empty I ran in to drive my blade into the hunter's heart. They spat out blood that landed on my face after I took their life. However, before I realized it, I saw the last hunter from the very edge of my eye, and before I knew it, he pulled his shotgun trigger and several bullets went in me as the force threw me through into one of the homemade walls, slamming it hard. Thankfully, the hunter was stupid in not knowing that a sawed-off shotgun with very short barrel spreads very wide, so the shot didn't kill me from 9 feet. However, it still hurt like a bitch, and the shot left me and caused a lot of pain. I have a bunch of holes in both my front and back, and some of the bullets are still inside. As I was aching on the ground, the hunter was jumping up and down like a kid in a candy store yelling, "Yes!" Exclamation mark. I got the quirkless fucker. Before his companion came and joined in the riot. Are you fucking stupid? Is this a suicide mission to you, or are you both just fresh meat? Fresh meat meaning someone new to the undead. As they were cheering on their mediocre takedown, they didn't notice me almost dead on the ground and assumed I was dead. Big mistake. And then loud cracking sounds were heard. These weren't bone cracking sounds, no, it was concrete and steel cracking sounds, and they were getting louder and louder until they stopped. As if the universe wanted to be a dick in my life, all of a sudden, part of the ceiling and one of the walls that lead to the north stairwell came down, and with it a horde of undead entering the floor, with some that looked like they worked out a lot. Great, just fucking great. First school, now this. I really can't get a break here. As the undead start entering the floor, the hunters were about to escape. That was never happening, cause I used my pistol to shoot their weapons out of their hands and both their legs to prevent them from escaping. This caused them to scream like little bitches and lead the undead towards them. Of course they were cursing at me for doing that. That's payback for shooting me, assholes. As I opened the trap door and enter in it, I locked it from the inside so the bastards can't get in. The hunters were screaming at me to spare them, but they sealed their fates when both them and their buddies all shot at me during a school night. I was just trying to catch my breath when all of a sudden, I could hear the hunters scream in pain and stopped after less than 3 minutes. Those were the hunters' last moments, as I can hear the undead rip off the flesh from their bodies and blood dripping from the small gaps of the door. Thankfully, I didn't have to see it happen. Even after seeing the undead eat off both the dead and the living before, I still haven't gotten used to the sight. Before I left, I went to grab my emergency bug-out bag and quickly patched some of my wounds. Afterwards I went to grab my phone, and one of my worst fears just became reality. When I threw my phone into the trapdoor, I thought I ended the call. Turns out I didn't, and the call was still going. Hopefully no one heard the fight that happened and I could play it off. But that wasn't the case, as I groaned from the pain and my teacher responded. "Aizawa. Izuku, is that you? Crap, he must have heard the gunshots. I need to play it off quick." "Izuku. Yeah, it's me. There was a shooter in the building. Don't worry, the police came and dealt with them." "Aizawa. Thank God, we heard gunfire from our end and you didn't say anything after that." I could tell that my teacher is worried, but that phase won't last long. I better end the call now before he gets too curious and before I bleed out. "Izuku. Yeah, it's been a long day. Can we continue this tomorrow? Now is not a great time." "Aizawa. Be you very well. head to the police station so I can pick you up. Oh fuck, Izuku. That won't be necessary. Got to go by. Oh shit, that almost went south. I had to bail out in the middle of my teacher's call to avoid him finding out. Honestly, I don't know what would happen and I don't think it's a good idea for my teacher to see me like this. Either way, nothing changes right. Now I need to get the hell out of here. 1 hour later, getting out of the hotel was a bitch with the bullet wounds and the new infected that are walking into the hotel. On an off day I can get back in 10 minutes, vice versa would take me a good 20 to 30 minutes. Today was not one of those days. With the new undead taking up my residence and soon be squatting in it, it will be a fucking bitch just to clear out and fix up all the damage now that I have a hole in both the wall and ceiling. After I got out, I began making my way to the checkpoint. It was dangerous to be outside in the quarantine zone during the day, but it's deadly at night, and trust me, I know. 3 hours later. This took too long. The wounds are really messing with me and I lost quite a bit of blood. After escaping the hotel, the number of undead began to grow as they all wandered towards the hotel. My house problem just got a whole lot worse, but I can't think about it as I went through the checkpoint to get to my temporary home. The guard at the gate was a dick and I ended paying them 50,000 yen, roughly $500, to get through. The bastard was doing this for quite some time and is completely illegal, but because no one checks them so they kept on doing it. One time he denied a whole family entry just because they didn't pay them. A few weeks later, I found that exact family dead in a store, kids and parents. It was painful to see and I wanted to slit that bastard's throat for being greedy. They didn't even care that a kid covered in blood was passing through. As long as they get their money, they would even let the League of Villains pass through. After I got to the other side and the fresh crisp night air hit my nostrils, I immediately went to the parkade and went to the 4th floor. Some time ago while I was traveling in the quarantine zone, I stumbled upon a travel van shop. It was completely abandoned and there were these 2 untouched travel vans. I wasn't a thief, so I thought that I would look for the business owner and see if I can negotiate with them. I found them, but they were already gone. I found their body hanging from the ceiling with a noose around their neck and a note by the chair which they supposedly used to get the height before taking their life. The note said, "To those that are still alive, please take the vehicles and stay alive. I lost everything and have nothing left." Their last wishes were for others to survive and use their vehicles to do that. I ended up taking both of the travel vans, one for the quarantine zone and the other for the other side. I only needed one, but when I went back for a job 2 months the other van was untouched, so I took it knowing that it would be a waste. The quarantine van was at the hotel, but I couldn't take it as it would be difficult with the undead surrounding the place and it wouldn't end well. The other van is in the parkade where I set it up as a makeshift mobile home. It's rough around the edges but it will manage. Once I got inside the van, I checked my wounds and saw how fucked I am. 6 bullets hit me and only 2 of them exited my body. This was not great as I already lost a lot of blood and I can't perform surgery without passing out. The only option I have is to patch up the wounds and deal with the bullets another day. After tending to my already fucked body, I laid down in the van and fell into a heavy slumber, hoping that tomorrow, my teachers won't find out. 5 hours earlier, Aizawa was POV. After my quirkless student ended the call, all the teachers and I were left speechless with concern. The moment the meeting went sour and I was about to snap, my student shouted shit before all of the sudden gunfire was heard. Those sounds felt too real and I know real gunfire when I hear it, and so did the other heroes. Afterwards I heard someone calling out to my student and it sounded like they were going to kill him. We couldn't hear much but we could just hear enough to learn about the situation. Sure, none of the teachers like him for being quirkless, but trying to kill him is a step too far. We didn't hear anything except for gunshots, and then all of a sudden, every teacher's worst nightmares came true. We heard a shotgun blast and someone cheering for getting a hit, putting 2 and 2 together, and I thought my student was killed. The thought went through everyone in the room until we heard some loud crashing sounds and a couple of bullets being fired. We don't know what's happening other than someone is shooting at the intruders and hearing them curse at someone. We couldn't make out anything as some weird snarling sounds were playing in the background, and then all of a sudden, we heard pained screams from the intruders and then silence. We were all silent after what we just heard and tried to take in everything that happened in the call. That was when Vlad King spoke and broke the silence. Vlad King. Tell me what we just heard didn't just happen. I don't even know how to answer that question, and neither does Nezu and his quirk as high IQ. I was just praying that my student was still alive and not hurt. Eventually, we heard some shuffling going on in the background and hope started to build up in me again. Before I even knew it, I grabbed the phone with all my speed and called out to my student. The other teachers were shocked by my reaction, and before anyone could say anything, that was when Izuku spoke. I was hogging the phone to myself and was worried sick. The other teachers were also relieved as well. Aizawa. Izuku. Is that you? Izuku. Yeah, it's me. There was a shooting in the building. Don't worry, the police came and dealt with them. I was just relieved to hear my student after what I thought he was killed. I wanted to know more about what happened, but I knew that was going too far. Aizawa. Thank God, we heard gunfire from our end and you didn't say anything after that. Izuku. Yeah, it's been a long day. Can we continue this tomorrow? Now is not a great time. When my student asked to end the call, I immediately knew something was off. I know that he just went through a mass shooting and who knows how many people got hurt or killed, but for some reason, something about the question didn't feel right and I wanted to make sure. I didn't want to wait and wanted to make sure he was safe. Aizawa. Be you very well, head to the police station so I can pick you. Izuku. That won't be necessary. Got to go by. When my student declined the idea, he immediately hung up. I tried to stop him but I was too late and the call ended. Something is definitely not right and now red flags are just popping up. I put the phone down and all the teachers looked straight at me hungry for answers. Present Mike. What happened? What did he say? Aizawa. He said that there was a shooting and that the police were already there. The teachers all sounded relieved but I was still concerned. Mike and Nezu both took notice and were curious about it. Nezu. And yet you're still concerned. Do you think something is off? Aizawa. Am I that obvious? This got the other teachers worried again and they also wondered what I was thinking. Aizawa. I told him to go to the police station so I can pick him up, but he immediately panicked and hung up. Now everyone's worrying went back up as they heard my student's reaction. That was when Nezu came up with the idea to check. Ectoplasm. That doesn't seem right, maybe he had a bad experience with the police. Nezu. Could be, try calling Tsukauchi and see. With the plan set, I immediately called Tsukauchi on the phone. He picked up in only a few seconds. Tsukauchi. This Detective Tsukauchi, who is it? Aizawa. Hey, it's Eraser. Tsukauchi. Oh, hey Eraser, is everything alright? I trusted Tsukauchi enough that I told him everything. Aizawa. Not exactly. Me and the teachers were having a discipline meeting with a student on the phone when all of a sudden a mass shooting happened on their end. Tsukauchi's reaction was the same as mine as I heard a gasp on the other end. He knew immediately where I was going. Tsukauchi. I'll take a look and see the reports. Tsukauchi's phone was still connected and the only thing any of us could hear was the sound of keyboards tapping and other voices in the background. After a few minutes, Tsukauchi asked for a number. Tsukauchi. Do you have a number we can use to find out where the shooting took place? Aizawa. Yeah, here. I gave Tsukauchi my student's number and he went back to look for where my student was calling from. It didn't take long to hear back but the news was unexpected. Tsukauchi. Hey Eraser, bad news. I looked through the calls tonight for any mention of a shooting and it appears that there are no reports made on them tonight. I checked with all the active officers and none of them reported a mass shooting. This shocked everyone including myself as we heard the news. How was there no report of a mass shooting? There should have been reports of it happening. Hell, someone must have heard it happen and called police in order for them to be there in the first place. Aizawa. How was that possible? We just called it on the phone. The bad news didn't stop there as we learned more about Izuku's situation. Tsukauchi. That's not all. The phone number you gave me, I can't trace it. It seems to be a ghost number. I tried to track it multiple times, but it gave me nothing. This shocked everyone in the room. How on earth did my student get a hold of a ghost number and how on earth did he keep it a secret? Nothing is making sense and it's not getting any better. Aizawa. How on earth is the number a ghost number? We just called him with that number. This is so confusing that even Sukauchi doesn't know how to make any sense of it. We eventually ran the phone number back to one another, but it was no avail. The number is in fact a ghost number and not even Nezu could track it. Sukauchi, you said you called the number, do you still have the recording? Maybe I can find something in it. Aizawa, we do actually. I'm sending it now. Whenever any of the teachers are doing phone calls on behalf of the school, we are always required to save a recording of the call whether the other side knows it or not. This was no exception, and I sent the recording to Sukauchi and he took a listen. I could tell that the detective was listening with several other officers next to him, and when they heard the recording, even they could tell that it's fucked up. Eventually, Sukauchi rejoined the call in horror. Sukauchi. Fucking hell, I mean, trying to kill a person is one thing, but trying to murder a kid. Aizawa. We're with you there, none of this make any sense. Were you able to figure anything out? That snapped Sukauchi right out of his shocked state, and what he said shocked everyone to the bone. Sukauchi. Well, one thing I can tell you is that those weren't police shots. The shots fired were with bullets that were only found in the black market, and not to make it worse, but I don't think that anyone from the force was there at all. This didn't just scare me in every worst possible way, but it scared all the teachers as we learned that the situation was far worse than what we were told by Izuku. But it didn't stop there. Sukauchi. The only other thing I noticed were the voices. They were from a criminal group that were on the run. They must have figured out who your student was and tried to murder them. This took everyone's fear levels and cranked it up by 45. Even though that Izuku was quirkless, just the fact that a group is hunting him didn't sit well with anyone, not even the staff here at UA. With all the information we got and trying to take in, I let Sukauchi go back to work and hung up. Aizawa. Thanks, Kauchi. With that, I hung up the phone, and all the teachers including myself were stone struck. My own student lied about getting help after being attacked. None of the teachers want to believe what happened, but it's hard as we only heard what happened and that isn't always reliable. Midnight. Okay, is anyone going to ask the elephant in the room, or should I? Ectoplasm. Which one? Why a student would not get help from his own teachers? Or the fact that we just heard a student's near murder on the phone and they just tried to cover it up? Those questions didn't need a discussion as we all knew the answer. We made him not trust us. I still wanted to make sure my student was okay and wanted to go and check on him as he doesn't live in the school dorms. If I only have a piece of info on the kid, then maybe I can find him. Aizawa. Do we have anything on Izuku? As I asked the question, that was when I was reminded. Nezu. When I looked up his file, I didn't find anything on the kid. The only thing he has is his phone number, but nothing else. Heck, we don't even have his last name. That shocked everyone in the room as the school practically has a ghost for a student, and it got everyone concerned. Present Mike. Wait a minute, you mean to tell us that Izuku is his first name? Nezu. Yup, and his document doesn't even show who his parents are or who his guardian is. Everyone but Nezu. What? Everyone including myself was shocked to hear how little info we have on a student, and this raised more questions and red flags. Nezu. I know this is hard to believe, but it seems as if he is trying to stay invisible for some reason. It's almost as if he plans to disappear at any moment if something goes wrong. This didn't sit well with me as I was just getting a whole load of info and a lack of info at the same time. The feeling of a student disappearing all of a sudden didn't sit well with me, and I would be damned to let that happen, that I was certain about. For the first time in the entire semester, I'm actually worried about a quirkless student. I can't go after him because I don't know where he is or even if he's still there. The number is useless as it's a ghost number, and given Izuku's reaction he definitely won't go to the police for help. The only thing I can do is hope he is still alive and see him at school tomorrow. Izuku's POV. If yesterday was surprise training, then today was when all the sores came in. I was feeling every injury from yesterday, and because of how bad they were, it took even longer to get ready. I know that I should rest and let my wounds heal, or like a logical person go to a hospital. Unfortunately, I can't do either of them because I have to try and explain why I have bullet wounds and a number of scars without mentioning the undead, as people don't know about them. Even though they know about the incident, they don't know what the results were and wouldn't believe it. And B, not going to school would mean my teachers would know something as often start interrogating me about it. Also, because I'm quirkless, but that's a reason for everything hate nowadays. After I got up from the floor of the van with me brand new injuries from yesterday, I was having the worst morning ever, and this is just one of many that I had and was going to have in the future. I patched up my wounds and got ready with my backup uniform I always carry in the van. The only problem I had was that I left my school bag back at the hotel, so I'm in it for today. I did bring my school messenger bag, which I used to carry my first aid just in case I need to patch up some wounds. Some time later, it took me longer than usual to get to school thanks to the wounds, but thankfully, I didn't run into anyone, especially Bakugo. Thank God I brought my first aid bag, because as soon as I got inside, I felt my wounds opening again and I didn't want to go through explaining my situation to the people that wouldn't give a damn. I had to run into a washroom and deal with them before class, or I would just get even more suspicious. As I dashed into the washroom, I checked to see if it was empty. Once I checked it was safe, I immediately took my shirts off and examined my back and chest. Still looks like shit, but some of the wounds were opened. It was going to take some time to fix the dressings and the wounds, and I was definitely going to be late for class. Just before I could get started, I could hear Eraserhead outside the bathroom talking to some of the teachers before hearing him grab the handle. Oh fuck, I need to hide. The only place I could think of was the stalls, and I dashed right into one of them along with my bag and shirts. Once I got in and locked the door, I used the hanger on the door to hold my shirts while I sat on the toilet with my legs up, don't even think about it, and held my breath. While I was in the bathroom stall trying not to make a sound, I could tell that my teacher knew something was off. Before I got in the stall, I realized that my bandages left a red stain on the sink that is visible with the naked eye. I didn't have time to clean it and I needed to hide. Thankfully, Aizawa didn't inspect any further and left the washroom. Once I made sure that I was the only one in the room, I got out of the stalls and finished bandaging my wounds. Afterwards, I left the bathroom and entered my classroom. Once I got in my seat past roll call, I just went straight to sleep as I was so exhausted. It took a lot of energy just to get to school, and I haven't had anything to eat yet, so I'm in power saving mode without much of a fight. Normal POV. Ever since Izuku got to school, he was asleep for the whole day. His classmates mocked him and even tried to take their anger out on him, but the teachers prevented that from happening. The teachers felt bad about Izuku, while they still had biases on the quirkless. Seeing him so exhausted really pained them, as they couldn't help him. They allowed Izuku to sleep through the day after what happened last night. Then came Aizawa's class. Aizawa POV. I was told by the other teachers that Izuku came today, and I was both relieved and concerned. Usually when a student has gone through a traumatic experience, they would be given time off. Izuku, however, came from a shooting not even 12 hours after it happened, and it was really concerning. When I went to the washroom to wash my face, I noticed a red stain on one of the sinks, and upon further inspection, I noticed it was blood. Obviously it alarmed me, and when I investigated the washroom more, I didn't find anything, not even the trash can held any clues. I wanted to check the stalls to see if the person was there, but I didn't have time because of a meeting and missed my chance to find out whose it was. Once I got to my homeroom, I immediately noticed Izuku and noticed that his skin was pale, a little too pale for someone his age. I walked up to his desk and I could tell that the class was looking at him, wondering what was going to happen. Usually I would whack Izuku in the head for falling asleep, but this time he had a reason. When I checked his wrist, I noticed that he was cold, and this alarmed me. That was when I also realized that there was a strong smell of blood coming from him as well. What happened to you last night? The question struck me as I was starting to worry. My students could tell that something was off as they saw my face. I knew I needed to examine further, and I was about to check Izuku's back when all of a sudden, Izuku woke up unexpectedly with a big gasp, as if he was trying to catch his breath. This scared the entire class, including myself, as I thought he was heavily asleep. When Izuku woke up, he was really groggy and looked in even worse shape when awake. Izuku looked confused and asked where he was. Izuku. Where am I? Aizawa. You're in school. After I answered his question, he perked up when he realized that he fell asleep for a little too long. Izuku. Show school. How long was I asleep for? I looked at my class for the answer, and that's when Bakugo answered the question. Bakugo. Damn quirkless. You were asleep for the whole day. As expected, Izuku freaked out by the fact that he was asleep and was soon shamed by Ida. Ida. Yes, for whatever the other teachers let you sleep in class, which is downright. Aizawa. That's enough, Ida. Just as I was cutting off Ida, I was unexpectedly cut off by Izuku as he started to freak out. Izuku. Oh fuck, I'm late. Aside from the unexpected cursing that was expected more from Bakugo, Izuku got up, grabbed his backpaw messenger bag. When did he have that? Back to the point, he got up and beelined for the door. I was hoping to get some answers from him before he left, so with the last decision I wanted to make, I used my capture weapon to get him, but then me and the whole class witnessed the most darndest thing of all time. Izuku, my quirkless student, dodged my capture gear, evading capture every chance he had. He had to readjust from the back flip he did, and when we both locked eyes for an awkward staring contest, Izuku bolted out the door. I was not going to let this opportunity go and chase after him. Thankfully he didn't go far, but damn, he can run fast. I called to him but he didn't stop, so I tried to use my capture gear, but he was able to dodge every time. Like, damn kid, how are you able to dodge all of my attacks? That was when I decided to just tackle him, which was the only way to get him successful. Thankfully I didn't just tackle him to the ground but picked him up straight into the air. He felt way too light for someone his age, and I can easily tell from experience. He was still squirming and almost got out of my hold. Izuku. Hey, what the hell? Aizawa. Can you please calm down, kid? I just want to talk. After I told him my intentions, he stopped and allowed me to put him down. He was now calm but still intense, probably because of his job. This is the perfect time to ask him these questions. Aizawa. So, how are you holding up after the shooting? Izuku. Okay, I guess. That answer immediately told me that he wasn't okay and he didn't want to talk about it. Why was he trying to avoid the question and lie out of them? I was asking myself as I became more concerned about Izuku. Aizawa. I've dealt with a lot of students with home trouble, and I know that last night was definitely not okay. Izuku looked at me knowing that he was busted but still tried to play it off. Izuku. Well, what makes you say that? Aizawa. After our call last night, I contacted the police station and they didn't receive any reports of a shooting incident last night, and that your number apparently doesn't exist. What exactly happened last night? I thought that I had him in the corner until he jumped right out of it and threw me there instead. Well tried. Izuku. You do realize that there is more than one police station in the whole country, right? The police station near me might not be the same one. The only reason why my number can't be tracked is because I have a burner phone. I can't afford a plan. Those were very weak arguments. Even if he's at a different police station, they are always connected and they always check in with each other, and a burner phone can still be traced. Now, I just want to know, why is he dodging my questions and why he still won't admit it? That was when he reminded me why. Izuku. Also, why do you care? Didn't you tell me at the beginning of the semester not to go to you with my problems? So why get yourself involved now? He gave me the look that says, why now? And now I wished I never said that. If I found out day one that this kid has been going through hell rather than discriminate against him, maybe he would trust me. Instead, I just watched him walk away after the reminder. Before he left, I called to him one last time to asking my last question. Aizawa. At least tell me where you are working. Izuku. That's also a life problem. Just like my personal problems, that's also not your concern. With that, he left me with the most painful answers I heard from my own student. I was shocked by his responses as he was making sure that he was keeping his end of the bargain. A bargain I wished I never made. Normal Pav. After Aizawa's depressing encounter, he devised a plan to figure out what the hell his student was hiding. He told the teachers his plan, and unsurprisingly, they all wanted in. Later that night, it was well after school hours, and the snow just settled in. It was already 1:00 p.m., and Aizawa, Hazashi, Midnight, and Nezu were sitting in one car while the other teachers were in another. Nezu made some calls and was able to get a confirmation where Izuku was, and now all the teachers were waiting to follow Izuku. It was very quiet as the teachers tried not to make a sound or any moves that might give their position away. They were stationed at a cafe that was pretty crowded, and none of the teachers can go in as most of them would be easily spotted. Aizawa was more anxious after the talk he had with Izuku, and it didn't sit well with him. Ever since the call, Aizawa was shaken, as this was the first time he had a student that was being targeted and almost killed. Any bias he had towards Izuku was thrown out the window, and now he's concerned for his student's safety. The other teachers could tell but still had biases towards him, but they were softened after the call. Vlad King, radio, how's everything on your side? Vlad King's voice could be heard on the radio that was installed in both cars. Present Mike reached for the radio and spoke. Present Mike. Nothing out of the ordinary. You, Vlad King, radio, nothing on our end. As Vlad King closed his line, Hazashi looked back at his husband, seeing his concerned face. He didn't understand why he was worrying over a quirkless. Obviously it was because of the call, but his student made it clear that he didn't want his teacher's help. Before Hazashi could say anything though, that was when they saw someone in all black with a mask on walking out with someone much older than them. It didn't take long for Aizawa to realize that the person in black was Izuku when he saw tufts of his student's hair. He grabbed the radio and alerted the other car. Aizawa. There he is, the one in all black at the entrance. Snipe, radio, got him. What is he doing here? It didn't take long for the other car to find Izuku. Now the question that everyone has was, why is Izuku here at this time of day and who is he with? That was soon answered when they saw the person hand him an envelope with what looks to be cash. All the teachers were shocked when they saw their student was conducting supposedly work, but they didn't know if it was illegal or not. Some of the teachers are on the illegal side, but they can't confirm it without going down to intervene. Ectoplasm, radio, is he doing criminal activity? What is he even doing here at this time? Smentos, radio, doesn't seem like it. I'm going to use the transmission device. Before the teachers left the school, they made sure to bring some gadgets for the patrol. One of those gadgets was a transmission device that allows the user to hear conversations from afar without the need of a phone. This situation was exceptionally easy as it was pretty quiet outside, so it was able to pick up the conversation without any static. However, the conversation was not what they were expecting. Client. So you're going to get the pictures then? Izuku. Yes, I already have most of them, but I need to retake a couple, so all of a sudden, Izuku's voice changer started to glitch out and it affected Izuku's altered voice. The conversation came to a halt and Izuku realized that he was being followed. Izuku turned to the two cars with his eyes locking on the teachers, figuring out where the possible suspects were, and had to end the conversation immediately. Izuku. You'll get your pictures, now go. The client was terrified when Izuku spoke and scurried away while Izuku took out a piece of paper and walked towards an alley before looking back at the cars, holding the piece of paper up to his face while also holding up his figure as if he is saying hush. He then proceeded to drop the paper and walk into the alley and started running up the walls and performing a wall jump onto a fire escape to gain some height before jumping onto a rooftop while being careful not to leave a trace. He then disappeared into the night as if he was never there to begin with. The teachers on the other hand were shocked when they realized that they were discovered. When they heard Izuku's voice, they thought that they were looking at the wrong guy, but when Izuku turned to look at the cars, that confirmed that it was him. Nezu. What just happened? Snipe, radio, we don't know. The transmitter picked up some other electric waves and started to bug out. The kid must have some voice changer on. Midnight. Why would the kid need a voice changer? And why does he have one to begin with? Before they realized it, the client left the scene and Izuku was walking towards an alley before stopping and took a piece of paper up to his face, giving his teachers the universal signal for staying hush hush before dropping the paper and dived into the darkness of the alley. All of a sudden, Aizawa got out of the car and ran into the alley before seeing no trace of his student. He was stunned and confused as he tries to wrap around how his student disappear without a trace. All the teachers followed him and were all starstruck as they reached where Aizawa was. Vlad King. How the hell did that kid disappear? He didn't even leave a trace behind. Midnight. He didn't show this kind of skill at school. Now, I'm curious about what else he's hiding. Nezu. So do I, but given the way we treated him, I highly doubt he'll show it in school or. Aizawa. Or there is a reason why he is hiding. All the teachers looked back at Aizawa, who held the piece of paper Izuku dropped. This sparked all the teachers' curiosity as they wonder what's on the paper. Hazashi. What do you mean? Aizawa just handed the paper over without saying a word. When Hisashi opened the paper, he saw a message written on the paper, and when he read it out loud, all the teachers were shocked with horror fixed on their faces. Just stop. There's no point in trying to get involved. You won't understand, you never would. Don't try looking for me. Even if you try, you will never find me, and it's best that you don't. The words in that letter terrified the teachers. Why would someone write this? Why would a student write this? The more Aizawa thinks about it, the more horrified he gets as he thinks about it. Knowing that their cover is blown, they decided to return to the school and figure out their next course of action tomorrow. The next day, the teachers were exhausted from last night. Aizawa was so worried about Izuku that he was willing to go back and find him. Hisashi, however, talked him out of it, as he would be going on nothing to lead on. The teachers tried to decipher what Izuku wrote in the letter, but they had no luck, as they have no idea what the context entails. They just agreed that they would go to him and talk with him, as that was their only option. They knew that they have to have the talk, but some of the teachers already given up on the student, even Hisashi given up on him, as at the end they were chasing someone that didn't want help. It was early in the morning when Nezu just got into his office, noticed two people in his office. He could tell that they are heroes and wondered what they were doing at his school. Nezu. Hello, how may I help you two? Hero 1. Good morning, sir. We're here from the Mizuko Hero Agency. We were hoping if we could ask you a few questions. The two heroes showed their hero licenses confirming who they are. When Nezu looked at the names on their licenses, he realized that they are the number 4 and number 5 heroes in all of Japan, Blue Blaze and Flash Arrow. Nezu. Of course. What do you need? With excitement filling Nezu's eyes, he hopped over to his desk and propped himself up in a professional manner before starting the meeting. 1.5 hours later, Izuku Pav. Why am I getting this luck right now? Maybe if I didn't have picked up the phone or told my teacher those things, then I wouldn't have to deal with this shit in the first place. I've been trying to figure out how to avoid my teacher after I got home last night, and the only plan I could think of and am currently doing is to get to school early. There was a reason why I said those things in the letter last night. Ever since the incident with Umbrella and the erection of the quarantine zone, no one was allowed to enter except for those who live in the quarantine zone. This meant every hero in Japan was not allowed to go in, even if their case involves going to the other side. They were not allowed to go and had to essentially drop their case or find another lead. Why's that? Well, maybe it's because the damn checkpoint is run by Umbrella. Their CEO seems very desperate to make sure no one, not even the government, knew what happened or what the effects were, or the fact that they made a bioweapon that turns people into monsters. Since no one's seen these monsters or even heard of them, it was practically impossible to tell the truth. The only people that knows about these damn things are those who were affected by the incident, and Umbrella will do anything to make sure they don't say anything. They didn't bother with me as no one believes a quirkless, not even the police believes them. I got to school and thanked God that none of the teachers are in the hallways. I made my way to my classroom, and as soon as I opened the door, I saw two heroes, the very two I never wanted to see in my life. Flash Arrow. Hey kid. Izuku. Yamato. Hisashi. Blue Blaze. Hey son. Class 1A Pav. Everyone in 1A were in the hallway walking to their classroom. They were still confused after everything that happened yesterday, with the teachers now worrying about the quirkless in their class and how they were able to dodge Mr. Aizawa's capture weapon with such moves. They tried to not think about it as they didn't care about him, but when the teachers worry, that only means that there's something wrong and the quirkless is involved somehow. It didn't make things better. Kaminari. Hey, do you guys think the teachers had the quirkless problem figured out? Ashido. Who cares? He's already a pain to the school. I'm still surprised they haven't expelled him after what he did to Bakugo. Bakugo. Please don't remind me. Everyone chuckled as they watched Bakugo relive an embarrassing memory. Everyone reached the entrance to their classroom when they saw their quirkless classmate in the room with two pro heroes inside. Kirishima. Hey, is that him? How did he get here so early? Ida. To think they have the audacity to come back after their stunts yesterday. Who are they with anyway? Ashido. Aren't they Blue Blaze and Flash Arrow? The number 4 and 5 heroes in Japan. Kirishima. What? No way. But why are they talking to him of all people? Hagakure. Only one way to find out. With that, the entire class huddled up to the doors to avoid giving off their presence. 30 minutes later, normal Pav, Aizawa, Mike and Midnight were walking to their classrooms when they got to Class 1A, where the students were standing outside of the room peeking at the door. This annoyed their homeroom teacher, and the teachers were more worried about the class as Aizawa walked towards his unexpecting students. Aizawa, can someone explain to me why the class is being taken outside of the classroom? The students all freaked out by the sudden appearance of their teacher. The students all looked at Ida to give their teacher an explanation. Ida really regretted being the disciplined one in his class. He was about to explain to his teacher when all of a sudden Izuku was shouting very angrily, and this shocked everyone including the other teachers. Aizawa, what's going on in there? Aizawa asked before getting his answer from one of his students, although the wording left a bad taste on him. Bakugo, we don't know. The quirkless is inside with blue blaze and flash arrow. While Aizawa now hated Izuku being referred to as the quirkless, when he heard that there were two heroes inside with Izuku, it didn't sit well with him. As his teacher, he had to stop what was going to happen next. At the same time, the other teachers along with Nezu came, wondering what all the commotion was about. Hazashi filled them in as Aizawa opened the door. As Aizawa just cracked the door ajar, that's when everyone heard Izuku say something that left everyone's jaw open. Izuku, you think I fucking asked for this? To not have a quirk and be treated worse than a villain and a slave combined. You make it sound like I fucking choose to have no quirk. Everyone was shocked to hear Izuku say those words. That was a wake-up call to most, but for Aizawa it was his realization. No one gets to pick what quirk they wanted. To some, it's from their parents or something new. But for a small few it's nothing. Aizawa saw the faults in his treatment towards his student and wanted to make amends to his student. Before he could open the door though, Aizawa and everyone else heard a shocking discovery as Blue Blaze said a single word. Blue Blaze. Son, wait. When everyone heard, son, being said out loud, this had everyone shocked in every possible way. This struck Nezu even harder as he soon realized why the two pros came to Ua, to reunite with their lost child, but somehow it all went south really fast and it wasn't getting any better. Aizawa proceeded to open the door enough for everyone to see what was going on. Blue Blaze, who was now discovered as Izuku's dad, grabbed his son's arm in an attempt to prevent him from leaving and tried to reason with him, was soon found being thrown right at Flash Arrow, with the two crashing down to the ground. Somehow, Izuku being called son by his father triggered him and made him throw a fully grown man twice his size across the room. What Izuku said next shocked them. Izuku, don't ever call me son again. I'm not your son anymore and you're not my family either. You gave all that up when you left us 12 years ago. After Izuku said those words to his own former family, he turned around and went to the door only to see his teachers and classmates standing there with their jaws dropped after hearing what he said. He was shocked, yes, but he was still enraged that he just walked straight through the crowd. Aizawa. Izuku. Don't. Aizawa was about to ask but was cut off by his student. He tried to stop Izuku, but he was cut off again, but this time he felt his anger. Aizawa. Wait, Izuku. I said don't get involved. When Izuku shouted those words, everyone felt his anger, and when he realized what he just said he turned away and ran off. Shota was about to run after his student but was stopped by Nezu. Nezu. Eraser, stop. Give him some time, he wants to be alone. Shocked by what Nezu ordered, with a heavy heart, Aizawa gave up, but not without some answers he was trying to get. He told his students not to go in the classroom yet as he had some questions for the two heroes. Nezu got a little worried and followed suit along with all the other teachers. When they got inside, they saw the two heroes on the ground recovering from what just happened. When they looked up they saw Aizawa with his quirk activated and could tell that they screwed up. Before they could explain though, Aizawa's capture weapon wrapped around the two heroes tightly and dragged them up close and personal. The teachers of course got worried about what Shota was going to do next. That worry stayed as Aizawa asked the heroes what they were doing at Ua. Aizawa. You two have 10 seconds to explain what the hell happened in here and why my student ran off like that. After Aizawa spoke his demands, they were a bit vague. Nezu then joined the interrogation and asked some simplified questions. Nezu. I already checked with the agencies, so you both weren't lying about your titles, but the one thing you didn't mention was that you had a son. When I checked your files, it didn't show any children or spouses. Mind explaining to us why you called the quirkless your son? The two heroes looked at Nezu when they got their question and gave their answer. Blue Blaze. He used to be my son, I'm his biological father. Flash Arrow. I had my son's records purged of any mention of a family in case the family's reputation would get destroyed by the birth of a quirkless. Ectoplasm. And that was 12 years ago. Blue Blaze. Yes, when we found out that Izuku was quirkless, I disowned him and divorced my wife. When the teachers heard that Izuku was disowned by his father, some of them were disgusted at the fact that a hero would disown their own kid for being quirkless, not only towards the two heroes but to themselves, as they would have done the same. Aizawa on the other hand was angered. This was the most info he has gotten about his student's personal life, and it was more grim than he thought. The fact that a parent would disown their own kid was one thing, but disown them at such a young age and going to such an extent to make sure they aren't associated with them is taking the phrase, a little too far, way too far. The other teachers could tell that Aizawa was about to go over the edge until Vlad King asked the next question. Vlad King, if you already disowned him and divorced your wife, why did you come today to see him? The two pros looked down on the ground in shame as they gave their answers. Blue Blaze. We found out that a quirkless got into UA just a few days ago. We found it hard to believe, so we did a personal investigation, and when we found out who it was, we couldn't believe it. Flash Arrow. We came to apologize and make amends for all the pain we caused. However, the pro's answer trailed off, but it didn't take Aizawa any time to figure out what the rest was. Aizawa. He rejected it. Blue Blaze. Yeah, the ending didn't come by surprise, as they already seen the result of said talk. Aizawa was less tense as he now felt guilty for the terrible treatment and neglect he showed to Izuku. However, he didn't loosen the restraints and asked one last question. Aizawa. What happened during your failed reunion, and what did you ask Izuku before he left? That question got the teachers worried as they wonder what is going on with him. He hasn't worried about a student to this extent since he and Hisashi adopted their first son, but never to this level of concern, especially towards a quirkless. The two pros answered the question, and there was some new details that came with it, some were more shocking. Blue Blaze. We just said that we're proud of him for proving us wrong and wanted to apologize. Flash Arrow. We just asked how his mom was and how his studies were going. But he didn't tell us anything. Blue Blaze. I even asked where she is, but he said. The freeze didn't sit well with Aizawa, and the teachers could tell. Being very impatient for answers, Aizawa pressured the heroes. Aizawa. Said what? Blue Blaze. He would rather jump off the roof than tell us where Inko is. Nezu. Inko. Flash Arrow. Izuku's mom and my ex-wife. This shocked the teachers, as this was new info about Izuku that they didn't have since the call. But the info didn't stop there, as Nezu immediately noticed that there was something else. Nezu. That's not all he told you, didn't he? The heroes were surprised when they heard the question. However, they did their research and knew what Nezu is capable of and what he could do to them. Flash Arrow. He mentioned a child's name, Yumi. She's apparently my granddaughter. This shocked the heroes, as the story now involves two kids. This urged Hisashi to find out more about the second child. Hisashi. When did your wife find out that she was? Blue Blaze. After me and my father left. My son said that I'll never see my daughter as long as he lives. This shocked the teachers, as they now learned the amount of hate Izuku has against his father and uncle. They understood why Izuku didn't want to see them again and why he refused to tell them anything. After the teachers got their answers, Nezu escorted the heroes out of the school while being careful as to avoid Izuku from seeing them. He warned the heroes about lying to him again and won't act too kindly next time. After the heroes left, the day went on, but not without Aizawa being more concerned about Izuku. He tried to talk to his student one last time, but it came to no avail. After months of getting nowhere, he started to lose the other heroes' respect and soon lost his interest in helping his student, that he ultimately decided to leave Izuku alone and not worry about him anymore. For the first time in his hero career, Aizawa has left a case unresolved. It's been 5 months since Aizawa stopped pursuing his students since Izuku was staying away thanks to his initial introductions at the start of the school year. Things hasn't been so great for Izuku as the class has now become even more relentless towards Izuku, and some of them like Bakugo were giving Izuku severe injuries that made it even harder for him to keep hidden and do his job. Speaking of jobs, Izuku's line of work has almost dried up. Before he was getting all sorts of jobs, now he's stuck with some of the annoying and worst jobs from people such as billionaires and criminals. Thankfully the League of Villains did not contact him, but still. Some of the teachers were all the same and treated Izuku poorly, which angered Aizawa, but he didn't say anything, but he didn't have to, as the teachers could tell. This led to Aizawa losing some of his colleagues' respect and is on the ropes with Nezu. For the first time in his career, Aizawa now felt what Izuku has been through as a quirkless and started to hate Izuku for it. He was back to his old self and even worse than before. It was the start of class and both Class 1A and 1B are in a room with their teachers wondering what is going on. After 10 minutes, Nezu came in with sparkles in his eyes. This got everyone in the room curious. They soon got their answer. Nezu. Good morning, students. I have some exciting news today. Everyone was now more curious, including the teachers. What Nezu said next excited everyone but horrified Izuku. Nezu. We've been invited by the Umbrella Corporation to try out their new state-of-the-art training grounds today after school. And that means everyone. Nezu said the last part in disgust, and everyone knew what that meant. The quirkless has to come, and everyone hated that. Even the teachers and Izuku hated this requirement as well. That feeling grew worse since the incident. Nezu. That's not all. Some of the top hero agencies will be there as well. This is a great way to connect and represent yourselves. All the students were excited for the trip while Izuku was miserable for it. He really didn't want to go and he knew everyone didn't want him there. Before the last class started, Izuku went to his homeroom teacher who was with Present Mike and Midnight. Izuku. Excuse me, sir. Aizawa. What the hell do you want? Aizawa was really grouchy and didn't appreciate the fact that the quirkless that caused him trouble was coming to him for a question. The other teachers also didn't appreciate Izuku's presence. Izuku. Is it possible if I can opt out of the field trip? The teachers weren't surprised that the quirkless wanted out, and Aizawa didn't really care anymore and let Izuku be. Aizawa. Very well, just don't come back if you changed your mind. Izuku could tell that his teacher was annoyed with his presence and gave them a confirmation. Izuku. Don't worry, I won't. With that, Izuku left and everything went without a hitch. That was until it came to getting out of the school. Izuku left early as the buses were going to take some time to come. He was at the entrance getting his shoes and was about to head out until he saw his former father and uncle at the door. He had to hide behind the shelves to avoid being seen by the former family members. While he hid from his father and uncle, he was spotted by his teacher walking over to the entrance and saw him hiding. He didn't have the time to deal with this but still wanted an answer for why he is still at school. Aizawa. Why the hell are you still here? Izuku turned around and was really hoping that he wouldn't run into his teacher. Knowing that he was in trouble either way, he told his teacher the truth. Izuku. I was about to leave, until I saw those two at the door. When Izuku indicated the two pros at the door, Aizawa immediately knew what was going on. He then made the mistake of suggesting an idea that sort of triggered Izuku. Aizawa. Why don't you actually give them a chance? Maybe things will. Izuku. There's no fucking way I'm giving those bastards a second chance. Not after they left. Aizawa could tell the disdain in his student's voice and realized that he plucked a nerve. Even though he remembered what Izuku's former father told him, he still didn't feel anything for Izuku as he did before. Even though he disliked his quirkless student, he was not at the level of being able to leave a student alone at school. So with whatever pride he had left, he took Izuku to the buses. Aizawa. Come with me, you're going on the trip. Izuku. What? You. Aizawa. No buts. Aizawa said sternly before Izuku could finish what he was about to say. Izuku accepted his defeat and walked with his teacher. Before they exited the building into the bus area, Aizawa said one last thing before they went. Aizawa. One other thing, quirkless, just because I helped you out doesn't mean I'm your shoulder to cry on when you have problems. Izuku took that loud and clear before saying one last thing to him. Izuku. And since when did I ever ask for your help? Aizawa was enraged when Izuku said that, but it wasn't the last thing Izuku has to say. Izuku. And for the record, I didn't need a hero to come save me. Hearing those words coming from someone stung Aizawa, but it hurts even worse when it came from a student. He was shocked when Izuku said those words to him, but the fact that he said it in a way that implies that he has lost all trust in others, including heroes. The worries and fears he once had 5 months ago came back as he begins to wonder what the hell Izuku has been through, but he knew that he already burned the bridge on that chance. All he can do now is worry for Izuku's safety. The trip to the training facility was not exactly pleasant, at least not for Izuku and Aizawa. The teachers and students took a disliking at the fact that the quirkless is also coming on the trip, and the teachers slowly lost more of their respect for a racer, and he knew his days at UA were numbered. Time skip brought to you by Aizawa slowly losing his reputation while Izuku quietly gets bullied. The facility wasn't lying when it said that it was military grade. The facility was decked out with futuristic equipment along with holographic technology. The classes were all hyped to try out the equipment, and heroes from the top agencies were also there. The classes let loose and were all having fun while also making connections with the agencies, all while Izuku was on the side using some of the exercise equipment to stay in shape and avoiding all human contact. That was until a representative of the facility came up to him. Representative. Excuse me, is your name Izuku Midoriya? Izuku froze when he heard his full name said out loud. He stopped exercising and looked at the person in suspicion. Izuku. How did you know my last name? Representative. So you are the right person. I'm a member of Umbrella's Specialist Division. I found your file in the database and your info was there, first name, last name, and quirk status. This got Izuku worried as he has never used his last name in any of his documents since his father and uncle left. Knowing Umbrella, they probably found out the old illegal way. There was no point in trying to lie, so Izuku caved in. Izuku. So you know that I'm quirkless, what do you want? Representative. We are finishing up our never-before-seen training facility and we were hoping that you would be the first one to use it in a demonstration. This confused Izuku as he wonders why they wanted a quirkless. For something that hasn't been seen before, a quirkless would not be the first pick. Hell, they wouldn't even be a pick in the first place. Why would they want a quirkless to try out their facility in the first place? This made Izuku not want to do it. Izuku. You do realize that you're asking a quirkless, right? Representative. Oh, I know, it was your teachers that recommended you for it, and don't worry, it's designed to be completed without a quirk, so you will be fine. When Izuku heard his teachers were the ones that recommended him, he was not convinced in the slightest, and this guy was doing a poor job at trying to convince him. It was starting to get on the workers' nerves as he was trying to get Izuku to go with him and Izuku was not having it. Izuku. Look, I know that the company is already in a shit position, but I can tell you one thing for sure is that you are asking the wrong person. Why don't you pick someone else instead? They'll be a better candidate than me. The representative didn't let go and won the deal with one line. Representative. Unfortunately, as much as we'd like to, it has to be you. It was also your principal's request. Plus, he also mentioned something like expulsion if you don't do this. Izuku knew that something was completely off with what the guy said, but he also knew that Nezu was just waiting for this day to happen as well. With an annoyed heart, Izuku gave in and agreed to do the exercise. Izuku. Fine, I'll do it. Representative. Great, please follow me. With that, Izuku followed the representative before hearing them say one last thing. Representative. Oh, almost forgot, the name's Nikolai. Time skipped to everyone heading to the viewing room. The event was a success and the classes were talking amongst themselves and the pros were talking with each other. Aizawa on the other hand was alone in the corner contemplating how everything went wrong when he started to worry about Izuku. He lost the respect of all the teachers and is worried that he might lose his job and marriage over a quirkless kid. When he remembered Izuku, he realized that Izuku isn't in the room and it was lunchtime. His worrying getting the best of him, he texted the teachers' group chat and got the usual response. We're missing a student. N. If it's the quirkless, we know. MN. Can't we get through the event without mentioning it? PM. Seriously. I know it's just. VK. Speaking of which, why did you bring it here anyways? EH. The kid's former dad and uncle were at the school today. E. What? Weren't they kicked out though? N. They were, but not on serious charges. S. So the quirkless was trying to avoid them and you dragged him on the trip. EH. Yeah, but it's clear that he hates me now for bringing him here though and, never mind. N. You forgot the rule, didn't you? EH. What? Aw shit, can we not do this? N. As much as I want to, knowing that it's about the quirkless, yes, but rules are rules. VK. Come on, everyone on Eraser. EH. Damn it. It didn't take long for the teachers to find Aizawa and sit at his table. They weren't happy about it, not even Hizashi was looking forward to it either. It was a tradition that the teachers have where if one of them has a troubling thought that they have to come together and make them talk, and Eraser was not liking it even the slightest. Aizawa. Can we not do this here? Nezu. Nope, better to get it over and done with now than later. Snipe. So what did the kid do now? Ectoplasm. Come on Eraser, this will all be over once you tell us. Aizawa knew that there was no other way to get out of this tradition, so he gave up and told the teachers. Aizawa. Did you ever have someone tell you they didn't ask for a hero to save them? When Aizawa said those words, any anger the teachers had disappeared and turned into shock. Not a single teacher had ever heard someone say those words to them, and it didn't take them long to figure out who said it. Nezu. And it was the quirkless that said it. Aizawa. Yeah, but I never expected to hear those words come from a kid though. It hurts even more hearing it from a student. The teachers couldn't imagine what Aizawa felt when he heard those words coming from his own student. Even though they had lost a lot of respect for Eraser, they could tell that he is worried about his students and still respected him for that. Midnight. Let me guess. You're worried that he may have had a bad experience with heroes before? Vlad King. With a response like that, who wouldn't? I mean, I had jumpers tell me that they didn't want to be saved, but hearing it from a kid that, just. Before Vlad King could finish, everyone in the viewing room turned to the training area where the room morphed, turning into a giant labyrinth. The students and pros looked in awe as the room changed. However, something was off about the room. It was much darker than the other rooms and looked like a tsunami hit the area. It was a complete mess. That was when everyone saw Izuku being escorted out into the training facility by a representative. The pros were curious as to what was going on, and the students felt annoyed and jealous that their quirkless classmate is taking on the biggest attraction. The teachers were confused as to why Izuku was taken there while also finding out where he is. Ectoplasm. Hey, isn't that him? Aizawa. Yeah, why is he being taken there? Nezu. Something about this area doesn't seem right. How is it such a mess? Midnight. I wonder why they took him there. As they watched Izuku get taken to what seemed to be the start position, they saw that another participant was waiting for them. Although, the other participant was much older and was in handcuffs, which didn't sit well with the teachers or pros who have yet to know. 5 minutes earlier, Izuku was walking with Nikolai into a training area where the course automatically shifted into a new area. This amazed Izuku, but not to a level where he is distracted by it. He was more curious about the condition that the area was in. It looked like the scenes from the quarantine zone where there's destroyed debris as well as torn down walls. That was when Nikolai spoke, trying to reassure Izuku, but instead made him more suspicious. Nikolai. Sorry about the mess. The team's been having a hard time trying to clean this section for the last month. It was a new training area for our elite operatives. Izuku had a hard time believing that cleaning up debris was hard to do. He had to move debris twice his size back home, and it wasn't that hard after a few tries. Soon they reached the starting point where they met with another person who was in handcuffs. This gave Izuku a bad feeling as he wonders why that person had handcuffs on them. Before Izuku could ask any questions, Nikolai spoke and told Izuku to go to the starting point. Nikolai. Please go stand next to the other participant. Don't worry, they don't bite. It wasn't exactly reassuring to Izuku, and the fact that it was mentioned already put him on high alert. For the sake of his school and whatever reputation his teacher had left, Izuku complied and went next to the handcuffed man. Once he reached there, Nikolai turned around, giving Izuku the chance to get some answers. Izuku. Hey, what is this place? Just before Izuku could get his answer, he heard snarling sounds coming from down below. That sound was too familiar to him and he realized that when he looked down and saw the undead. That's when Izuku realized that this wasn't a training area, it was a death trap and he was going to be executed. Just as he turned around, Nikolai had a gun in his hand and shot the handcuffed man in the head, killing him as his corpse fell down into the pit and becomes swarmed by the undead as the body gets torn apart and eaten till there was almost nothing left. Izuku tried to dodge but was hit in the shoulder, but he didn't fall into the pit. He didn't feel too much pain as this was the millionth time he was shot, but enough to make him fall to the ground with an adequate amount of pain. Izuku was on the very edge when Nikolai came up to him and picked him up by the neck. He was choking Izuku while also restraining himself from killing him. Nikolai. You know this would have been all over if you didn't move. I guess the dead will have to do the rest. Those were the last words Nikolai said before throwing Izuku into the pit to meet what was supposed to be his demise. The whole crime was witnessed by everyone in the viewing room. They were all horrified when they saw the man get shot and killed by the representative, but when they saw the body fall into the new area, that fear grew even more when they saw a crowd of what seemed to be sick people go up and start ripping the flesh off of the body. This didn't sit well with the students and heroes as they now watched Izuku get thrown into the area, horrified that what happened to the man will also happen to their quirkless classmate. However, a range of events happened instead, and not a single one was Izuku's death. Izuku's pav, there I was, completely dumbfounded, ignoring every warning sign from the universe, and currently falling to what is supposed to be my death. Of course, this was a trap. How did I not see this coming? Everything about this was off and yet I walked straight into it. While I was thinking about all the signs I incompetently ignored, I forgot I was falling and landed on my back. It hurt like hell, but not as bad as the bullet. Instead of complaining about my pain and trying to ease it, I was more focused on the bigger situation, being that I am now in the same room as all the hungry undead and not all of them were feasting on the now dead body. This day is already getting worse and I didn't even get to the other side for it to happen. After my little internal dilemma, I got up and began to run straight out of the room. While I was running, I was taking in my surroundings and realized that the area looked like an abandoned hospital after the outbreak. It kind of reminded me of my early days and I had a good idea of how to navigate these areas. The only problem was that the hallways were filled with the undead and I was still in my school's gym uniform. I had to run to get enough speed to jump over two of the undead to get by. I had my sights on a door at the end of the hallway, but there were two problems. The door was barricaded from this side with chains and the undead are crowded around it. I had a flash thinking moment when I saw the scene. As I quickly examined the door, I found a window that sits above the door. The only way to get up was to use the undead to get high enough to reach the window. So without hesitation, I ran with enough speed to use the railing that was still attached to get above all of the undead and used one of their heads to get enough height to get to the window. It was more of a crash than a landing as I broke through the window and hit the wall pretty hard on impact before falling even harder to the ground. I was so exhausted as my heart was still racing after almost dying. I was trying to catch my breath only to find an undead missing its legs surprise grab me and trying to get a bite. Thanks to my quick reflexes, I was able to throw the undead over me and far away enough for me to get up and get out of there. The moment I got up, another undead grabbed my leg, not letting go. The second my eyes locked on the undead, I immediately stomped on its head, turning it into brain jam. It was not safe here and the undead were rattling the door from the other side and it didn't look like it was going to hold for long. When the noise caught my attention, I noticed a sign on the door that said, "Dead inside, do not open. Thanks for the warning, assholes." At least my teachers didn't see this. Aizawa's pav. What the hell did we just watch? Everyone including the heroes and students just watched my student escape death with a skill set that he somehow managed to hide from everyone and smashed someone's head with a single stomp. I'm having a hard time believing what I just saw and I'm not the only one. Bakugo. What the damn hell? Ida. Did he just kill someone? Endeavor. That kid is fast. Rock Lock. Who is that kid anyways? Vlad King. He's a hero course student at UA. Present Mike. How is that kid able to move like that without a quirk? When Mike said those words, shock rose with the pro heroes and it was a surprise shock rather than a disgusted shock. Mount. Lady. Wait, he's quirkless. Death arms. I thought he was using a quirk, but to do this without one, damn. Fat Gum. That's actually both impressive and worrying. When I heard Fat Gum say, worrying, that got me even more worried at what he was thinking. I couldn't bring myself to ask and just continued watching as my student fends for his life against something we never saw before. Izuku's paw. While holding my bullet wound to prevent any more blood loss, I was using the signs to make my way to an operating room that didn't have any undead inside, thank God. I barricaded the door before looking around for anything I can use to treat my wound. After a while, I found some surgical instruments along with some stitching equipment and alcohol. This was enough for me to perform on myself. After I quickly sterilized the equipment, I heard the undead banging on the door. The door was not going to hold for long, so I had to do the operation fast. I sat down before sterilizing my wound to begin the operation. I grabbed the forceps and began to dig into my flesh and fish out the bullet. It hurt like hell, but it was better to get it out now than keep it inside of me. Sure, I still have bullets inside of me, but where the bullet is lodged, it was going to cause a lot of issues and even get me killed. It took me a whole minute to find and get a hold of the bullet, and I was in immense pain from the movement. With a bit more strength, I pulled the bullet out and covered my wound with gauze that I had to also sterilize with alcohol, and boy did it sting. After I secured the gauze, that was when the door blasted open and a wave of undead came toppling through. The ones that were at the front of the wave were being crushed by those from the back climbing on top of them. That was my signal to get the fuck out of here. I used the chair that I was sitting on to get some more height and jumped over the undead wall. I then grabbed the door frame and swung my way back out into the hallway before running away from the horde. 10 minutes later. This hospital area is a fucking nightmare. The place is so damn big that I almost got lost multiple times. Not only that, but how many undead did these assholes bring? Like seriously, I almost walked straight into several hordes, and this place is packed with them. Thankfully I didn't get bitten or scratched and made my way to the entrance. However, it looked like it had seen better days given the number of dead bodies in unique conditions. Best that you don't know. As if the bodies weren't enough to ruin my day, the entrance is barricaded with some high-tech gate bullshit, and it requires 3 fucking keycards. I mean, what were they fucking thinking? That this is some kind of fucking game? Seriously, once I get the fuck out of here, I'm giving whoever came up with this dumb bullshit a piece of my mind. Unfortunately, this means I have to go back into the hospital to find these fucking cards, and I didn't have the vaguest clue as to where they might be. There's one thing I do know, and it's that there's no way in hell that I'm going back into the area without a weapon. So I went on a treasure hunt and looked through the bodies for anything I can use. One of the bodies had a document which, after skimming through, revealed the locations of the 3 cards. Why do I feel like I've seen this done before? I took it without hesitation and found a pistol as well. It was near a dead body that had its lower half crushed under a pillar. As I was about to grab the gun when all of a sudden, the undead tried to grab me. I got out of the way before it could grab me, but I was already on edge after almost getting killed multiple times today. So, being in an angry mood and pissed off, I yelled, "Oh no you don't," before grabbing a computer tower nearby and used it to smash the undead's head in one blow. I was already fed up with this bullshit that I was one step closer to committing a massacre in this very facility. After killing the undead, I grabbed the gun, checked its ammo and grabbed any extras nearby, and began my search for these goddamn keycards. Normal POV. Meanwhile, in the viewing room, everyone from the pros to the students watched Izuku this whole time, and every time he escapes near death or kills someone, it terrifies them. Seeing someone commit murder didn't sit well with them. While others are disgusted by the scenes, Aizawa was worried, terrified, and concerned about Izuku. After seeing what he was capable of, his mind was starting to ask questions so fast that he didn't have time to answer any of the early ones. He only knew a bit of Izuku's past and current life, but not enough to figure out most of the questions. Nezu could tell that he was even more worried and could tell that he regretted letting his student's case go. Even the other teachers could tell, and they all felt guilty for disrespecting him as a teacher, which led him giving up on Izuku. The moment Izuku left to find the keycards was the exact moment that Nikolai walked into the viewing room. Everyone looked at the man in disgust, and the moment Nikolai asked, "What?" was the very moment that Aizawa became so enraged that he got up, walked straight to the man before grabbing his shirt and delivering a hard punch right in his face. The force was enough to throw the man down to the floor and shocked everyone by the act. The students and teachers were shocked as they watched Aizawa punch one of the facility officials, throwing them onto the ground. Shortly after, Aizawa proceeded to grab the man by the collar and roared his rage at him. Aizawa, give me one reason why I shouldn't end you right now. Nikolai. For what? Dealing with your quirkless problem. I mean really, how can a mistake like that ever become a hero? Nikolai was completely unapologetic when he said those words. The pros and students were all disgusted by what they heard, but Aizawa was even more furious when he heard them. This got all the students worried about what their teacher, who's also a pro, was going to do to the man. Nezu. Eraser, calm down. Aizawa. This bastard threw my student into a fucking death trap. How the hell am I supposed to calm down when Izuku could die? The anger Aizawa felt was shared throughout the room. The teachers now felt the fear Aizawa is going through, knowing that one of his students is fighting for his life and he can't do anything but watch from afar. As Aizawa raised his fist and his students gasped, and when the moment was at its highest peak, 4 officials walked in and stopped the violence, Aizawa was reluctant. Question mark, question mark, question mark. 1. Can you please get off my staff? Aizawa. Like hell I will, after what this bastard did. The officials looked at the viewing window and saw Izuku running in the area. It didn't take the group long to figure out what is going on. Question mark, question mark, question mark. 2. There are better ways to deal with him, but this is not one of them. Aizawa. But still, question mark, question mark, question mark. 3. But still, this is considered battery and you could lose your hero license for it. Aizawa froze when he heard that last line. He realized what he was doing and knew he had to be a better example for his students. With a heavy heart, he let go of Nikolai, which was more of a throw, and walked away with guilt and shame. That was until one of the officials went to Nikolai and pinned him down. Nikolai. Ow, seriously. Aren't you supposed to be on my side? Question mark, question mark, question mark. 4. No, and I should have left you back in the city. Nikolai. Hey. Question mark, question mark, question mark. 4. Shut it, you fucked up big time. The official then handcuffed Nikolai and took him towards the door, where 2 more officers emerged. Question mark, question mark, question mark. 1. You better have a good explanation for this. Nikolai. When have I not? Nikolai smirked before being shoved by the official behind him into the 2 guards. Question mark, question mark, question mark. 4. Take him to one of the interrogation rooms and extract everything out of him. With the order given, Nikolai was escorted out of the room, leaving the crowd wondering who these people are. Endeavor. Sorry, who are you people? That was the question everyone wanted to know, as they never saw these people before. Each of the members then introduced themselves one by one. Question mark, question mark, question mark. 1. Oh right, sorry about that. I'm Evelyn Marcus, and I'm the new president of the Umbrella Corporation. Question mark, question mark, question mark. 2. My name is Leon S. Kennedy. I'm with the Secret Service. Question mark, question mark, question mark. 3. My name's Chris Redfield. I'm with the Bioterrorism Security Assessment Alliance, BSAA for short. Question mark, question mark, question mark. 4. And I'm Jill Valentine. I'm also part of the BSAA. Heads up, all these characters have quirks. Everyone was shocked to learn that the president of the Umbrella Corporation, a member of the Secret Service, and members of the BSAA were at the facility. Now everyone wants to know what they are doing here. Nezu. Well, this is unexpected. Mind if I ask, what are you all doing here? Chris. We came here to start training some of the recruits for both the BSAA and the Secret Service. Evelyn. I came here to make sure everything went smoothly. Leon. We were about to examine one of the areas here, but that's when we heard a hard crash. Jill. That's when we saw the facility and Nikolai being held down by you. Mind if I ask why you had him pinned down to begin with? When Jill brought up the incident, Aizawa was trying to come up with an answer but was filled with so much guilt that he couldn't come up with an answer. Thankfully, Nezu came to the rescue and answered the question. Nezu. Your officer tried to kill a student of ours who was now in the training area. When the squad heard that a kid was almost murdered and is trapped in the facility, shock and horror grew on their faces. Evelyn was the most horrified as this was the first training facility she was running and now it was being turned into a place for murder. This is not what she wanted for the company after she removed her family when they nearly destroyed 2 countries. The group looked at the area only to find it covered in so much blood and gore which accentuated the horror to even worse heights. Vlad King. Before our student got thrown into the area, that bastard shot someone dead before the body fell in and was swarmed by a handful of those. Jill. Undead. Midnight. What, Leon? How the hell did the undead get here? They shouldn't be outside the quarantine zone. The guests were confused by the terms but some of the students could tell exactly what they were talking about. Mirio. Undead as in, zombies. When Mirio spoke those words, everyone in the room realized the threat. Sure, the concept is pretty outdated and overly used in everything, but the idea is pretty much universal to everyone. Dead come back to life and feed on the living, nothing out of the ordinary. The squad realized that they slipped and knew that lying was not an option. Leon. Yes, I'm afraid so. The confirmation shocked everyone in the room as this was impossible to believe. Some of the students and heroes were having a hard time believing this, even the teachers didn't want to believe it, but with the evidence right in front of them, they had to. Aizawa. You can't be serious, I mean who in their right mind would make these damn things? Evelyn. Unfortunately, Umbrella. When Evelyn spoke out, everyone was shocked aside from Leon, Chris, and Jill. They had first-hand experience with Umbrella's creations before. Aizawa was shocked and angry when he heard the answer. He was about to speak but Nezu beat him to the count. Nezu. You mean to tell us that one of our students is fighting for their life against monsters that your company created? Nezu's tone was clearly agitated as the teachers and pros worry what was going to happen next. They were still angry and Evelyn knew that. She knew that they wanted an explanation and gave it to them. Evelyn. Yes, before I took over the company after my father passed away, my brothers ran Umbrella and conducted illegal experiments which the government now calls bioorganic weapons, or BOWs for short. It wasn't until a few months ago when the government forced my family out and blacklisted them from ever running a company again. Midnight. I heard about that. This was after the trial where they tried to fire a missile on a town here after they destroyed one in the States. This shocked most of the teachers and heroes as this was the same person who was related to the late owners responsible for these major incidents. Evelyn. That's right, I was appointed as the new CEO of the company after I agreed with the government to clean up the quarantine zone without the use of extreme measures such as said missiles. The new details brought forth were very alarming to everyone as they learned more about Umbrella. Evelyn continued to expand on her explanation. Evelyn. That's one of the reasons why I created this facility. It was designed to train soldiers and specialists on dealing with the undead. The only thing is that we don't use actual undead as that would risk another outbreak happening. The answer didn't sit well with the heroes and teachers as they now learned what the facility's purpose was. Vlad King. So you had us bring our students here to train them against the undead. Evelyn realized what they were thinking and cleared it out. Evelyn. No, far from it. We didn't have any data on the undead that we had to stop training as it was unsupervised. I was only appointed a few months ago and any data that was collected before was erased. To make sure that the facility didn't go unused, we turned it into a hero training facility. We would never do that to you or your students. Aizawa. Except you did. When Evelyn explained her excuse, Aizawa was not buying it due to the fact that Izuku ended up in the current life and death situation. He didn't buy anything that Evelyn said and the teachers could tell. Evelyn noticed and tried to reassure him but what she said next didn't help the situation. Evelyn. I know and I will take full responsibility for whatever happens. This answer shocked the heroes, terrified the students, and angered Aizawa to the point that he had to be restrained by the other teachers. Aizawa. You bitch, are you literally saying that my student is as good as dead? Evelyn knew that she pulled a nerve. She wanted to reassure him that his student was going to be okay but there was only one problem. Evelyn. I know that you're angry, I want to get the kid out just as much as you do. The problem is that the area is under extreme restrictions when a test is running. Chris, Leon and Jill came in to back up Evelyn, and the news they gave nearly broke Aizawa. Chris. The area was classified as an extremely dangerous work area and only high-level personnel was given access to it. Sadly, none of us have that level, not even Evelyn can get in. Leon. Seeing the area in its current state, it was clear that certain members were using it as an execution floor to dispose of people knowing that they would be killed by the undead. When it came for Jill's turn to add in, Aizawa was begging inside for some good news, something that can be done for his student. However, it was the complete opposite. Jill. The only way he can make it out alive is if he can completes the area, and even that's impossible as no one has ever completed the area outside of a body bag and that's if there's anything left of them. The news practically broke Aizawa as he realizes that he is about to lose a student and there was nothing he can do to save him. He fell to the ground as his husband catches him and holds him close as Aizawa felt guilty for failing a student. The students were horrified that someone at their school was going to die and they would have to watch it happen. Then out of nowhere, an alarm was triggered bringing everyone's attention to the large screen in the room showing Izuku trapped in a room with dozens of undead. They were all dreading what was to come. Izuku's path. Finding 2 of the 3 keycards was not difficult. They were just laying on the tables which almost no one has gotten to in a while as there was just a crap load of dust surrounding them and less than a handful of bodies to accompany them. It was as if no one had gotten to any of them. When I got to the last key card, I saw why. Turns out I got them in reverse and saw where most of the bodies were. The moment I stepped into what looks like a patient room for 8, the door behind me locked and the noise caused over 24 undead to stand up and look right at me. To make matters worse, the gun's magazine was practically empty, and didn't have enough to take them all down. I tried to look around for anything to use but the room was scraped clean as if nothing was left behind. The very next moment as I quickly looked around a bed, I found the last keycard and next to it was a pencil that was already down to about half of its size. It wasn't much but it sure as hell was better than half a clip against the undead, so I said, fuck it, and went for it. As I went in for the pencil and keycard, that was when the undead started coming right at me. They were fast, but I was faster. I grabbed the pencil with the keycard and the first undead that came in went with their head first, big mistake. I grabbed its head and drove the pencil straight through its skull and out again. It didn't take much effort as the skull was already decaying and the smell got really strong. That is just telling you how old some of these bodies were and how easy it is to kill them. 2 more undead came at me and I flipped one of them over as I drove the pencil through the other's skull into their brain, killing them before doing the same to the one I flipped. As another undead came at me I used the pencil to rip its jaw off and pushed it into the others causing a crowd of undead to fall. One of the undead avoided the falling crowd and managed to grab me, but I was able to pull away with the entire arm before throwing it away and using the pencil to finish it off. As I took out the undead I soon realized that there are more undead than I can handle and knew I need to get out and fast. I looked around and found a window with some holes that I can fit through. The glass seemed like it was double glazed but still sturdy enough to hold back the undead. Somehow the rest of it has yet to shatter and was the perfect escape out of here. Without any hesitation, I started to run towards the window and dodging every undead that came my way. There was this one giant undead standing at the window and was about to grab me but I dodged it before it could get the chance and slid between its legs. I was at the window but the hole was too high to reach and I didn't have anything high enough to reach it. However, I had a giant undead and a chair right next to me and that gave me an idea. I went to grab the chair and used it to whack at the giant undead's leg to knock them down a notch and used its knee to vault up to its head to get enough height to the window. I gave the pencil a farewell before driving it into the undead's head to kill it. It fell away from the window giving me the perfect angle to jump through the hole without getting scraped or stabbed by any loose glass. That was an extremely close call as I was almost turned into an undead supper. I was trying to catch my breath when my wound reminded me that I was still injured and had to keep moving if it wasn't for the sound of the undead trying to break the glass being a reminder. With all the keycards in hand, I made my way to the gate glad that none of my teachers or heroes saw what happened. Normal Pav. Meanwhile in the viewing room. Hawk. What the hell is up with that kid? Kamui Woods. He just killed all those undead with half a pencil. Chris. That's actually quite impressive. Everyone was shocked when they heard Chris. This alarmed some of the heroes and students as they wonder what Chris's twisted idea makes what they saw, impressive. Gang Orca. What's so impressive about seeing murder? Everyone was siding up with the hero before Chris explained himself. Chris. We didn't see murder, we saw a kid beat death using only his wits and half a pencil. Anyone who went in there alone would have died in a matter of seconds. But that kid knew exactly how to use his surroundings to his advantage without a quirk. This alarmed everyone in the room as they heard the explanation. Some of the heroes weren't sure and continued asking. Best Genist. But aren't the undead still people? We're still watching murder happen. That was when Leon and Jill came in and explained the undead to everyone. Leon. I understand where you're getting at. But unfortunately, once someone turns into an undead, they are no longer human. Jill. When someone gets infected and turns, anything human about them is gone, turning them into these monsters. Anyone that they once saw as family or friends will now be seen as food, and there is no way to revert back to normal after being turned. This alarmed everyone in the room but almost broke Aizawa as he learns more about his student's situation. Aizawa. Are you saying that my student could turn into one of those things? Chris sees the distress in the teacher's eyes but reassures him that it won't happen. Chris. Unless he gets bitten, then yes, however, based on how your student is handling the situation, that will not happen. Nezu. How do you know? Chris. I just do. Izuku Pav. I made it back to the gate after a close call and inserted the keycards into the gate slots. Lo and behold, the gate opened, and as soon as I took my first steps out, the gate closed behind me. The only thing I could think right now was thank God, as I thought the nightmare was finally over. However, I was horribly wrong as I was only in the second part of the area and the only thing I could say was phewick, as I was far from being free. The second part of the area looked like the outside of the hospital with wire gates that separates the hospital area from what looks like a town area with flipped over cars and fallen buildings. The bright side was that I found the exit. The downside was that it was on the other side of the dam area, which is a literal mess with a whole lot of debris. I knew I had to cross that shit show in time before the school leaves, and I don't want to know what these people want to do with me if I'm left behind. Before I passed the gates, I looked around the current space I was in and found a military camp in what looks like the hospital's parking lot. I looked around trying to find supplies to help me, and boy did they have it. The place seemed almost untouched and had a buttload of ammo. I grabbed a bag to put as much as I needed to make the trip through the disaster maze of a town. I grabbed a bunch of ammo and attached a sight for my pistol along with a few flashbangs, smoke grenades and decoys. After I loaded up on supplies, I quickly grabbed a flashlight and spare battery for the journey and made my way to the gate. The bullet wound was making things extremely difficult as it became really hard to climb the gate since there was no power and the generator looked like it'd seen better days. After mustering the last bit of strength I had, I went over the gate and prepared for what was to come in the dark. I walked into town quietly with my gun ready for anything that pops up. It was quiet, too quiet for my liking. If there was one thing I've learned from the quarantine zone was that quiet isn't always good and something else is with you, and a lot of the times, it's not human. I needed to get out of here, but the damn roads are such a mess that I can't even get a good idea of the area. Sure, I can go up on one of the flipped cars to see ahead, but I rather not out my position to whatever the fuck is out there. Time skip of Izuku carefully crossing the area while everyone in the viewing room watches worriedly. It took me forever to get past the wreckage and undead, but I finally made it. For some reason, I didn't find many undead in the area. This worried me as I have no idea of what lies ahead as I'm only halfway through the area and the exit is at the end of the street, which had fewer vehicles. The street was very empty and I didn't like it one bit. If there is one thing that I know for sure is that I'm definitely not alone. I still kept my weapon up as I walked down the street infantry style as I kept an eye out for anything or anyone. I rather not take any chances after what Nikolai tried to pull. I walked for a while longer before hearing loud footsteps coming straight towards me. I didn't want to take any chances, but before I could flee the site, a group of soldiers came out and I lowered my weapon so they won't see me as a threat. Turns out that was absolutely pointless as one of the soldiers at the front of the squad aimed his gun and shot at me with the bullet going into my abdomen. The impact made me fall hard onto the ground with immense pain. The bullet unfortunately was still inside of me and I can't remove it, and to make matters worse, a previous wound opened up and started to bleed. It was clear that the facility wants me dead and they won't stop till I am. That's when I realized that I may have to spill living blood in order to make it out alive. As I threw a smoke grenade to block the soldiers' sights, I moved towards one of the cars. I clenched my gun prepared to fight for my life. At least no one from my school will see this. Meanwhile in the viewing room, normal POV everyone was horrified as they watched Izuku get shot in the abdomen and crawl behind a car holding his gun as if he is prepared to fight. The students were scared as they saw the situation and the teachers tried to get them to look away but with no avail. The pros were shocked that the soldiers would shoot someone who lowered their weapon, and it didn't help that they shot a kid either, which also angered them. However, their anger doesn't compare to how Aizawa felt as he just saw a soldier intentionally shoot Izuku. Nezu and Present Mike were more worried about what Aizawa was about to do as they watched him walk up to Chris. However, Chris was on the same level of anger as he was trying to figure out what the soldiers were thinking when they shot his student. He along with the other members were trying to call off the soldiers while Evelyn was looking into why Izuku was a target. Chris. What the hell were those idiots thinking? Get access to their comms so we can call it off. Jill. I'm trying but they're on a closed line. I can't plug us in. The only thing I can do is listen in. Leon. Same here, but it looks like they're not bnha or Umbrella. They're hired mercenaries. This shocked the entire room as they learned what Izuku is up against. The only thought that everyone was thinking right now was why are mercenaries involved and why are they trying to kill Izuku? It didn't sit well with Aizawa or any of the pro heroes there and it was about to get worse. Chris. Patch into the channel. What the hell are they up to? Jill. Already done, opening channel. Jill puts the channel on speaker and what they heard sent chills down everyone's spines. Mercenary. Channel, Survivor spotted, moving in to eliminate. When they heard the word, Survivor, it brought fear and confusion to everyone. As questions begin to rise, Evelyn found a file that contained info on Izuku and that was when she realized why Izuku was targeted. Evelyn. Chris, I know why they want the kid dead. When Evelyn finished her sentence, everyone in the room was worried as to what the reason for this murder to take place and no one was more eager to find out than Aizawa. Evelyn then proceeded to give Chris the tablet holding the information and the shock in his face drew the attention straight to him. Chris. You got to be kidding me. Evelyn. I know, and to make matters worse, I don't think this was the first time someone tried to kill him. This news added more shock in the room, but Aizawa was already fed up and wanted to know what in the damn hell are the members talking about. Aizawa. What the hell do you mean this isn't the first time? Why are they trying to kill Izuku? Chris saw the anger in the teacher and decided it was best to tell him the answer that he was desperate to hear. Chris. Your student is a. Before Chris could tell Aizawa about his student, all of a sudden, a crashing sound could be heard in the area. This got the entire room's attention and everyone wondered what caused the sound. Chris commanded Leon to see what was going on, but before he could do that, the viewing room moved down like an elevator near the area where Izuku was trapped in. This brought confusion to everyone as they worry about what was going on. Leon. What's happening? Evelyn, it's the final stretch. The cryptic sentence was universally understood in confusion by everyone, but it was soon replaced by horror as they soon watched the scene unfold. Izuku's POV. As I was about to fight against the soldiers, a loud crashing sound could be heard from one of the building shops on the other side of the street and soon came a screeching sound from inside. A sound that was too familiar to me and I knew what was about to come. As I peeked around the corner to see where the origins of the sound was coming from, I saw all the soldiers looking in that direction. Upon further inspection, I realized that they weren't soldiers. They were mercenaries. Well, that explains a lot. I guess Umbrella wanted me dead so much that they are willing to go this far to see it happen. Once I concluded my examination, that was when the origins of the screeching sound took form, and I knew exactly what it was. It was a liquor, and boy was it hungry, but it wasn't just one liquor. It was four, and based on their eyeless faces, they were really craving for something to eat, and they weren't vegans. The mercenaries caught sight of the monsters, and I could tell that this was their first time and was most likely going to be their last. My supposed murderers were frozen to the bone when they first saw the liquors and were horrified by their forms. I was curious to see how they would interact with each other, but honestly, I didn't give a fuck as this was my chance to escape. I quietly moved behind the cars and started to walk away. The mercenaries, on the other hand, were too scared to move. I was surprised that they didn't die in the first 10 seconds, but I had to get out of the area and the exit was just ahead. That was when shit hit the fan as one of the mercenaries opened fire, but it was directed at me. Thankfully, none of the bullets hit me. That was when one of the lickers jumped at the guy and ripped their throat out and started to eat their corpse. The others followed suit and started to fire away. That was when the bloodbath started and the screaming began. I immediately ran towards the exit, and that was when I made my mistake, as I was only a few feet away and a licker jumped in the way. I stopped before I collided with the four-legged monster, as I didn't plan on having my first and last date with one, and held my breath. The thing with lickers is that they are completely blind and rely on hearing to get around. I quietly walked back only to accidentally step on a can, which alerted the licker of my presence. It lunged right at me with its body, but I was able to dodge its attack. It was at the last second, but not without it snagging my backpack with all my supplies. Thankfully I had my gun and an extra clip with me, but the problem was that I only have one full clip and my gun only has one bullet in the chamber, and that wasn't enough to kill a damn licker. Shortly after, I saw two mercenaries making a run for the exit only to be killed by some of the lickers. I knew that I have to kill the damn thing to escape if I was to escape in one piece. I looked around for anything to help deal with the damn monster, and I realized that I was in a mall with a glass ceiling. This gave me an idea, and I knew this was my only option. I yelled at the licker to get its attention, and it started to chase after me as I started running to make it follow me. I had to get it to an open area where the glass can kill the licker, but I also need to find a shelter to avoid it as well. It didn't take long for me to find the spot to execute my plan. It was a food court where there were a few tables left, and one of them would make a perfect shield for the rain, and it was coming close. As I was running to lead the licker to my trap, I took out the empty magazine from my gun and moved out of the way and stopped to let the licker run past me. After the idiot ran by, I threw the magazine over to the opening where the licker ran over to attack it. It was at that moment that I ran towards the licker and kicked it in its side while also shooting up at the glass ceiling, shattering it into deadly arrows that fell down towards me and the licker. I quickly ran to the table and hid underneath as the licker tried to get back on its legs and chase after me, only to be skewered by the shattered glass. The glass pierced everywhere on the licker's body, with some even piercing its tongue and head. It was in pain for some time, but after a few seconds, its life escaped its body and died. With that hell over and done with, I then made my way to the elevator only to find out that some of the mercenaries were still alive and were still on their mission to kill me. However, that was short-lived, as the last surviving lickers then came after them and tackled half of them to death. The other half shot at the lickers, killing them, but that was when things got a whole lot worse as a horde of the undead suddenly came out and surrounded them. I ran into the elevator and closed the door before I could see the outcome, as I didn't want to deal with the undead. I already have to deal with them in the QZ, I don't want to deal with them over here as well. I pressed the button and the elevator took me to a safe floor where there was no undead or monsters. I was safe but still kept my guard up, as the new area looks like a combat arena, and when did anything good come from entering such a place? I was bleeding a lot, but I lost all my supplies thanks to the licker attack, so I was screwed either way. I grabbed my last clip and loaded it into my gun to avoid any more mistakes that I might end up making. I made my way to the other end, cautiously keeping an eye out for any threats that might attack me. As I reached the end of the room, I found an automatic door with a panel that read open. I pressed the button without hesitation and the door slowly opened up. That was when the elevator from where I came out of opened up and 4 mercenaries walked in, with one of them heavily injured. That caused the door to close immediately and the room went into a lockdown. The panel then read, "Infected detected, must be neutralized." I immediately realized that one of the mercenaries is infected, and the only way the doors were gonna open is if they are eliminated. I was hoping that I wouldn't have to kill anyone at the facility, especially because my class and teachers are here along with pro heroes, and if they find out that I killed someone, I might. No, I can't think about that right now. Of course, they aren't watching. No one wants to watch a quirkless. That was when one of the mercenaries shot at me and yelled out my position. My cover was blown, my body is slowly losing blood, and I had to take out the infected person before I can escape this damn place. This is starting to look a lot like the quarantine zone, and now it's leaking into my normal life. This is just fucking great. My complaining was cut short when I heard one of the mercenaries coming up to me, preparing to put me down. As they were coming up to me, I readied my gun for what is to come. As the mercenary came out, I hit the front of their knee really hard, causing them to startle but not enough to fall. I put a bullet in his leg to take them down on their knees and another bullet through their head, taking them out completely. I grabbed their body and lowered them down as to not alert anyone nearby, but I soon realized that was not needed as I didn't have a silencer on. Unfortunately, the one I took down was not their leader, and that means I have yet to see the worst. That's when I realized that my calculations were wrong and there was a fifth member and they were right behind me. Before they could open fire, I dashed out of the way, but not without 2 bullets going into my leg. I kept my mouth shut to avoid giving away my position and escaped with my life. The shooter then shouted, "I hit him," before going to investigate. As they went around the corner to look for me, I was already behind them, and the moment they realized it was already too late. The second they screamed, I put a bullet right in their head. Unfortunately, I didn't catch them in time and the body landed hard on the ground. The other mercenaries would have heard that, but based on the gunfire and hearing one of their buddies scream instantly stop, I knew that they lost one. I knew that they knew that I'm after them and things aren't going their way. That was when I heard more screaming and gunfire back where the mercenaries entered. I went to see what happened and to look for where the infected was, while also being careful not to be spotted. As I carefully moved toward the source, I heard more gunfire and what sounded like coughing and vomiting. Then I heard another scream. That was when I got to the source, and what I saw would have horrified my teachers and classmates. 2 of the mercenaries turned into the undead and were feasting on their leader. I immediately shot the 2 undead mercenaries in the head, killing them instantly. Both bodies fell off the leader, but it was too late. The mercenary was already bitten and it was only a matter of time before they turn as well. Mercenary. HHH, help me. The mercenary was asking me to help them, but there was only one way to do that and he was not for it. I brought my gun up and aimed at the mercenary and the leader was terrified. They tried to squirm away but it came to no avail. He looked at me in fear, but it didn't matter. It was either him or me and I needed to escape, and I don't want to deal with an armored undead. Mercenary. No, wait. Please. Those were their last words before I pulled the trigger and put a bullet into their head. As I watched the now lifeless body leak out blood from the exit holes of the head, another room scan was performed and an AI voice then said, "All infected neutralized, please exit area." With that came the end of this deadly murder attempt and the doors opened up. As I exited the room now filled with bodies, I was trying to pull my heavy body out as I was trying to keep as much blood in my body from getting out. Upon leaving the room, another elevator was waiting for me. At least it wasn't a set of stairs. I entered the elevator and noticed that there were no buttons inside. Before I could leave, the doors closed and the elevator moved by itself. I was a little worried, but the ride was short and my consciousness was already slipping away and I fell to the ground. Before I knew it, I felt something grab me, but I was already gone. Might as well accept that this is the end. Normal POV. 10 minutes earlier. Everyone was shocked when they saw Izuku kill the monster in the mall, especially since he's quirkless. They were amazed by his movement and strategizing that it caught some of the heroes' attention. Even the teachers were impressed. Midnight. I can't believe he was able to kill that thing. Snipe. I can't believe he can move like that while injured. It's kind of worrying. Aizawa was feeling proud of his student and was relieved that he is still alive. That was until he and everyone else saw the surviving mercenaries come after Izuku and saw even more undead surrounding them. Izuku escaped, but the mercenaries were left behind, and that was when everyone saw something even worse. The mercenaries were trying to fight off the undead with their quirks. One member used a lightning attack, but it did absolutely nothing and the undead kept on coming. The other mercenaries tried to use their quirks, but the same result occurred. It wasn't until one of them attacked an undead in the head that came off clean, killing it on the spot. It was a victory for the mercenaries, but was a short-lived one as the undead swarmed in and ate that member. Everyone in the viewing room was horrified as they watched a living human get eaten alive by the dead. Soon, it was a massacre as the other mercenaries tried to fight, but many of them were eaten alive, all while 5 members escaped with their lives. Sure, they were trying to commit murder, but everyone agreed that no one should ever go through that hell. That was until they reached the elevator when Kirishima realized something was wrong with one of the members. Kirishima. Hey, one of them is bleeding. This got the attention of some of the heroes, and the moment they saw them enter the last room where Izuku was, all of a sudden, the room went into lockdown with an AI speaker saying, "Infected detected, must be neutralized." This alarmed Aizawa and the teachers as they now watched the only exit close, locking Izuku in with his attempted killers inside. Aizawa. What the hell is going on? What did it mean by that? Aizawa angrily demanded Evelyn, who was unfazed by him. She told him and everyone else what is happening, and it left them all speechless. Evelyn. Someone in the room is infected with the virus. This is a protocol designed to prevent anything infected or undead from escaping and causing another outbreak. The only way for the lockdown to be lifted is if everything and everyone with the virus is neutralized or... Evelyn froze when she was about to say what the other option was. Aizawa didn't need a moment to figure out what the other way was after he got the info. Aizawa. Or everything and everyone in the room is dead. Evelyn didn't say anything except having her apology face telling Aizawa he was right. Before Aizawa got even more enraged, the sound of shots fired in the room drew everyone's attention. Aizawa's pent-up anger went away as he feared what has happened to Izuku. Everyone went to the window and saw two of the surviving mercenaries going to the other end of the room where Izuku was. Aizawa was desperate to figure out a way to help Izuku, but what he saw next horrified him by how prepared Izuku was. Everyone watched Izuku kill both of the mercenaries and were horrified by his actions. Midnight. Did he just mount? Lady. He killed them without hesitation. Kamui Woods. Why would he do that? Leon. To stay alive, obviously. Everyone was shocked by Leon's cold response. He sighed before giving his explanation. Leon. Remember that these people went in to finish the job the undead didn't do. It's clear that their main objective is to kill the kid and won't stop until he is. The reminder hit all the heroes as they were reminded of the situation. It was so simple for them to forget about Izuku's situation as nothing about the situation made sense, and they hated themselves for forgetting it. Just seeing the kid kill a living person was enough to change the topic. Shortly after the killing, everyone looked back at the front of the room and saw the true capabilities of the threat. The injured mercenary was coughing violently on the ground as one of his companions moved to help him. When he got close to his companion, the injured man grabbed him by the shoulders with an inescapable grasp. Blood was coming out of his mouth, and his skin and eyes turned pale. That was when all the life except for a horrific hunger was left in the man. Before his companion realized it, the newly turned undead mercenary got a bite into his neck and they let out a painful cry from the pain. The other mercenary saw the act and put an entire clip of bullets from his pistol into their former comrade to get the undead off his companion. However, it was already too late as his companion was already infected and started to show the signs of turning much faster and the number of undead doubled. Some of the heroes and students were horrified by the scene, and it didn't stop there. The undead that was shot to hell came back to life as if it was not affected by the damage. As both undead got up and went toward the last member, the mercenary tried to tell his companions to stay where they were, but it came to no avail and the undead kept creeping up as the last mercenary was creeping back. They tried to shoot their gun, but the clip was now empty. That was when the undead were in arm's reach and the mercenary was tackled down. The two undead then bit into the mercenary's neck and blood spread across the room. Everyone in the viewing room was horrified by the scene. Some of the students couldn't handle the scene and held onto their teachers as they understood the gesture and hugged them in support. It wasn't long until Izuku reached the murder scene. Everyone was terrified that Izuku would suffer the same fate. However, Izuku shot both of the undead, leaving only him and the injured mercenary left alive. There was only one problem. The lockdown hasn't lifted and Izuku is still trapped inside. Time skip of everyone watching Izuku kill the injured mercenary begging for his life. The whole room was shocked as they watched Izuku end the life of the mercenary. When they watched Izuku kill an injured person who was begging for their life, that flipped a lot of the heroes. Some of the teachers were disgusted by what they just witnessed. Hawk. He just shot him. Mineta. He was begging for his life. And he just shot him. Snipe. That's no hero. Nezu. We'll have to expel him. Leon. For what? Trying to stay alive and escape. The objection shocked the heroes and students as they heard Leon's defense. They started to wonder why until Leon gave his answer. Leon. That kid was thrown into a death trap and had to use survival instincts to stay alive. In a situation like that, being a hero is out of the question. The explanation angered a lot of the heroes, but Leon stood for what he said as he further explained why. Leon. That mercenary was as good as dead when he was bitten. If the kid didn't pull the trigger, he would have been dealing with an undead giant and may have died as a result. You can't save others if you can't save yourself, and that kid clearly knew that. This shocked all of the heroes as they clearly underestimated the situation. The top heroes were defeated in an argument where they have absolutely no idea of the undead and were clearly outside of their field. Aizawa, on the other hand, was thinking about what Leon meant in his answer. However, before he can ask any more questions, the sound of an elevator opening was heard right next to him. This got everyone's attention and everyone was also scared as to what was behind the doors. When the doors opened, horror rose as Izuku was holding on to the handlebars inside as he looks even worse than he did in the area. Aizawa realized that Izuku was about to pass out and fall. Without hesitation, he dashed right towards his student and caught him just in time. Upon further inspection, he realized just how bad his student was in as his clothes was now soaked in blood and the damage his body had. That was when the medical team came to get Izuku to the infirmary, and as Aizawa went to pick Izuku up, he was even more alarmed by how much he weighed. He weighed almost nothing and felt like he was only bones. He remembered that Izuku weighed more from before, and the fact that he weighed even less was terrifying to him. Aizawa snapped out of his trance when the medical personnel asked to take Izuku to the infirmary. Aizawa complied and let go of the kid for the medical team to tend to Izuku and left the room. Before the doors closed, Aizawa told the UA staff one last thing before he left the room. Aizawa, stay with the students. I'm going with Izuku. With that, Aizawa left the room, leaving the heroes and students worried about the state Izuku was in. Everyone saw Aizawa's face filled with fear, and now they wonder what Izuku has been through, how he learned these skills and how he learned to kill. Izuku Pav. The last thing I remembered was someone catching me and I thought I was as good as dead. Turns out, I'm still alive as I began to hear a beeping sound and didn't have the urge to eat human flesh. It was a plus. As I woke up with my eyes fighting against the bright lights to open up, I found myself in a hospital bed with a blood bag hanging above me. Guess I lost more blood than I thought, as I soon looked to my right and saw a hazardous bin with several empty blood bags sticking out. I didn't like where I was thanks to some previous experiences with hospitals both in the quarantine zone and the other side. I got up, removed all the needles and sensors that were attached to my body, and got out of bed. I examined my body and found new bandages around my new wounds, and made my way to the door. I made sure that no one was outside and left the room I was in and into the hallway. I then walked down the hallway and noticed that this isn't a hospital and more like an infirmary. Am I still in the facility? The thought lingered in my head until I saw the Umbrella Company logo on the wall as I continued to move through the hallway. I kept walking down the hall till I reached the end and found a set of doors that led into the lobby. I made sure no one was there, only to hear what I thought were some heroes. When I opened the door, I found my teachers and classmates all in the waiting room along with all the pro heroes. Eraserhead looked like he was just told some bad news and was upset about something, and all the teachers and heroes were trying to comfort him. I didn't want to bother him as something might have happened while I was passed out, but the second I tried to leave, my teacher looked up and saw me with shock in his eyes. The rest of the teachers, students, and heroes followed suit and their eyes showed shock as well. Aizawa. Izuku. Oh, sorry, I was trying to come up with an excuse, but before I could say anything, my teacher came up to me and out of nowhere, hugged me. Aizawa. Thank God you're alright. The answer confused me as I wondered what he meant. I figured out that he was talking about my wounds, so I quickly came up with a lie to cover up the truth. Izuku. Oh, don't worry. These are just small scratches. There's nothing to worry about. Honest. There was a bit of confusion on my teacher's face along with everyone else, but I didn't think much of it. I thought my lie would work and would get out with only a scolding, but I wasn't expecting to hear what my teacher said next. Aizawa. Kid, we know what happened. We saw everything. That answer horrified me to the bone. I was hoping that he meant something else, like maybe he saw a document that had nothing to do with me by mistake or something else. I decided to ask him with the hope that he was not talking about what I think he's talking about. Izuku. You mean, you saw the Aizawa, the near execution, the mercenaries, and everything in between. Izuku. Including the Nezu. Including their deaths. Everyone watched you fight for your life against both the living and the undead. The moment my teacher told me that everyone saw and Nezu said the word, undead, I was freaking out. Of all the ways that my teachers would find out, it had to be this way. My teacher could tell that I was trying to avoid it and he wanted answers, but before he could ask me anything, 4 people entered the room. 2 of them looked like agents, while the third one looked like a civilian. The last person didn't take long for me to figure out who they were. Evelyn. Oh, you're awake. The doctors said you would be out for the whole day. Evelyn realized she didn't introduce herself as she thought she saw confusion in my face. However, it was the opposite. Evelyn. Pardon me, I'm Izuku. Evelyn Marcus, current CEO of Umbrella. I know who you are. Everyone was surprised that I knew who she was right off the bat. I kept my disgust hidden so no one knew how much I hated her and the company. The other 3 members introduced themselves as Chris, Jill, and Leon. I took a disinterest in Evelyn after what her company did, and my teacher noticed, but before he could say anything, Chris took over and took out a file. Chris gave everyone quite the fright after that incident with the undead. The moment he said undead, I was surprised. Never have I thought to see someone on the other side who knew about the undead, and given his attire it's clear that he is special forces. That was until he read the files, and I began to worry again. Chris. Especially for someone from inside the quarantine zone. When he said, quarantine zone, I knew I was screwed. I looked at my teachers and classmates, and they were shocked and confused. Given what they heard and saw, they wanted answers. That was when Principal Nezu asked the question. Nezu. What does the quarantine zone have to do with this? That was when Chris held up the file, and I immediately knew what he was holding and how screwed I was. My teachers and classmates were still confused about what was happening while I was freaking out. Chris was about to speak until he saw me signal him not to tell the heroes. He got the signal, but it was the exact reason why he and the others came. Chris. That's why we came here. To find out. I knew exactly what he was asking of me, and I burst the curiosity bubble to get my teacher's confusion straightened. Izuku. You came to ask how I knew about the undead, isn't it? Jill. Sorry, but when we learned that you're a resident from within the quarantine zone, we had to ask. I froze as my secret was exposed. Now, every hero and everyone from UA knows. I saw my teacher's face and I could tell that they couldn't believe it. I knew that they didn't want to believe it, and I was feeling humiliated about it. I didn't want my teacher to find out about my life this way. Heck, I didn't want anyone to find out at all. It was just easier that way as they wouldn't get involved and ask questions about it. That was when Leon told everyone what was going to happen next. Leon. We came to take you over to one of the interrogation rooms to ask you questions about what happened and how you. Before Leon could finish his sentence, my teacher pushed me behind him and stood between me and the group in a protective manner. Something triggered in him as he is never this defensive when I'm in trouble. I learned why when he spoke against the idea. Aizawa. Absolutely not. The last time he went, the facility tried to kill him. There's no way I'm leaving him alone after what happened. This is unusual for my teacher, and I didn't like where this was going. I knew that the group wanted answers, and they weren't going to let this slide either. As much as this annoys me, I knew it had to be done. I pulled on my teacher's capture gear to get his attention and told him to stand down. Izuku. Don't intervene. They were going to get the answers even after we leave. There's no point in fighting it. I'll go and tell them what they want. I could tell that my teacher froze when he heard what I said along with everyone else in the room. Their own student telling their hero teacher not to get involved with an interrogation even when it's not warranted. My teacher didn't want me to go through with this, but he knew I was right and allowed it. However, after everything that happened, he didn't want to take any chances. Aizawa. Concerned grown very well, but I'm not letting you go alone. I'm going with you to make sure nothing else happens to you. I freaked out internally when he said that he was coming. I didn't want him to know anything else about my life. It wasn't because I saw my teacher as not trustworthy, but I felt that now isn't the right time. Izuku. That won't be necessary. I will be all right on my own. I felt my leg jerk, and the pain from the bullet wounds reminded me that I was injured. The pain made me flinch and collapse. Everyone freaked out by the sudden fall, and my teacher caught me right away and wouldn't let go. It was clear that I was not going alone, and my principal made it clear and enforced it, but made the situation even worse. Nezu. I agree with Eraser. After what happened, it would be best if the teachers went with you. That's not helping at all. I'm trying to tell you that you don't need to worry about a quirkless. Do you really want to get involved with my problems? Haven't you been trying to kick me out since the start of the school year? That was when Chris set the situation straight, and it did not help in the slightest. Chris. That won't be a problem. You can all stay in the viewing room as the interview is conducted. And there goes my plan B. With no other options left and no point to hold out, I agreed in defeat. I went to grab my clothes, but my teacher went with me as he was more protective after what happened. My school uniform was the only clothing I had that wasn't covered in blood, and just the sight of my bloody gym uniform was enough to agitate both of us with the memory of the incident. I ended up throwing my gym uniform out as it was already useless because of the damage. I told Eraser that I will pay for a new one even though they cost a lot, but he said not to worry and the school will cover it. We left in silence and joined the other heroes to go to the interrogation room. I kept my distance from my teachers, and they could tell that I was hiding from them, not in distrust, but in fear. Aizawa Pav. When Jill told everyone that my student was a resident of the quarantine zone, I was shocked. I told all of my students to never go near the borders because of the umbrella incident that resulted in over a third of the country being cut off. But to hear that one of my students is a resident there! Exclamation mark. It can't be. Between hearing that info and seeing Izuku fight for his life against both people and those monsters, I don't know what to believe, as nothing makes sense anymore. Even the other heroes are having a hard time believing it, even after Nezu asked the question and he has high intelligence. When I looked at my student, I clearly saw that he was uncomfortable and didn't want me or anyone to find out. It was as if he was hiding in fear. Izuku just telling me not to get involved was enough to make me worried. That was enough to tell me that I failed as a teacher, all because of the fucking judgment I learned from society. The other teachers could tell that I was filled with uneasiness and guilt and didn't dare to talk to me as we made our way to the interrogation room. The students stayed at the buses, which were equipped with built-in security systems in place so they would be safe and make sure they didn't sneak out. They were also confused and wanted to know more, but for Izuku's sake, we sent them back with some of the teachers escorting them back and rejoining us. By the time we got to the interrogation rooms, we split off, with me and the other heroes going to the viewing room while Izuku and the 4 members went into the main room. I was still against the whole interview as he just barely escaped with his life and this didn't feel like it is legal. We all waited in the viewing room for the interview to start and all I was feeling was regret and shame, and the other teachers started to worry. I knew someone was going to ask, but before that happened, the interview started and I'm just worried about what was going to be revealed. Normal Pav. The interview began and Izuku was visibly nervous, not from the interviewers, but from his teachers and heroes that were watching and would hear everything. He was really uncomfortable as the first question was asked. Chris. Let's start with something simple. Where did you learn to fight like that? Izuku. Some of it was from experience while some was from reading books on combat from different fighting principles at a library. Chris. Are you willing to tell us what those experiences were? Izuku slightly groaned in discomfort at the question and the group could tell that he didn't want to say. They moved on to keep Izuku's cooperation. It didn't last long when Evelyn asked. Evelyn. Very well. When did you first find out about the undead? Izuku didn't answer Evelyn's question and the members worried that the question may have jeopardized their chances. It wasn't until Evelyn got a ping from her tablet which was thought to have been disabled. This distracted the group as they wonder why she didn't turn it off during the interview. Leon. Annoyed groan asterisk. Is this really the time? Leon, Chris, and Jill were annoyed by the lack of professionalism from Evelyn. Little did they know that she was waiting for a file on Izuku as his QZ file didn't have all the details in it. Evelyn. I know, I was waiting for the files on Evelyn froze when she read the file. She looked back at the kid and understood why Izuku didn't want to talk to her and immediately retracted the question. This got the others more worried about what she just read. Evelyn. Never mind, you don't have to answer the question. Izuku immediately knew what she read and appreciated the decision. That was when Leon asked his question, and it was one of the questions that Izuku didn't want his teachers to know. Leon. It says in your file that you lived in the quarantine zone for quite some time. Where have you been living all this time? Everyone saw Izuku flinch when the question was asked. They realized that it was something that he really didn't want to talk about. Leon wanted to retract the question but he couldn't. Jill. Whisper, retract the question, we might lose his trust. Leon. Whisper, I know but I can't. We don't know how bad things are in the QZ and this is the only chance we got. The group heard Leon's explanation and understood why he couldn't retract it. Evelyn then noticed Izuku looking back at the window where his teachers and other heroes were, and that's when she put 2 and 2 together. Izuku didn't want the group to know, he didn't want his teachers to know. She saw that clearly but also knew that his teachers were worried about him and wanted to know as well. She made the ultimate decision and called the room to let them know. Nezu. Hello, Evelyn. Hi, is this the UA principal Nezu? Nezu. Yes, that's me. Is there something wrong, Evelyn? No, it's just that, is it possible for everyone in the viewing room to leave? She could tell that the Izuku's principal was not having it and this made her worried that it might jeopardize the interview. The other members saw what Evelyn was doing and panicked a bit as to what she was thinking. Nezu. Why, is it because you have a problem with us listening in? Evelyn. What? No, it's just that I don't think your student wants you or any of the other heroes to listen in. He doesn't want you to know about his life in the QZ. Evelyn could hear some gasps in the background and could tell that the whole room was listening in. She needed to get the interview back on track, so she gave them her reason. Evelyn. It's clear that your student didn't want anyone to find out about his life and made sure of that. He doesn't feel comfortable telling us because he doesn't want any of you to know. He may have some fear that info about him may leak to others even if they are heroes. Evelyn clearly understood both Izuku's and the teacher's worries but knew that if any progress is to be made, this has to happen. Nezu clearly understood that and pieced everything together. Nezu. Which was why he tried to decline the idea of the heroes going with him. Evelyn. Exactly. She knew that it pained them to know that a student in danger didn't want their own teachers or heroes to know about his life or situation, but understood the reason. There was a bit of silence for a few minutes before Nezu answered back. Nezu. Very well, but if anything happens to him, we are taking him out of there, and that's the end of the interview. Do I make myself clear? Evelyn. I understand. Thank you. With that, the heroes left the viewing room and the interview continued. Aizawa Pav. I was a mess and that's an understatement. I was terrified of the thought of a student dying somewhere and I couldn't be there to prevent it. It was worse when I saw what could have happened to Izuku if the undead got him and seeing it all happen. Now, my student doesn't want me to intervene and all I could think about right now was how much I fucked up and what I wished I could have done differently. That was when Nezu came up to me as I was barely keeping myself together. Nezu. Are you alright, Eraser? Aizawa. Yeah, I'm fine. I was clearly lying and Nezu knew that. But it was his next statement that he said that set off my mental breakdown. Nezu. You don't look okay. Aizawa. How the hell am I supposed to be okay after watching my student almost get killed? I got up so fast that I accidentally sent Nezu flying over, but thankfully he was caught by Vlad King in time. I was already broken and couldn't bring myself to apologize. I was already ashamed for what happened to my student and didn't do anything to prevent it from happening. Aizawa. It's just that I completely ignored a student who almost lost their life and I just watched it happen. I couldn't even finish my sentence as I was having a breakdown filled with guilt. I was trying to hide my face as my husband tries to comfort me. I felt ashamed as I failed as both a teacher and a hero. That was when Nezu came up again and placed his paw on my back. Nezu. I know how you feel, we all fucked up. Midnight. No one knew about his situation. We never thought that it was this serious, even after the night we called him. The other heroes were confused about what the teachers were talking about and asked for some context. After the UA staff told them about the call, they were all horrified by what they heard and were also angered by them for letting it happen. Hawk, you mean to tell us that the kid was caught in a mass shooting incident, and you didn't think to go and make sure he was all right? Mount, lady, seriously, I would have dashed in a heartbeat if I had a student who went through something like that. Nezu, we tried to, but the problem was that we couldn't find him, and every option we tried led us to a dead end. We contacted the police and even they came up empty-handed. Izuku didn't want us to find him, and he made sure we didn't. The heroes understood our situation as they learned about the circumstances. They continued asking questions until they got the whole picture. The only questions that remained were what was Izuku trying to keep from everyone in the interview and why. Normal POV. The interview took nearly 3 hours to finish and Aizawa was anxious about Izuku. Hazashi was starting to worry about his husband as the stress and pain was starting to build up, and his attempts to calm him brought little effect. That was until the doors to the interrogation room opened, and Evelyn and the other members came out. Aizawa jumped up with concern and relief that the interview was over but did not see Izuku with them. Worry began to fill him again. Before he could ask, Hazashi held him back and gave him the "take it easy" look. Aizawa was still worried but took his advice. Nezu knew his reason and asked his question instead. Nezu, where's our student? Jill, Izuku is fine, he's still inside the room, he'll come out shortly. This didn't exactly reassure the adults, but it was enough to know that Izuku was safe, barely. The only question that remains was what did Izuku tell the members? Aizawa was eager to find out what is going on. Aizawa, so, what did he tell you? The other heroes were also eager to find out. However, the personnel looked down and Jill was the one to break the news. Jill, sorry, we can't tell you anything. This angered every hero in the room. They were so pissed off that the group was holding important information from them after what happened with Izuku. Aizawa was on the verge of turning into a demon. Chris, Leon, and Jill were prepared to fight the heroes. However, Evelyn stepped in and stopped the fight before it happened. Evelyn, Izuku asked us not to tell you anything. It was his decision. The reason ended the fight, leaving the heroes shocked. They couldn't believe that Izuku didn't want them to know. This shocked them as this was the first time they had a kid not want heroes to know about their situation. The heroes were trying to understand why and had to ask more questions. 13. What? Why? Jill, he didn't want anyone to know about his situation for some reason but he didn't say why. Evelyn, he was very secretive and clearly has trust issues. Even when we asked questions, he answered them very vaguely. This didn't give the heroes any relief as they learned that they won't be able to get answers from Izuku. However, there was one question that Aizawa wanted to know from the personnel. Aizawa, then can you at least explain what you meant by Izuku being a resident of the quarantine zone? There's no way in damn hell anyone can live there. Evelyn looked disheartened as the heroes didn't have the slightest clue of the actual truth. Before she could explain, Leon took over and gave them the rundown of what Jill meant. Leon, it's just like she said. Your student has been living in the quarantine zone and has to deal with the undead every day. There are still some people that live in the quarantine zone and many of them tried to kill him. However, those cases end up being flipped as he was the one that ends up killing them. The news shocked and horrified everyone as they all learned what Jill meant. No one could believe what they were hearing and some of them didn't want to. Finding out that Izuku lived in the quarantine zone shocked the heroes, but the fact that there are people still alive in the area with some of them trying to kill him and that Izuku killed before. That was enough to plant terror into the heroes. Nezu was having a hard time believing this info, which made him ask again. Nezu, are you saying that Izuku has been fighting for his life against both the undead and the living? Leon knew the distress the teachers and heroes were feeling but knew that they wanted the truth. So he gave it to them but also added one more thing. Leon, yes, your student has been fighting for his life for the last 3 years. The confirmation brought everyone's fear levels even higher, but it was when they learned how long Izuku was living there that brought them through the roof. 3 years may not seem like a long time, but 3 years in the quarantine zone, that's 1 day too many. This kicked the teachers' worry modes into full throttle as they learned what Izuku has to go through. Leon was about to say more but was stopped by Chris. Leon wanted to tell the heroes more as he saw how worried they were about the kid after finding out, but Chris stopped him. Chris, this is as much as we can tell you. The kid thinks it's best that you don't know any more for the time being. This made the heroes upset as they are now at a dead end. That was when Izuku came out of the interrogation room. He saw the shock on the heroes' faces and knew that the squad told them something about him but chose not to say anything. Evelyn could tell that Izuku wanted to go and decided that they held him here long enough. Evelyn. Well, that's all we have for today. We'll let you go, but we may have to ask you to come back for more questioning in the future. Izuku. All right, Izuku answered before any of the heroes had a chance to say anything. One look at Izuku, and they all saw that he wanted this to end. They all accepted Izuku's wishes and left the interrogation area with Aizawa staying close to Izuku, worried that something else could happen to him. After the interview concluded, Izuku and the heroes left the squad and went back to the buses. After everything that happened, Aizawa became even more protective of Izuku, and the other heroes followed suit as they too were worried about the kid's safety. Izuku stayed silent throughout the walk, and the teachers could tell that he was still secretive. Aizawa wanted to know why his student kept so much from him and why he didn't say anything. Even the other heroes wanted to know why but couldn't bring themselves to ask. He knew the reason but still wondered why he didn't go to anyone else. That was when Aizawa asked the question, and that made everyone jump in panic. Aizawa, why did you keep your life a secret? Izuku froze, but not in a shocking way but in annoyance. This shocked all the heroes as they were expecting shyness. Izuku, isn't it obvious? Aizawa. Sorry. That question made Izuku even more frustrated as he knew the answer was so obvious and yet not a single hero currently present knew it. He turned around and told them why. Izuku. How was I supposed to tell anyone about my situation when they never seen or heard about the undead? The moment I say the words, undead, or zombie, I would have been laughed out of the room, and even if I did bring it up, you wouldn't believe me because of my quirk status. Izuku's explanation made everyone realize the harsh reality of his situation. Not a single hero saw or even heard about the undead until a few hours ago. It hurt them knowing that it's true and they can't even come up with an answer to Izuku's point. Even if they knew about the undead, they still wouldn't have believed Izuku because of his quirk status. It hurt Aizawa even more, knowing that he couldn't come to him because of the circumstances he laid out. That was when Hawk came up with a counterpoint only for Izuku to shut the idea down. Hawk, but couldn't you bring video evidence and photos? Izuku, you do realize that we live in a world where Photoshop, makeup, and special effects exist. Face it, even if I brought any proof, people will think it's fake and will ignore it. Izuku's answer destroyed Hawk's counterpoint, and everyone now understood why he couldn't come to anyone. The group got their answers, and Izuku kept on walking while the heroes held back, learning that the kid had no way to get help. The thought hung over everyone's head as they went back to the buses. Nezu pitched the plan to go back to the school to regroup and figure out a way to help Izuku, and everyone agreed with the plan. Izuku and the heroes reached the buses where the classes were relieved to see Izuku safe. They were concerned after watching Izuku almost die by the undead and mercenaries before being taken for interrogation by the members. Seeing Izuku get hurt was one thing, even when they were the ones that were hurting him, but someone trying to kill him, that was taking it too far. As Izuku gets on the bus, all of his classmates went up to welcome him back to safety. Even Bakugo was worried. They were just glad to see Izuku back from the facility. The ride back to school was pretty calm as Aizawa and the other teachers sat near Izuku, still fearing for his life. The students talked amongst themselves, although the subject was the same throughout. The other heroes followed the bus back to UA to discuss the next course of action for Izuku. Time skip of the ride back to UA. The bus reached the school, and everyone got off the bus with Aizawa staying close to Izuku. Izuku looked at the time and noticed that he had to go back to the QZ. Aizawa saw his reaction and knew what he was thinking. Before he could give his student a chance to say anything, he held on Izuku's shoulder to make sure he didn't escape. Aizawa, don't even think about it. You're staying here, and that's that. Izuku saw his teacher's sternness and worry he had when he said that. Unfortunately, it was not enough to help him in this different situation. Izuku. I can't, my visa won't let me. When Izuku said the word, visa, this got every hero to look and wonder what he was talking about. Nezu. Visa. Izuku. After Umbrella erected the border to contain the quarantine zone, anyone that was on the other side who wanted to travel outside had to have a visa in order to just pass through. This shocked the heroes as they now learned how the border worked. It surprised them that there even was a visa system in place. However, they didn't know the real problem until Izuku told them. Aizawa. Wouldn't the visa system be used to just track survivors who escaped the quarantine zone? Izuku. Not escape. Keep them in. Everyone but Izuku. What? Midnight. Wait, you mean to tell us that the company created a visa system just to keep people inside the quarantine zone? Izuku. Yup, and I'm already on my 4th strike, and if I'm late again, they'll put me in the border prison for 2 weeks and denounce my visa. Ectoplasm. Wait, was that why you were absent for a whole week last time? Izuku. Yup, if I left detention half an hour early, I would have avoided the prison sentence. Aizawa. Oh, now I regret giving you all those detentions. Izuku. Don't worry about it. Honestly, I preferred the detentions if I could avoid the quarantine zone for another hour. Aizawa understood what Izuku meant when he said that. Who wouldn't if it was between that and the undead? However, Aizawa was still uncomfortable with leaving Izuku alone and agreed to let him go to the gate, but with a catch. Aizawa. As much as I hate how everything works around the undead, there's no point in you getting into more trouble. But I'm taking you there myself. Izuku knew there was no point in arguing and accepted his teacher's decision. With that, Izuku left with Aizawa, Hizashi, and Midnight to the gate. The 3 heroes were all against the idea but had no choice if it meant keeping Izuku's visa active. Midnight. Are you sure that there is no other options? I mean, didn't you at least get a student visa? Izuku. Unfortunately, no. They wouldn't give one to a quirkless like me. It was already hell just to get a work visa as one. Hizashi. Wait, you mean they didn't give you one at the beginning? But you're just a kid. Izuku. Kid, adult, doesn't matter. The second they see your quirk status, nothing matters anymore. Heck, there were times when I was denied at the hospital just for being quirkless. Izuku's struggles hit the teachers hard as they quickly realized the barriers their student has to deal with. It hit them even harder, knowing that they, too, were also part of those barriers that were against him. Eventually, the group reached the border, and the teachers soon saw the mass of the border. It was the trio's first time seeing the border up close, but they never imagined being in front of it. It gave the teachers a bad feeling about the structure, and it got worse knowing that Izuku has to go through it to get to the other side of said border. The group reached the border checkpoint only to find Evelyn and Chris waiting at the checkpoint. This raised some questions, and Aizawa immediately became protective of Izuku again just by seeing those two. Izuku. What are they doing here? Were they waiting for us? Hizashi. It's most likely something to do with you if they're here. Izuku got out of the car before thanking his teacher for the ride, but Aizawa didn't let him escape so easily. Izuku. Thank you for the ride, and sorry for the trouble today, I'll take care of. Aizawa. Hold on, I'm not letting you go alone wherever there's umbrella personnel, I'm going with you until you get past the gate. Izuku. But, Midnight. Don't fight it. It's for your safety. Izuku knew the statement was redundant but also knew there was no talking his teacher out of it. He caved in and went with his teacher to the gate where the duo was waiting for them. Izuku. What are you two doing here? Evelyn. We wanted to check in after the incident. We called the school but they told us that you were heading back to the quarantine zone. Chris. We were close by and saw that this was the checkpoint you go through every day, so we waited. Aizawa. So you had Izuku's documents and info. Evelyn. Well, no. Most of his info was empty, like his home address. Izuku looked away, trying to throw away the clear suspicion he was getting from the grown-ups. It was clear that he was trying to hide his other life, and it was making him uncomfortable. Aizawa noticed this and shifted the focus off him. Aizawa. So what did you get off the bastard that tried to kill my student? Chris caught the concern in Aizawa's harsh monotone voice and told him the intel. Chris. Nikolai used to work in Umbrella's bio-countermeasures team. He was kicked off when he was caught trying to destroy important assets on a mission. He has been on Umbrella's short leash to make sure that he wouldn't rat the company out ever since. He received orders from the former presidents of Umbrella to kill the kid, but he never said why though. We are still looking into the matter. Izuku looked away as he knew why, and Aizawa caught it. However, he didn't press him as he saw how uncomfortable he was. Evelyn continued the explanation. Evelyn, as I mentioned before, the training facility was originally meant to train against the undead, but we changed it into hero training. Before the facility was even done building, shipments of the undead came in discreetly, which were the ones we saw in the training area. We found out about the shipments via security footage of members who were also ordered by my brothers. So far, they were the masterminds who orchestrated the attack. Aizawa. So the trip was just a front to get to Izuku. Evelyn. Yes. Just as they were about to discuss more about what happened, a speaker sang a short melody before giving an announcement, saying that the gate was closing in 5 minutes. This terrified Izuku as he was only a few minutes away from losing his visa. He panicked, but Evelyn reassured him. Izuku. Oh shit, I'm going to be. Evelyn. Don't worry, I told the officer at the checkpoint to keep the gate open a little longer. If he wasn't the only one working here, then they would have been fired by now. Aizawa and Izuku started to accept Evelyn as she took the fault personally. However, Izuku couldn't stay and had to go. Izuku. Oh, thanks. But, I should still get going. The longer it takes me to get back, the easier I am to be tracked by the undead. Aizawa wanted to argue, but he couldn't counter the argument and accepted the plan. Before Izuku could take another step, Evelyn stopped him to give him something. Evelyn. Hold up. Before you go, take this. She handed Izuku a smartphone, which made him confused as to why he was given the device. Izuku. Huh, why are you giving me a phone? Chris. The phone number your teacher gave us was a ghost number. This is just so that authorities can track you, including your teachers. Izuku freaked out internally and played off the ghost number to avoid explaining that. Izuku. What? I thought I had that fixed. Sorry about that, and thanks. With that, Izuku heads off to the checkpoint with the adults looking back at him. Aizawa wished that he could get Izuku away from the life he was in but instead was given regret for letting him go. All he could do was watch him enter the most deadly part of the country and hope that he will see him again. After Izuku disappeared from the grown-ups' sights, the group said their farewells and went their separate ways. 5 hours later, after the trio got back to Ua, the staff discussed with the other heroes what actions can be done to get Izuku out of the quarantine zone. Nezu contacted Tsukauchi to come over and bring some of his men for a debrief. The detective came shortly after with a few of his men and they were all wondering what happened. Nezu proceeded to tell them what happened and even showed them the video evidence of what happened, which Evelyn was kind enough to give. When Tsukauchi and his men saw the footage, they were horrified and immediately understood the threat. Tsukauchi. What the hell? How on earth did a company manage to bring the dead back to life? And how did that kid survive all of that? Nezu. Evelyn's family made the virus in secret. However, it didn't end well. We learned that Izuku had to deal with the undead for the last few years and adapted to them. Aizawa is worried about his student but was having an internal debate as to whether or not to call him right now. Hazashi noticed his uneasiness and asked him. Hazashi. Hey Sho, what's wrong? Aizawa. It's been hours since we dropped Izuku at the quarantine zone and I'm worried something might have happened to him that I couldn't help but. Hazashi. Call him and see if he's alright. Aizawa. Would now be the best time. The entire group overheard the conversation and understood the teacher's exhausted worries and convinced him to make the call. Even they were worried about the kid. Tsukauchi. Go for it, we won't know if he is alright if we don't check. Vlad King. Yeah, plus it would be a good time to see if the phone Evelyn gave him will track him. With every reason pointed out, Aizawa grabbed his phone and the piece of paper that contained Izuku's new phone number. Aizawa entered the number and pressed the call button. The phone rang for a few seconds, which scared Aizawa every time it rang. The moment the phone was about to ring again, the group was relieved to hear Izuku pick up but it was only for a split second. Izuku. Hello. Izuku shouted out with loud noise and growling coming from the background. The terror raised in all the grown-ups in the room as they soon learn what his current situation is. Aizawa. Izuku. What the hell is going on? Izuku. Oh, you know. My usual, workout. Aizawa knew his student was lying and didn't want to tell him what's actually going on. Even the other adults could tell from the tone of his voice. Aizawa wanted to know what the hell was going on and pressed on. Aizawa. Kid, now's not the time to keep secrets. What is going on there and why does it sound like something is trying to break in? Izuku knew he was caught red-handed and told his teacher the truth. However, it was not what the grown-ups wanted to hear. Izuku. Fine, I'm currently dealing with a fucking horde trying to break in to get a meal. The news shocked everyone as they got the new intel. The kid was in danger and they couldn't do anything about it. It hit everyone hard, but it was even worse for Aizawa as he felt he was about to lose a student and he was about to witness it. Before anyone had time to think of a plan, Izuku spoke up again. Izuku. Sorry, but could I put you on hold for a minute? Aizawa. What? No. Izuku. Thanks. Izuku didn't listen to his teacher's answer and put the call on hold only to not do exactly that. The next thing the group heard was a crashing sound as if something broke through, and then came the sound that everyone knew too well after today and one that terrifies every hero in the room. Several undead could be heard breaking through and everyone feared for the worst while Aizawa was horrified and wishing it wasn't. That was when they heard a cocking sound from a gun and all of a sudden, rapid gunfire could be heard. This scared everyone as they didn't know what was going on. That fear disappeared and turned into relief when they heard Izuku's voice on the line with a much calmer tone. Izuku. Hey, so you called. With that response, the only thing that came up was Aizawa's shocked and panicked question. Aizawa. Yeah, what the hell did you do? We heard gunfire. Izuku was in shock when he learned that his teacher heard what happened. Just to make sure, he asked his teacher another question. Izuku. You mean you heard the... Aizawa. Yeah, you didn't put the call on hold so we heard everything. What happened, and most importantly, are you safe? Izuku was mentally scolding himself for not hitting the hold button properly and knew he had to tell his teacher the truth. Izuku. For now, I ran into some undead and just barracked the door in time, but I didn't have enough materials to secure it. They wound up breaking in, but I was able to mow them down with an assault rifle before they could get me. Aizawa. What? Why would you go somewhere that's deadly and not somewhere secure? Izuku. Because this is the damn quarantine zone. Everywhere is dangerous and nowhere is safe from the undead. The only thing anyone can do to stay alive in this damn hellhole is to fortify an area and make sure it can hold. Mine is almost falling apart and I live in a building filled with these damn fuckers. Izuku's frustrated voice clearly told the grown-ups that Aizawa asked a rhetorical question. Izuku realized what he said and apologized immediately. Izuku. Shit. I'm sore. Aizawa. No need, forgot that the place is crawling with them. What do you mean that you live in a building filled with them? Aizawa cut his student off knowing what he has to deal with, but when he caught the last thing Izuku said and got worried and slightly angry again. Izuku returned the same but lowered the force back. Izuku. What do you think I mean? Everywhere you go, the damn undead is there. Every building, every house, hell, even the fucking parks have the undead. The place where I'm living at have undead both above and below me. The grown-ups were shocked by the new info and paid very close attention to what Izuku said. However, his abbreviation of a few words got everyone curious as to what he is doing. That was when Aizawa requested Izuku to turn on his phone's camera, which got Izuku a little surprised and his response didn't help. Aizawa. Turn on your camera, I want to see for myself. Izuku. Eep. You don't want to see this. Aizawa. I can handle it. I've seen worse things. Izuku. Okay, you really don't want to see. Izuku's insistence on not turning the camera on didn't give any confidence to the adults as they want to know what his current living conditions are. Nezu immediately jumped into the call and told Izuku to open his camera. Nezu. Izuku, open the camera, we can keep doing this all night and I can tell you that the longer you stall, the more worried we become about your current predicament. So stop arguing, and why are you covered in blood? Just as Nezu was going to finish his sentence, Izuku opened his phone's camera and the first thing Aizawa and Nezu saw was Izuku in his school uniform covered in blood. It shocked the duo and got everyone in the room curious that they tried to see Aizawa's phone. The teachers and Tsukauchi had the first look, and they too were horrified by the sight. The other heroes wanted a look, so Aizawa hooked his phone up to the TV so everyone could see. They too were horrified. Izuku then answered Nezu's question before realizing that Aizawa was not alone. Izuku. Well, I was trying to get back to my home base when all of a sudden a group of fucking raiders came out and woke up a fucking liquor nest. Their screams caused a nearby horde to find me and start chasing me. I had to kill a few that tried to get up and personal with me and I was already having a shit day. And are the other heroes there? Izuku asks in shock as he drives a blade into an undead's head behind him and killed it. The heroes and detectives all looked back at Aizawa as he soon realized that they were busted. He then told Izuku the truth and what was going on. As Izuku explained his situation, the grown-ups took note of some of the surroundings as this was the first time any of the heroes saw what the other side looked like. They were shocked to see a pile of bodies at a doorway but were even more uncomfortable when they started to watch Izuku go and pick each body up and drag them somewhere that was out of the camera's view. Aizawa. Yes, all the heroes and UA staff are here and we're working on trying to find a way to. Izuku. To get me out. Izuku cut off his teacher when he heard the words, find a way. Aizawa could tell that Izuku was already exhausted and was going to ask him to take it easy as to not push himself too far. Aizawa. Yeah, exactly. Izuku looked like he was already fed up with life. He grabbed the phone, turned off the camera and kept talking. Izuku. Look, I appreciate the help, but you might as well give up on trying to help me. I'm already at my wit's end, and all my options are practically non-existent because of my quirk status. Aizawa and the other grown-ups were disheartened when they heard Izuku tell them not to bother trying because of his quirk status. It just rubs more salt into Aizawa's wound and the other teachers could tell it hurts him. He spoke to his student again trying to reassure him but also to turn his camera back on before setting it on a table nearby. Aizawa. First of all, I didn't tell you that you can turn off the camera, so turn it back on in second as that you now have the support of your. Before Aizawa could finish what he was about to say, Izuku cut off his teacher and explained the whole pain in the ass visa system while also turning his camera on and dragging dead bodies. Izuku. With or without support, the border doesn't give anyone a visa that easily. Even with a signed document by Nezu, the bastard at the gate will always try to extort money out of you and if you don't have it, he will block you and it's back to the QZ for however long until the undead get you. Even if you are able to pay up, you still have to wait until you get approved, and the lazy bastards there can take 3 to 5 months, and that's when you have a quirk. Every time I tried to apply for a student visa, even when I forged Nezu's signature, the bastard destroys it before it gets sent. The grown-ups were shocked at how ridiculous the visa process works and how lazy and cruel the staff are and they didn't want to believe it. But Izuku was the only one that has experienced the system and it didn't give them any other choice but to believe it. The main thing that they were mostly focused on was the fact that they were watching a kid dragging dead bodies from one side of the room to another and some of them were really messed up, some of the heroes even had a hard time trying to not puke at the sights. Aizawa then had to change subjects and ask what the kid was doing. Aizawa. Sorry, it's just, why are you dragging corpses? Izuku. I'm sorry, I didn't know that you were the one sleeping with dead tonight. The grown-ups got the annoyance Izuku was feeling as he was trying to move the bodies and knew he was exhausted. Aizawa still feeling worried and knowing that all the grown-ups didn't want to torment them but also wanted to see where Izuku moved the bodies. Aizawa. Sorry, at least take the phone with you when you're moving the corpses. Izuku. Why, Aizawa? Because the phone is the only way to make sure you're alright. Izuku was annoyed and wanted to end the call, however if he did, his teachers and all the heroes present would get angry and ask for everything that happened. With that, Izuku complied and took the phone and secured it in his shirt pocket. Izuku continued to drag 2 more bodies before throwing them over a broken window that leads to the inner part of the hotel. The area is dark, and without any light, it was impossible to see anything. Izuku lifted each body and threw them over the ledge which made the grown-ups feel uneasy as they watched a kid toss several bodies into the void. especially Tsukauchi and his colleagues since they work at the police station and it felt like they were watching a crime in progress. Izuku finished getting rid of the bodies and was about to turn around only for one of his teachers to ask something he mentioned. They wanted to know where Izuku was staying at and how safe he is. They all wanted to know what he meant when he slipped a specific detail earlier. Midnight. You mentioned that the undead are both above and below you. Where are you staying at? Izuku. At my base. The hesitation gave Izuku away as he didn't want his teachers to know. This just made the grown-ups even more concerned and pressed on. They didn't want to, but they had to. Aizawa. Izuku, what did I say earlier? Izuku. I know but I'm missing one. Nezu. What? Izuku. I'm missing a body, shit. Izuku was about to answer only to discover that he was a body short. The moment he realized this, he immediately turned around only to find the undead that he was looking for right behind him. As it grabbed him and went for the bite, Izuku was fending it off trying to not get bitten as the grown-ups watched the terror unfold. Before Izuku had a chance to push the undead away, the undead pushed forward and the two fell down the hole. The fall lasted a full 5 seconds before Izuku crashed into what was supposed to be water. The grown-ups leapt out of their seats as they witnessed what happened as the camera only showed darkness. Izuku felt his surrounds as he tries to climb his way up through the thick liquid and break through the surface. Upon reaching the outside and grabbing some air, he heard his teacher crying out his name. Aizawa. Izuku, are you there? Kid, talk to me. Izuku. I'm alright. The undead bastard thought I needed a swim. Just need to get the hell out of whatever the fuck this is. The grown-ups all sighed in relief for a bit, but now Izuku was in a new area that is completely unfamiliar to him. Izuku had to swim through a dark, thick liquid, which made the grown-ups uncomfortable. Upon further investigation, Izuku realized that he was in a pool and the liquid that he is currently swimming in wasn't water, it was blood, and given the thickness of the liquid, it took a lot of bodies to fill it. As he was swimming through the blood, grown-ups don't know yet, Izuku was careful to not alert anything that might be in the water. His carefulness didn't pay off as he jumped by the sudden appearance of a corpse that floated up through the sludge right in front of him, which also got the grown-ups to jump and their screams jumped through the speaker. After pushing the body out of the way, he reached the side of the pool and pulled himself out of the pool. Even when out of the pool, everything is still dark, and it didn't sit well with anyone. Izuku checked his phone and cleaned off any blood that was on it. Izuku checked if he still had his flashlight that he always kept with him since there was no power in the building. He still had it and used it to see his surroundings. He noticed a lot of blood on the walls with plenty of corpses to match it. He tried to cover the phone's camera to avoid showing his teachers where he is, and his teacher noticed it. Aizawa then asked Izuku about his current state. Aizawa. Izuku, is there something wrong with the camera? Izuku. The lenses broke. Tsukauchi whispering to Aizawa, he's lying. Aizawa. Izuku, I know you're lying. Open up your camera. Izuku. Shit, I don't think you want to see this. Aizawa. Kid, just turn it back on and show us what you're seeing. Izuku. Sir, I'm telling you, you really, don't want to see this. Aizawa was getting frustrated with Izuku as he wanted to make sure that he knew his student's situation. Seeing what the undead was capable of and knowing that his student has to live in an area filled with them made him anxious and worried about his student's life. He was about to get angry only for Izuku to open the camera and showed him his reason. Aizawa. Kid, we don't have time for what the hell. The grown-ups all jumped in horror as they saw the blood-filled pool and bodies both floating in the pool and scattered around the area in large piles. They all exclaimed their shock, horror and disgust of the scene. Endeavor. What the damn hell? Fat gum. Oh my god. Mount. Lady. Why are there so many bodies? Midnight. There's so much blood. Vlad King. How many were left down there? Present Mike. This feels so wrong. Hound Dog. How long have they been down there? Rock Lock. This can't be real. There can't be this many bodies. Izuku. Told you didn't want to see this. When the grown-ups heard Izuku speak, they realized his tone was numb as if he is used to it. This got the heroes concerned, and Snipe had to ask. Snipe. This isn't your first time seeing this many bodies. Izuku. Sadly, no. When you live out here for a while, you have to get used to seeing a lot of bodies to survive. I can't tell you how many mass graves I've seen before. But something's off. This got everyone worried about what Izuku meant by off, and they were too scared to find out. It took Midnight a lot of willpower to ask. Midnight. What do you mean? Izuku. There should be more bodies down here. It's almost as if. Whisper shit. Izuku looked around more and saw a blood path running from a corpse pile towards a hallway. That was when Izuku realized that he was not alone, and to make matters worse, he doesn't know what's with him. The grown-ups were confused as to what he meant, and his teacher had to ask in worry what he was talking about. Aizawa. What Izuku? After Aizawa asked the question, all Izuku did was point towards the blood trail, and the heroes realized what he meant and how screwed he was, and they were terrified as to what will happen to him as he said one thing to hit the horror to them. Izuku. I'm not alone. Izuku Pav. I'm fucked. That was all I can think right now as I was standing still trying to not make a sound as I was trying to look for a way out. My teachers on the other end of the line were terrified and freaking out as they didn't know what was coming after me. Soon we got our answer as what seemed to be a baby crying in the next room over. The heroes on the line were shocked to hear that, including myself. Aizawa. Phone, is that a baby? Midnight. Phone. What is a child so young doing in such a place? Everyone was asking questions as to why a baby was doing in such a dark and bloody place, completely forgetting about my current situation. It was easy to forget everything once you add something that doesn't fit in at all. While they were worried about a potential baby, I knew something was wrong the second I heard that cry. That was when Nezu ordered me to go and look for them, and I was really uncomfortable with the idea. Nezu. Phone. Izuku. Go and find the child before one of those things get them. Izuku. Whoa, wait a minute, we don't even know if it is a child. It could be a trap. Nezu. Phone. And we won't know if you don't go. When Principal Nezu used his harsh tone on the phone, I knew I didn't have a choice, even though he was miles away from me and was still willing to risk my life for another. With the task forcibly given, I tightened my grip on the flashlight and cautiously walked through the door. I was against the idea, but I couldn't tell if anyone else on the call was against it as well. As I opened the door to where the crying was coming from, the hinges creaked loudly, which didn't help with the tension. With the door fully opened, I entered the room, being careful not to startle anything. One of the room's walls was torn down, and the blood path led straight through it, where the cries were also leading, and I unfortunately knew I had to go into to find the child if they were one. Before I could take another step towards the hole, a whimpering voice could be heard coming from the hole, and the sound kept on getting louder, and it was coming towards me. Aizawa. Izuku. What was that? What's going on? Before my teacher could finish asking the question, I hung up the call. I knew I would have to apologize to my teachers tomorrow, but I couldn't let them see the horrors that would come out from the hole. I held my breath, hoping that the phone's sound didn't give my position away. I was terrified at what might come out of the door that I couldn't breathe. The whimpering grew louder and closer, and the moment the sound came into the light, my breath returned. It was another person, but they were heavily injured and covered in blood. The moment he looked me in the eyes, he said one thing and one thing only. Run. Before he could say anything else, that was when I realized what he meant. The guy fell down after the source of the baby cries pushed him, revealing its actual form. The thing that was making baby cries was not human. It was a mutated abomination that took the form of a mutilated fetus, and the sight was enough to freeze me in my place. Its mouth could hold a whole person inside and didn't have any teeth. For those of you who played the game Resident Evil Village, you know what I'm talking about. Anyone who doesn't, brace yourselves when you Google it. The creature kept on cooing as it grabbed the man and began to pull him into its mouth, swallowing him whole. The man tried to fight off the monster, but it came to no avail as he was far too wounded to fight and lost his battle as the baby monster shoved him into its mouth and flipped up to swallow him whole. The being then spoke and said the word, "Yummy," which told me everything I needed to know about what the being wants. The being then looked straight at me with a message that was clear. It wanted to eat me. Knowing the fate the monster had for me, I closed the door and started running the other way. I got a few feet away before the abomination smashed through. I tried looking for another door, but the only door out of here was the same one that monster was coming from, and that was my only option. That thing moves faster than it eats and it was closing in. I used one of the corpse piles to get around it, and thank God it has a low IQ, as it just followed my path and didn't try to trap me. With the monster out of the way, I ran back to the room and closed the door behind me. I used a chair that was lying around and used it to hold it shut. This gave me some time, but not a whole lot, as the monster was already at the door and the chair was barely holding it. I immediately ran through the hole in the wall, which led to a lobby area. However, I didn't recognize which lobby area I was in. I looked around and found out that I was in the third basement floor. The only thing I could think and say when I saw the sign was, "Are you fucking kidding me?" As I learned how far I fell, my moment of trying to think up a plan was cut short when the door I barracked to the pool slammed wide open and that monster reset the hunt. I didn't have time to think, so I just began to run in the opposite direction and hoping that I won't turn into the monster's next meal. The only thought that filled my mind right now was how the hell was I going to lose that fucking baby? I completely underestimated its capabilities, as that thing was fast and gaining up on me. As I was looking back ahead after seeing how close the baby monster was to me, I almost ran into a pipe that was sticking out of some debris. With my quick thinking and reflexes coming to the rescue, I made a quick turn into a hallway on my left with the monster literally on my back and watched it impale itself onto said pipe. It screamed in pain, which made me cover my ears because of how loud it was. As the monster was trying to squirm off of the pipe, I left immediately to use the extra time to find a way out. I got away from the monster and found a staircase leading up to the ground level. I climbed up and was pleasantly surprised to see that there were no blockages or undead, and honestly, I'm glad. That was when I jinxed myself the moment I reached the ground floor and walked to the lobby to figure out the next course of action. The second I reached the front desk, the floor erupted and the baby creature broke through, throwing me and other items around the area. I got thrown over the front desk and a pipe hit a glass wall above me, causing it to explode. Bits and shards rained on me, with a couple of big pieces piercing my body. It caused me to yell in pain, which alerted the monster of my location. The baby monster freakish cooing grew louder until it reached the front desk, trying to get me. It was pushing the front desk towards me to try and crush me in between. I knew I was screwed but had to think fast in order to get out. I looked at my shard piercings to examine the damage. I didn't have many, with 5 shards in my legs and a total of 6 in my arm and shoulder. I was once again lucky that the damage wasn't severe and quickly pulled the shards in my legs out first before quickly running out from behind the desk before the creature pushed in and destroyed the large furniture. That was too close and the creature found me again and restarted our chase. I tried to run with my wounded legs, but it was really difficult. I almost collapsed a couple of times and the monster was already on my tail. As I was running, I saw a gas truck right in front of the hotel and it was sitting on a car at its tail end as its only support. It was the only option I had that wasn't getting eaten, and I had to take it. As I was limp running towards the car support, the baby creature was lunging at me and was on my heels. I had to keep bending my body forward to avoid its grabs, and that kept pushing the shard in my shoulder, which felt as if it was about to snap. I finally reached the car and the baby monster lunged at me. I got out of the way and the monster hit the car and was pinned down, but not without grabbing my leg and proceeded to pull me towards its mouth. My legs were dead tired, and I didn't have any weapons on me to use on the damn abomination. As I was squirming around to escape, the pain from my shoulder shard reminded me of its existence, and with a lot of willpower and clenching my teeth, I pulled out the shard and used it to stab the monster's mouth and broke free. I pulled my body away from the pinned monster, hoping it would stay as I managed to escape. I was far enough from the monster that it can't reach me and I was about to pass out. That was not happening as the baby monster was pulling itself up from underneath the truck as it was not done yet. As it lifted the truck, it managed to break the hull, causing gas to pour all over itself and made it fall back down again. I had an idea, but I didn't have anything that can cause a spark for it. That was when I found a corpse of a police officer right next to me with a pistol in its holster. I grabbed it and found that it still had bullets in the clip. Without hesitation, I aimed at the monster and pulled the trigger, causing a massive explosion engulfing the baby monster in fire. The monster cried in pain as it was being burned alive by the gas fire. I watched in exhaustion as the cries grew quiet until the monster was no more and began to turn into burned flesh and bones. I stood up from the near death that I almost had and walked toward the entrance, only to find an undead pinned down with no arms. As I looked at the damnation to reflect on my shitty situation, I snapped. Why of all days does today have to be the day that death actually wants me dead? I was so fucking sick of this bullshit and I was done with all of it. With a newfound rage that my body felt, I pulled my leg back and drove all the force into it and kicked the undead's head off clean. I still had leftover rage in me and proceeded to let it out on the goddamn fucking world. Izuku. God fucking damn it. After I let out my rage, I slowly began to calm down as I was regaining my composure. The pain from the shards in my body were about to fuel my rage even more, so I began to remove them, and that's when I realized it. As I looked down on the last shard I just pulled out, I saw that I was still on call. Turns out I just muted the speaker and the call was still going. I didn't hear anyone, and my teachers and other heroes would have heard and saw everything. I knew that they knew that I just found out about the call still running, and I knew that if I don't pick up now, I was going to have more than an earful at school tomorrow. I was still hoping that Eraserhead didn't hear anything and went in dumbfounded, hoping that a loss of connection saved me. I grabbed my phone, turned off the camera unknowingly, and talked into the phone with the speaker unmuted. Izuku. Please tell me you had a lost connection. Maybe everything was going to be alright. Aizawa. Worse, it never broke off. Never mind, it was just like the raider break-in. I wanted to know how much they saw. So stupidly, I asked. Izuku. So you saw the Nezu. The man getting eaten all the way to your breakdown. You pressed the mute speaker button instead of ending the call. Izuku. Oh fuck, recovery girl. Language, and turn your camera back on. When I learned that everyone saw everything up to me finding out that the call was still on, I accidentally let out a, oh fuck, realizing that I screwed up. Recovery girl had to remind me that I was still talking to my teachers. Izuku. Sorry, you weren't meant to see any of that. Vlad King. You mean almost watching you die again? I let out an uncomfortable groan knowing I was going to be scolded. What I thought was going to be a lecture ended up being a stern yet worried command from my teacher. One that I can't do. Aizawa. Return back to the gate. I'm picking you up and that's that. When my teacher said the order and was convinced that I would listen, I knew I couldn't do what he asked, and I had to remind him. Izuku. You know I can't. I could tell that the grown-ups forgot about my visa restrictions as I heard the groans on the other end of the line. It took several minutes for someone on the other end to respond, and it was the person I was getting agitated with. Nezu. Well, what do you propose we do? You're injured and you're in a dangerous area. Coming back to UA is the only option. When I heard my principal's explanation, I was not having it. I was pissed off that even after I reminded them about my visa, they still insisted. And that was when my temperament got the better of me. Izuku. You really think that I hadn't fucking considered that option? Nezu. What, Izuku? Did you really think that I wouldn't have went back to the gate before I fucking called? I was getting even more angered as I heard my teacher's confused voices. I wanted to stop but I was too angry to stop. Nezu tried to step in and calm me down but it soon turned into his biggest mistake. Nezu. Izuku please, we're just worried about you and are trying to help. Jew. I cut my principal off as I was trying to get rid of my anger only to direct it towards him. Izuku. How is ordering me to find a child only to almost get me killed trying to help me? If I didn't mute the fucking call, you would have ordered me to walk into death again. That was when I snapped out of my angered breakdown and realized what I just said. I just told off my hero principal for almost getting me killed and I didn't hold back one bit. I could tell that I went too far as there was a strong silence on the other end of the line and I felt horrible about it. Before I could apologize for the outburst, a loud liquor shriek cried out in the night and it sounded like they were closing in and it wasn't just one. Endeavor. What was that? Izuku. Liquors, and a lot of them. I knew I had to go now but I didn't want to leave things with my teachers like this. My homeroom teacher knew that and understood the feeling even though I hadn't turned the camera on. He pushed me to go but not without telling me to turn my camera back on for the millionth time. Aizawa. You should get going. Turn your camera on so we can make sure you're alright. Izuku. Alright. With that, I begrudgingly turned my camera on and went off back into the hotel to return back to my base. Time skip of Izuku sneaking back through the hotel. The trip through the hotel was rough but also silent, a bit too silent. There were times where I had to kill an undead with my teachers gasping a couple of times, but they remained quiet as I was going through the hotel. It took a few hours thanks to my wounds where I had to rest several times and had to endure pain in order to escape in others. I could tell that my teachers and other heroes are worried, and all the close calls and undead kills didn't help whatsoever. Eventually I reached my base. Because of the giant hole in the wall, I have to keep a blockade at the hole to make sure that none of the undead can get in and kill me in my sleep. Too many close calls. I had to use the walls I had originally installed in order to make the blockade, and it's barely holding up. Even though the hole was on the same floor that shouldn't have access, it makes it easier for me to get into my base. I got in through the bloody entrance that was now cleared after the break-in and immediately started to put up the blockade to keep the undead out. I then immediately crashed on a chair that came from the time the undead literally crashed through the ceiling from before. I was about to fall asleep when my teacher asked me a question which I wanted to laugh at but was so tired that I couldn't. Snipe. Are most of your days this eventful? I could hear several people panic whisper in the background with a few sounds that I could tell are face palms because of the question and how rhetorical it is. I gave my answer with the same level of rhetorical, but I kind of screwed that up. Izuku. Kind of. Most times it's either no one dies, several die, or everything dies, but never just one. I could tell that I went a little too far with the answer and felt awkward after saying it, but I was too dead to feel it. I immediately apologized for it. Izuku. Sorry, I'm not really the talking type whenever I was almost killed. Midnight. Seeing what you've been through, it's understandable. I chuckled at the response but quickly regretted that as I was reminded that I was injured by my injuries. Izuku. Little chuckle met with pain. Fuck, I forgot about my wounds. I could hear some of the teachers as, really, before one of them asked about it. Vlad King. How does one forget about their wounds? Izuku. When you're living in the quarantine zone and quirkless, quite a lot. I slowly got up trying to avoid more pain and went to my medical bench to tend to my wounds. I took the phone out of my pocket and placed it on the table while took off my clothes to examine my wounds. My teachers and other heroes were getting annoyed, and that was when I heard Recovery Girl call out. Recovery Girl. Hey dearie, can you set up the phone so we can see you? Izuku. I don't think you want to see me in my underwear, which is already on its last legs. I didn't realize or care that I gave a little too much information as I was mainly focused on my wounds. The adults were obviously worried and wanted to know everything, which was kind of annoying on my end, and somehow, I didn't think that I gave too much info on my underwear where I should have thought that that was too much. Meanwhile, I could hear my teacher and other heroes are discussing what questions to ask me, and they didn't make an effort to mute the call, so I heard everything. It took the group a whole 2 minutes to come up with the questions to ask me. Hawk. You said that you couldn't go back to the gate, why? Izuku. Because at night, the gates is on tight lockdown and rarely anyone can get through. Anyone seen passing them would have been shot on sight. Unless you know how to bribe the guards, it's a suicide mission, and last I checked, the guard isn't very fond of me and they would have tripled the price if you got involved. Rock Lock. Okay, next question. How and why do you bribe the guards? Izuku. Do you really think they'll let a quirkless pass even with a work visa? While sometimes I have to bribe them, there are also times where they just downright blackmail you for money. Ectoplasm. Wait, they also blackmail you? That's criminal. Izuku. Criminal, yes, but this is Umbrella we're talking about. They're still in corrupt mode and they have ways to hide it. I could tell that they were all uncomfortable, as also learned about my distaste for the company. While I was waiting for their next question, I poured tequila on my wounds and boy did it fucking hurt. I accidentally let out a fucking hell, which caused my teacher to panic. Aizawa. Izuku. What's wrong? Izuku. Nothing. Just sterilizing my wounds. My teacher was still on edge and was now being nosy about what I'm doing. Aizawa. With what? Izuku. With tequila. Aizawa. Okay, Why that, and how did you get tequila of all things? My teacher clearly didn't understand the quarantine zone, so I had to remind him all while I was wrapping my wounds. However, I was a bit annoyed with them as they are clearly not taking in the obvious. Izuku, you saw what it's like out from the phone, right? It's a shit show out here and hardly anyone follows the rules from the other side. I was too tired to read my teacher's reaction through the phone, but then again, he is tired from everything including his hero work. That was when he brought back his question with some curiosity. Aizawa. Right, but still. How did you manage to find tequila in Japan? It's not very common here. Izuku. I just ran into it when I was out. I did find the owner of the bottles. But he was in pieces when I got there. I was finishing up dressing my wounds and looking for clothes that didn't smell like rotten blood. As I was getting dressed, then all of a sudden the liquor screeches that I heard before came back, but they were even louder than before. I knew that the higher sound only meant that they're climbing up the building and will soon reach my floor. I knew I had to move fast or I'm going to have bigger problems. Izuku. Shit, Aizawa. Izuku, what's happening? We heard some sort of screeching sound on your end. Izuku. The lickers are climbing the building. At any moment, they'll. Before I could finish, the first of the lickers came up and entered the floor. I had to stop to avoid detection. I quickly put on pants before grabbing an old shirt and the phone before sneaking around to reach my makeshift safe room, which I use when lickers break in or I didn't have enough time or resources to set up defenses. I was only a meter away when a licker passed by. I was being quiet and waiting for the licker to pass by. That was when the phone beeped and all of a sudden the licker turned to me and started to run at me. I was remaining calm as I was always prepared for such attacks. It's the number one rule I always follow, and that's never go anywhere without a weapon, even if you're at home and you're only walking afoot. I took the shotgun that I grabbed along with the phone from the medical bench and aimed the barrel before taking the shot and killing the blind fucker before it could grab a bite. While that saved me from an early death, I just rang the dinner bell for the other lickers and I had to move fast. Thankfully, I was right next to the safe room that I just jumped in and shut the door behind me before the lickers were a millimeter away. I was now safe, but my teachers were terrified as to what happened as the camera was not aimed at what happened. My teacher was panicking and tried to call my attention, which worked, and I shifted my attention to them. Aizawa. Izuku, are you there, kid? Please answer me. I answered his cries to let him know I'm alright. Izuku. I'm alright for now. My safe room will keep the lickers out till morning. I just won't be sleeping tonight. Aizawa's pav. When Izuku told us that he was safe from those lickers, I was relieved at first. But that was short-lived when I learned those things are still out there and my worries shoot back up along with everyone else in the room. The fact that we watched Izuku escape near death several times and killed more of the undead was enough to unsettle every person in the room. I knew that I wanted to keep the call on for the whole night just to make sure that he was still alive. However, those plans were soon dashed when I asked about the lickers, since none of us knew much about them and we just saw them only several hours ago. Aizawa. Lickers. Those are the blind creatures, right? They can't be that dangerous, right? Izuku. Blind, yes, but not deaf. They have advanced hearing to make up for the loss of sight. Just having this call open is enough for them to find me. Aizawa. So even if you stay quiet, they can still find you. Izuku. Yeah, and that's not including the other horrors I have to deal with. The reminder of the other horrors hit me enough to hate everything going on, and I knew that the call had to end for Izuku's sake. With a heavy heart, I brought the call to an end. Aizawa. Very well, I'll end the call so the lickers don't hear you. Just stay safe, alright? Izuku. Alright, good night. Aizawa. Night. As I ended the call with a resistant urge fighting against it. The hesitation was seen by everyone and they also wished that the call never ended. Endeavor. Did the call really have to end? Nezu. With those lickers nearby and Izuku's life on the line, it's unfortunately necessary for his survival. Everyone in the room felt disgusted and upset when the word survival was brought up, but they understood the reason as they all saw the invasion. They all hated how everything had played out, and it didn't take long for the first of the group to speak out. Mount. Lady. I'm sorry, Are we just going to ignore the fact that there are more of these things out there and that there are other creatures that we hadn't seen, and on top of all of that, a kid has to lives with them after watching him almost get killed by them? Mount Lady was the first one to speak out, and the other heroes and members started to add in, each one trying to make sense of what they just saw. Best Jeanist. Not only that, but the environment looked like it went through a hurricane. The place looks like it was falling apart. Hawks. Not to mention the blood pool. I can't imagine how many it took to fill up, not to mention how long it must have been there. Kamui Woods. Even the number of bodies is concerning, and that's just from what we saw. Who knows how many more are out there. Fat Gum. Yeah, and Izuku's reaction was a bit worrying. Especially after killing that, I don't know if you can call it a baby anymore. The moment that Hawks mentioned the pool, I began to worry about Izuku again after seeing him fall in said pool and thinking about what diseases he might have contracted in it. I'll need to make sure Recovery Girl does a checkup on him tomorrow. Even then, I just watched my student almost die several times, and he had to deal with this for the last 3 years. I was still having a hard time believing it, and so was everyone else. I looked around the room and noticed that Nezu was a bit more upset. I knew exactly why, as we all heard Izuku snap at him. Not once as a teacher here have I ever seen Nezu this down. I'm sure that he was trying to help, and even Izuku felt bad based on the pause between the last words he said to "when the liquor cries." Tsukauchi. It's clear the kid knows what he's doing and is under a lot of stress over there. Just trying to stay alive must already be hard enough. Sansa. Better yet, how did a kid keep all of this a secret? I mean, aside from the call a while back, he kept everything under wraps. That question stayed with me, and I wasn't the only one. Every hero and officer in the room was wondering the same thing. That was when Nezu picked up the phone and dialed a number and pressed the call button. It wasn't long until Evelyn picked up, and we soon learned why he called her. Evelyn. Hello, Evelyn. Marcus speaking. Nezu. Hi, Evelyn. Evelyn. Nezu. I wasn't expecting you to call very soon. How can I help? Nezu. You saw everything, right? Evelyn. Unfortunately, yes, along with Chris and the others. We were all shocked to learn that the other members also saw what happened, but we were also wondering how they saw it, as they weren't connected to the call. I immediately asked to calm down the curiosity inside me. Aizawa. How did you know what happened? I didn't add you to the call. Evelyn. We planted a hidden camera in the phone we gave him. We had added if we wanted to know what is going on in the quarantine zone. I know it's not the most admirable, but it was needed after the interview today. Everyone was surprised to learn about the secret camera in the phone, but they also understood Evelyn's reasoning for adding it with the state her company was in. This led everyone to wonder if there was any more intel they gathered during the call. Rocklock. Did you get anything from the call, like the location or anything? Evelyn. Yes, actually. I tracked the phone's location to a hotel located a couple of miles away from the gate, and it looked like it was a hotel. I'm sending in drones tomorrow when the kid isn't there to get better intel and see how the kid was living there. We all agreed to the plan and decided to end the meeting after everything that happened, but it didn't make the discoveries any easier. When we went to bed last night, I couldn't shake the thought of Izuku dying to one of those monsters, and it terrified me knowing it can happen at any time. My husband took notice and tried to comfort me, which worked to some extent. All I can do now is sleep and hope that Izuku survives the night. Aizawa Pav. 1. It's only been a few hours since we called Izuku, and it didn't get any easier. My husband and I got to the gate early, as I was constantly haunted by the thought of Izuku not coming back from the QZ. I tried to call the problem child before we left, but he didn't pick up, which already put me into panic mode. My husband was also worried, but after I let Izuku's case go from before, he wasn't as worried. Aizawa. You know you didn't have to come. Hazashi. After last night and how much you reacted at the training facility, not a chance. If I didn't come, you would have went through and gotten yourself killed. Hazashi was right, I would have went into the QZ and got myself killed. I'm still amazed that Hazashi hasn't demanded for a divorce yet. Just the fact that he came with me so early made me grateful to have him by my side. Aizawa. Yeah, you're right. Hazashi. And besides, who else will take part in Tashi's hour-long naps? I chuckled at his remark, which made me think back at the times my son and I spent our naps together and the countless hours we slept. They were great memories. That was when I thought back to when Izuku's former dad and uncle came to the school. Thinking of my family made me wonder what Izuku's family was like or what's left of them. We never saw them in the call, neither did Izuku mention them. The thought made me concerned again, and I began to debate with myself whether to ask Izuku about the whereabouts and health of his family, and that's when Hizashi snapped me out of my head. Hizashi. Hun, are you alright? Aizawa. Sorry, it's just that. It's nothing. I know you're already sick of me worrying about the kid, but... I was about to mention the question until Hizashi cut me off. He got up close and pinned me to the car. Hizashi. Shota Aizawa, what makes you think that I'm sick of the kid? I mean, sure, you were freaking out about the kid before, but you didn't know. No one knew about his situation until both the living and the dead tried to kill him. We just found out about his situation less than 12 hours ago. You have every reason to be worried about the kid. The fact that Hizashi had to be stern to remind me about the situation told me that he understood. I wanted to kiss him right here, but before I got the chance, the gate opened up and we both straightened ourselves up and returned to our professional form. That was when we braced for who or what was going to come from the other side, and the tension was literally killing me. As the gate opened up, there were several people coming through, and some of them looked like they've been through a lot. The fear of not seeing Izuku come through didn't sit well with either of us, and it just kept growing. The reason why we got here so early was because we learned it took 2 hours to get to school walking, and considering that I always see Izuku in class means that he would have had to get to the gate very early in order to get to school on time. Along with the fact that it would be difficult to get to school with his injuries. Another thing that caught my attention was how Izuku was able to even move the way he did during the murder attempt. His wounds clearly showed that he can't move around so easily, and yet he still moves like he was unfazed. My worrying got the better of me until Hizashi drew my attention away. Hizashi. Sho, look. My partner pointed towards the gate, and my worries immediately disappeared as Izuku passed through the gate alive. I was glad to see him again, but I soon noticed that Izuku wasn't in his uniform and had bandages wrapped around his hands. His clothes were covered in blood stains and had very visible tears around that showed inner layers of clothing. My worries went up again, but I was more focused on the fact that he's alive and safe now. I waved to Izuku and called out his name to get his attention. Aizawa. Hey, is Izuku. I was still trying to get used to calling my student by his first name after finding out about it. After everything that happened, I was trying to readjust to everything, which hasn't been easy. As soon as I got Izuku's attention, the kid looked surprised after being confused by his name being called out. I waved over to him to come over and he followed the command. As soon as Izuku got into close range, I went up and hugged him, and that was when I realized how bad he smelled. Aizawa. Good to see you again. Sniff, what in the hell is that smell? When I got a whiff of the smell coming from Izuku, I was shocked at how bad it was. That was when Izuku told me what it was. Izuku. Rotten blood. It was what broke my fall last night. Best not to get close for the time being. Both me and Hizashi held our noses as Izuku explained the smell, but we were wondering why he didn't shower at least. He then explained why. Izuku. Running water stopped less than a year after the outbreak happened, so collecting rainwater or finding other sources of water became the only options. I had a rain collection system with some water, but when the liquors came last night, one of them damaged the tank and all the water came out. I only realized this when the water started leaking into the safe room this morning. Learning about Izuku's situation alarmed me a lot as I learned more about his situation. It's clear that he has to go all out on survival, but now that I learned that water shortage is an issue, this did not help at all. I looked back at my husband and we both exchanged looks of concern. That was when Hizashi asked about Izuku's attire, which worried us. Hizashi. Aside from the smell, where is your school uniform? Is that all you have to wear? Izuku. Not exactly. These were the only clothes I had that were remotely clean and didn't smell like rotten corpses or have blood on them. I have my uniform in my bag, but it was still soaked in rotten blood. I was going to head to a laundromat to wash it before school, but I would have been late, so. Aizawa. You'll get a new one. Izuku. What? Aizawa. You heard me. The kid looked shocked when I said that. He clearly wasn't expecting that but somehow tried to oppose the idea. Izuku. You don't have to do that, I know the uniforms aren't cheap and ISTI. Hazashi. Kid, you barely survived last night and the undead already destroyed your set. You already have to deal with the undead and that's already taking up a lot of your priorities, and that's not including school. The school will cover your uniforms, so don't worry about that. Mike stopped Izuku's argument before he had a chance to say any more and defeated his every point. I could tell that my student wanted to say more, but we both knew that there was no point in fighting back and accepted defeat. That was when he asked the next question and one we weren't expecting. Izuku. Fine, you win. So how are we doing this? Hazashi. Sorry. Izuku. Did you forget that I smell like corpses already? Me and Hazashi looked at the kid in confusion until we realized what he meant. Oh boy, this was going to be rough. 2 hours later, the trip back to UA was excruciating. After we picked up Izuku, the smell was trapped inside and grew throughout the car. Thankfully, Izuku packed some gas masks for us, but we didn't think we needed them until we got in the car. It got so bad that they became our lifelines. It was manageable, but the smell still found its way through. While we were dying in the masks, Izuku, on the other hand, was completely unaffected, which got me concerned and led to the question being asked. Aizawa. How are you able to handle the smell? Don't you have a mask for yourself? Izuku. I've dealt with smells that were worse than the one you're smelling. I'm at the point where I'm nearly nose blind, but every new horrid smell keeps that from happening. Unless I have to go somewhere that is unbreathable or will kill me, I don't need one. The response wasn't surprising, but it didn't make it pleasant either. I looked back to my husband, and he shared the same concerns with me. We finally reached the school, and the moment Hazashi parked the car, we both got out of the car and ripped off the gas masks and took desperate amounts of fresh air. We didn't mean to offend Izuku, but he understood the feeling. We were trying to catch our breaths that we completely missed the other teachers, Recovery Girl and Tsukauchi, standing in front of us, and they were clearly confused as they saw the two of us dying for air while Izuku was just standing by the car. I couldn't tell the teachers, which led to Izuku explaining everything to them. Snipe. So that's why those two are desperate for air. Izuku. Yup, and you can thank the liquors from last night. Midnight. Yeah, we can smell you from here. I can't imagine the smells getting any better. Izuku. Trust me, you have no idea. After the other teachers were caught up to speed, I got up with new air in my lungs and took over. Aizawa. I can only imagine. Now then, get cleaned up in the change room and try to get the smell out. I'll bring you a new uniform to replace the old one. The moment I brought up the new uniform, Izuku went back into defending even though he was fighting a losing battle. Izuku. You don't have to do that, I can get this one cleaned up AF. Hazashi. Kid, the uniform you have in your bag is soaked in old blood and is now considered hazardous material. You're getting a new one, and that's that. Hazashi cut Izuku off again, and the other teachers agreed, leading to Izuku's acceptance of defeat, and we all went into the school. Somehow, Nezu wasn't here to greet Izuku, but the reasoning didn't cross anyone's mind after Izuku's snapping incident, and I could tell that Izuku was thinking about it and he was upset that he said those things to a hero. Unfortunately, we hadn't heard from Nezu after he called Monica last night, which made me wonder where he was. We'll just have to wait and see later today. Normal Pav. As the grown-ups and Izuku enter the building, Aizawa escorted Izuku straight to the boys' change room while Midnight and Hazashi went to get the essentials. Izuku gave Aizawa his blood-soaked uniform, which had an express ticket straight to the school's furnace. The teachers were more relieved that the uniform was getting destroyed as the smell was just too much for them. Izuku started showering to get any dried blood off him, which was a challenge in and of itself. Aizawa was in the change room waiting until Hazashi brought a spare uniform, a towel, body wash and a scrubber for Izuku. The body wash helped Izuku get rid of the blood and smell, even though he only used a little bit, but it went a long way and removed the majority of the smell and blood. Whenever Izuku tried to leave the shower early, Aizawa would stop him and check his smell. If he still smelled like the dead, Aizawa would tell him to shower again and use more body wash to remove the smell. After finally getting most of the smell out, Izuku wrapped his hands hiding them from his teachers and put on his new uniform. After finishing up, Izuku rejoined the teachers and they were glad that the smell is mostly gone. Aizawa had to do a quick check and confirmed it. Aizawa. Sniff sniff, the smell is mostly gone. Izuku. That would be the clothes I was wearing earlier. I just put them in my bag. I'll get them cleaned up before class. The grown-ups didn't exactly agree with that. It wasn't until Aizawa put his hand out and told Izuku to hand them over. Aizawa. Hand them over. I'll deal with them. Izuku was shocked but calmly resisted against the orders. Izuku. You don't have to do that. You already had to endure the car ride in a gas mask. I can take care of Hey. Izuku was trying to defend his statement, but that ended with Vlad King grabbing his bag off him and pulling the clothes out and giving them to Aizawa. Vlad King. You don't have to worry about that. You barely survived yesterday and came back to school despite everything that happened. A racer can handle some laundry. You just need to take it easy. Izuku had no choice but to accept defeat. Aizawa wanted to take Izuku to the infirmary to check his injuries, but Izuku wanted to check in with his classmates to make sure they knew he was alright. Aizawa was against it but also knew his students were worried and thought it wouldn't hurt. Before they took one step to the dormitories, Midnight noticed something red coming out of the bandages around Izuku's hands. That concern grew when she looked closer and saw the red spot grow and become darker, making her ask Izuku about it. Midnight. Izuku, is there something wrong with your hand? The moment she asked, Izuku flinched, and she and everyone else knew that something happened if it wasn't for Izuku's poor attempt at lying his way out, which was caught by the detective. Izuku. I scrapped it off some metal. Tsukauchi. You're lying. Izuku. Damn it. That made all the grown-ups stop and confront Izuku. Aizawa became worried again, but Midnight took over the worried parent role. She extended her hand, gently demanding Izuku to lend over his hand without saying anything, and he knew that he didn't have an option. He extended his hand to Midnight's and the pro-hero gently grabbed it and began to unravel the bandages. Aizawa looked closely as Midnight removed the bandages. The worrying grew as every layer of gauze removed reveals a larger red spot with the centers of the stains being more wet. When the last of the bandage is removed, the grown-ups all gasped at the sight of a stitched wound on the palm of Izuku's hand. However, that was not all. As Midnight held Izuku's hand, she felt something on the other side of Izuku's hand. With a parental fear, she rotated Izuku's hand only to reveal another stitched wound. It didn't take long for the grown-ups to realize that something happened and they became shocked and horrified. Aizawa was the most horrified when he saw the wounds and wanted to know what happened. Aizawa. What happened? 10 minutes later both Class 1A and B were waiting in 1A's dormitory waiting to hear anything on Izuku along with the top 3. Everyone was still shocked about the events back in the Umbrella training facility with the undead and the original purpose of the facility. They were still trying to wrap around the concept of the undead being real and the fact that they watched their own classmate literally kill another living person. Sure, they were sent to kill him, which is already hard to imagine considering their classmate was quirkless, but it was still nerve-wracking. Even the fact that he knew who the CEO of Umbrella was and that the members from the Secret Service and the bnha had to take him to ask questions about the incident. Last night, they wondered why Izuku had to leave and why all the heroes present had a meeting at the teacher's dormitory. Due to the seriousness of the meeting, none of the teachers could tell them anything except there were some external issues. They only knew that his current circumstances prevented him from staying at school and had to go despite him being severely injured. They could only worry for his safety and wait to see if he's alright. While waiting, they discussed about the events, but they were still shaken up from everything. Some were trying to understand what happened while others tried to talk about other things, trying to calm their nerves. They were all so focused on their discussions that they didn't notice the door opening. Shinso, who was right by the door, first noticed Izuku and he was glad to see him again. Shinso. Izuku. You're back. Upon greeting him, the other students took notice and rushed over to greet their classmate. They were all glad to see him again and wanted to make sure he's alright. Izuku tried to answer their questions but made sure he kept some details hidden from them. Ida. Thank God you're back. Where did you go last night? Izuku. I had to head back to the quarantine zone. Students. Quarantine zone. Why, Izuku? Because of my visa. Students. Visa? Everyone was confused when Izuku mentioned his visa. He proceeded to explain the whole visa system to his schoolmates. They were shocked and horrified when they learned about the system and the restrictions he has to deal with. Yaoyorozu. Your visa forces you to go back to the quarantine zone? In Bakugo. And you could be sent to prison for not returning. That's bullshit. The visa system was so bizarre and ridiculous that Bakugo blew up and cut off his classmate. Momo didn't mind as she too agreed with him along with everyone else when they learned about it. They became more concerned about Izuku's situation the more they learned about it, and it just made them even more worried. That was until Ida went up to Izuku and got a whiff of what the QZ smells like. Ida. Well, at least you're here, and sniff sniff, what the heck is that smell? Izuku froze when Ida asked the question. The other classmates wondered what Ida was talking about and realized exactly what he meant. They all took a few steps back as they all soon got a whiff of the smell. Uraraka. He can't smell that bad. I mean, didn't even reach 3 feet. What is that? Tetsu and Kirishima. So terrible. Izuku didn't take offense and opened several windows to help air out the smell. Given his teacher's reactions earlier, he knew he was sort of caught and knew he had to explain it, but he tried to do so without giving too much detail. Izuku. Long story short, I kind of fell into a pool full of questionable substance. When everyone heard the answer, they were willing to let it be, as most of them didn't want to know what that fluid is. That was until Hado asked what it was. Some of the first years were also curious but were also terrified as to what it was. Hado. Just out of curiosity, what was the questionable substance? Izuku knew that everyone was not ready and knew that it was not going to be pleasant, but he decided to answer as he knew that once they knew they wouldn't ask any more questions after, as the answer would give them enough context to know. Everyone looked right at Izuku waiting for an answer. Izuku was silent for a few seconds before giving everyone an answer. Izuku. Old and rotten blood that has been out in the open for who knows how long. Everyone froze when they heard the answer and got the exact picture of what he had to deal with last night, and enough to not ask any more questions. That was until Izuku's new phone rang. He pulled it out, curious as to who was calling him. When he took it out, everyone was curious but were also at awe by the model he got, as it wasn't one you would find in stores. Zero. Whoa dude, cool phone. Where did you get it? Izuku. Evelyn gave it to me before I went into the quarantine zone last night. Mr. Aizawa called me last night but I opened it by accident. What? Everyone looked at Izuku as if he was joking about accidentally opening the call last night. Shoji. How does one accidentally open a call? You used a smartphone before, right? Izuku. No, this is my first ever smartphone. I had some issues trying to use it last night. Everyone looked at him in shock as he was their age, and it was shocking to hear that a classmate never used a smartphone before. Izuku was confused as to what was wrong but didn't really think much of it. Izuku and everyone else looked at the phone and saw the caller ID and saw that it was Principal Nezu. Everyone looked at Izuku knowing very well that he has to pick up the call. Sato. You should probably answer the call. Izuku. I know, but I don't know how. Everyone was facepalming themselves as they learned that their schoolmate was serious and has no idea on how to use a smartphone. Asui helped Izuku out and showed him how to answer the call. Once Izuku learned how to properly answer a call on a smartphone, he proceeded to open the call and Nezu was on the line. However, he somehow accidentally opened the speaker, which just made everyone facepalm again until they heard Nezu on the line. Nezu. Hello, is this Izuku? Izuku. Yes, that's me, sir. There was a bit of a pause, which was a bit confusing for the students as they wonder why Nezu is calling their classmate. Izuku was the only person he knows why he was calling and knew what was coming. Nezu. Oh, good. I wanted to apologize for not welcoming you at the gate today, as well as for everything that happened last night. Izuku froze when Nezu brought up last night. He was hoping to keep those events hidden from his classmates so they wouldn't worry more than they need to after what happened at the training facility. Everyone looked straight at Izuku, wondering what their principal meant with everything that happened last night. Izuku tried to play it off to try to regain control of the situation. Izuku. Don't worry, Abu Nezu. I know that my behavior last night did not match the circumstances which almost got you killed. Before Izuku could tell his principal not to worry and regain control, he was cut off and the secret was let out. Everyone looked at Izuku in shock when they learned that he was almost killed for a second time. Bakugo was ready to yell like his mother when she worries about him. However, the guys in 1A held him down to make sure their principal didn't know they were listening in. Izuku tried to end the call to do damage control, but... Nezu. I know that you are already exhausted after having to travel in and out of the quarantine zone and understand that you ran into some trouble today. Eraserhead told me that you had a run-in with some survivors who tried to kill you. Is that true? Before Nezu could finish the last vowel of his sentence, every hero course student broke out and said, "What?" with a few students saying afterwards, "You almost got killed before school." That was when Nezu heard the outcry and realized that their call was being heard. He didn't have all the info but had to ask to see who it was. Nezu. You're not alone, are you? Izuku. No, I'm currently at the 1A dormitory with everyone. Nezu, realizing that he may have, if not obviously, put Izuku in a bind, knowing that he should end the call. But before he could say his farewells, Izuku proposed a solution that would be best for the situation. Izuku. Sorry, sir, now isn't a good time. Can we continue this discussion later today in your office? Nezu. Oh, why yes, that would be fine. I made today off, so come by any time. Izuku. Okay, see you then. With that, Izuku ended the call and looked back at his classmates as they were all trying to hold back their panic questions as to what happened before he came to school. He gave everyone the okay to ask away, and that's when the floodgate of questions opened up. Everyone was freaking out when they learned that Izuku was almost killed twice within literally hours between the training facility and before coming to school today. They all wanted to know what happened last night and before he got to school, which Izuku explained everything and to clam them down, which didn't really happen. Time skip of Izuku explaining everything and classes trying to comprehend everything he's saying. It took several hours for Izuku to explain what happened and to answer everyone's questions about the events that happened as well as how he was able to live in the QZ. He kept some details about his life hidden, including what happened to his hands and other things, not because he didn't want to talk about them but because he was still in survivor mode. Despite having everyone know about his experience with the undead and some of the skills he had to develop, one of the few lessons that he had to learn during the outbreak and even before that was not to trust people you don't know. That was one lesson he knew too well and one he followed so much that it became part of his living. It became apparent to his schoolmates while he was answering their questions, and they all regret the way they treated him in school, including Bakugo. They wanted to fix that as they learned just how deadly his situation has become. However, Izuku was sensing some discomfort within his schoolmates, as if they were scared of something. He didn't want to press them as he had some idea of why they felt like that. After some time, Izuku looked at the time and realized that he had to meet Nezu but also has to go back to the QZ. Izuku's classmates hated the idea, as that means that he has to go back and deal with the undead, and after seeing people getting killed and eaten by those things, it left an unsettling feeling in them as they feared that every time they see Izuku would possibly be the last time they see him alive. Izuku was about to leave the dorm only to find Mr. Aizawa enter the building. He was surprised to see him again on the same day as everyone tried to avoid him. It was a lot for Izuku to take in as he was used to everyone just ignoring him. And this was a whole new thing for Izuku, but the problem is that he's still in survival mode. That was when Izuku spoke without realizing what he was saying. Izuku. Sir, I wasn't expecting to see you again. Aizawa. Huh, what does that mean? Izuku. I mean, it's just unusual for you to find me twice in one day. Aizawa. Oh, well, I was just checking in to make sure everything is all right with you and the other students. Izuku looked away when he said the other classes, and the other classmates joined and avoided their teacher's eye contact. Aizawa immediately knew that something happened, but he decided not to press Izuku as he literally had to fight for his life several hours ago. However, that wasn't main reason why he was looking for Izuku. Aizawa. Anyways, I was coming to let you know that the principal and the other heroes are coming to have the discussion here, as the meeting room wasn't going to be big enough. Izuku and the other students were confused as to why the heroes were coming and why here of all places. There should have been enough room to house the teachers in the meeting room back at the main building, which led to the question of who's coming. Ida ended up asking his teacher the question. Ida. Mr. Aizawa. Isn't it just you, the other teachers and Principal Nezu coming? Aizawa. Yes, as well as the heroes that were at the training facility. Yesterday's events caused a rouse that it got them all concerned and wanted to know more about the undead. I would have preferred to keep it within the school, but the situation was more dire than we expected, so they all agreed to come to meet up. Everyone was surprised by the news, and the fact that so many heroes are coming here gave them the idea of how big the situation is. Izuku, however, was concerned about the time as he had to go back to the quarantine zone. Izuku. Wait, but Before Izuku could ask his question, Aizawa cut him off as he knew exactly what he was about to say after yesterday's events. Aizawa. Don't worry, I will drop you off before the gates close. There are some questions that still need to be answered, so you won't be going anywhere. Izuku knew what those questions were and agreed to stay and wait for the other heroes. That was when Izuku tried to get up and almost collapsed but caught himself, but that was enough to scare his classmates and his teacher as they became more worried. Aizawa. Izuku, are you okay? Izuku. I'm fine, just a bit more exhausted than usual. The response still worried his teacher, and after seeing Izuku at the gate in the state he was in, he wasn't taking any chances. Aizawa. You didn't get enough sleep, lay down and rest. I'll stay here for the time being. Izuku knew that his teacher was right and he needed to rest. It was going to be some time until all the heroes arrive, and he didn't get much sleep because of the liquors. Before he knew it, his teacher was already pushing him gently on the couch in the main area and sat right next to him. The moment Aizawa sat down, Izuku began to feel the exhaustion kick in while his mind tried to stay awake. Before Aizawa did anything else, he told the students to head off. The students protested as they wanted to know about the situation and what it has to do with their classmate. However, Aizawa stood by his word and they all left the building for the time being. By the time the last student left the floor, Izuku was already asleep in an uncomfortable sitting form. Aizawa then went and guided Izuku into a laying position with his head resting on his lap. As he hears the steady breathing from his student, he began to recap yesterday's events and the phone call and wonders how he should have been there for his student and how he shouldn't even have this life. He then strokes Izuku's hair as he worries about his student's life. Several hours later, as time passes, heroes that were at the training facility arrived at the dormitory for the meeting. Some of the heroes also brought their sidekicks to take part, and Tsukauchi brought some of his officers who saw the call last night to also take part. As they all saw Izuku asleep, they tried their best not to wake him up as they all recalled what happened the night before. Once everyone arrived, some of the heroes asked some questions while also keeping the sound to a minimum to not wake Izuku up. Edgeshot. How's the kid holding up? Aizawa. Still holding on, but he didn't get much sleep thanks to the liquor break-in. The reminder hit the heroes last night and confused all the members that weren't there. They were given the rundown of what happened, but they were still confused on a few things. The other heroes and sidekicks were filled in on the details of what happened but were still a little foggy in some areas. The heroes did do some due diligence beforehand and looked for some information prior to the meeting. After a few minutes of settling in, the meeting began, all while keeping it quiet so that Izuku wouldn't wake up. Nezu. So, what have you all found out about the quarantine zone and the undead? Gang Orca. We asked some survivors that have escaped the quarantine zone before the visa system was put in place. However, most of them can't say from experience as they were evacuated before the virus even reached the walls. Yukyu. Those that didn't escape had to acquire permanent visas to leave the zone entirely. Those visas were very limited and some survivors had to kill in order to get one. Now there are only temporary visas that require to be renewed each year. Others are too afraid to speak out because of the fear of getting deported back into the QZ, even after the former CEOs were removed. Midnight. So it gotten to the point where people are willing to kill to escape the nightmare. It's so hard to imagine what people went through back then and now. Midnight looked back at Izuku as she and everyone else learned how bad the situation was back then and how much fear was spread by the previous heads of Umbrella. Everyone was very uncomfortable when they learned how bad the visa system was back then and now. The discussion moved on afterwards, but not until they hit another point that made everyone uncomfortable. Fat Gum. We tried talking to some of the current survivors who can only come for work, but they too refused to answer any questions. They weren't very kind about it and even called us fresh meat, whatever that means. When everyone heard the term fresh meat. They were all visibly nervous as to what the term means. Some of them started to overthink about it and think it's some kind of secret code or some form of mark. Little did they know that Izuku was awake when they started the meeting and knew that they were going way over their heads. He knew that they were going nowhere, and while listening to the grown-ups having no clue was kind of funny to him, as they were almost like sitting ducks. Before Izuku got up, he reminded everyone of his awareness by answering the question. Izuku, they were calling you all newbies because you never dealt with the undead. Everyone was surprised when they heard Izuku's voice and thought he was still asleep. Izuku slowly sat up with Aizawa assisting him. He then rubbed the remaining sleep off his eyes while asking a question with all the information he guessed everyone collected. Izuku, let me guess. You tried to ask people who were in the quarantine zones, got jackal and got called fresh meat. When Izuku asked the question, his teacher was taken aback by his manners towards the heroes. He was about to say something until everyone in the room gave the crowded answers that all led to yes. Aizawa was even more surprised by his student's accuracy and asked how he guessed that. Aizawa, how did you guess that? We didn't even. Izuku, because for the last 3 years since the outbreak happened, not a single hero came back to help those that were trapped with the undead. Any trust they had in heroes died when no one was there to save them. You really think that anyone was going to help you after no one helped them? Plus, most people that left didn't even know that they escaped until after the walls were built. Most of them didn't even know the undead existed and still don't. Izuku's explanation brought a dark truth to all of the heroes when they learned why they got the answers they were given. Everyone was shocked when they learned that not a single hero went to help when the outbreak happened. They were still in disbelief and wanted to see it as a lie. Gang Orca. That's impossible. There's no way that every agency left before the outbreak happened. There should have been more than a dozen hero agencies within the QZ. Izuku. There were none. Several weeks before the outbreak happened, every single agency was marked for renovations or closures, and any heroes that were part of those agencies were moved elsewhere instead of being temporarily moved. I know that because during my first year, I tried to look for any heroes in the QZ and I didn't find a single one. With the hope dashed and the reality more clearer, the heroes were disheartened when they learned that they were moved. But the information just made the heroes want to know more, leading to Hawks to ask the next question. Hawks. Hold on, how would the heroes know to move if they didn't know about the outbreak happening in the first place? There's no way that all of the heroes residing within the affected area were able to leave just willingly. How can? Izuku. Simple, Umbrella had a hand in the operation. Every hero agency I went to had an email sent to them directly from the former heads of the company telling them to remove all heroes from the area and to do so quietly. From the looks of it, Umbrella made sure that they had everyone in their arsenal, heroes included. Hell, they're the reason why no one except for the current residents can enter the QZ. The new details shocked all of the heroes as to how deep Umbrella went to hide what they did. It made disturbing sense when you think about it. No hero involvement means no leaks. Just the fact that the former Umbrella heads had deep ties with the agencies already put the heroes in an uncomfortable feeling, as they could have been manipulated without anyone knowing. That was until one of the heroes noticed Izuku's hand and asked what happened to them. Yukio. Sorry, but not to change the subject, what happened to your hands? They weren't like that yesterday. This made Izuku flinch and tense up, which was caught by every adult in the room. Izuku knew he was caught and was hoping that everyone would drop it. However, his teacher was also with the heroes and wanted to know as well. Even though he was pressed earlier, he didn't tell the grown-ups anything as he was still in survivor mode. Aizawa. Come on Izuku. There's no point in hiding anymore. You're safe here. Izuku wanted to believe his teacher, but he couldn't. He wanted to get away from the heroes, but he can't, at least not with his teacher sitting right next to him. He knew he couldn't escape this time, so he told them the truth begrudgingly. Izuku. Fine, I ran into a group of cultists who wanted to pin me to a cross to take me back to their camp to use me for a blood sacrifice. The answer shocked all the grown-ups so much that All Might coughed enough blood to cause a hernia to form and Nezu to choke on his tea. They were in shock that people were that mad to do sacrifices in this day and age. At first they didn't believe it at first, Tsukauchi also didn't want to believe it, but his quirk told him that Izuku wasn't lying and told the group. They were all flabbergasted that they were demanding answers. Vlad King. What WHO in their right mind would think of doing those crimes? Izuku. Those who have lost all hope and trust in the world and follow psychotic maniacs. When everyone heard Izuku's answer, they all looked back at Izuku and saw a dead face that looked serious, but some mistaken it as boredom. It wasn't until one of the heroes asked who were the members and mistakenly asked where they were. The other heroes were still fueled by anger. Endeavor. All right then, who were they and where are they now? Izuku. You don't need to worry about them. When Izuku said those words, most of the heroes that didn't see the events that took place were not having it, while those that had seen yesterday were worried about what he was meant. Aizawa knew what he meant but had to ask to make sure he didn't mean what he thought he meant. Aizawa. Izuku, what did you mean by that? Izuku. I mean they're no longer a problem. Aizawa. Define, no longer a problem. Izuku. They're already dead. Aizawa. How did they die? After hearing the answer, the heroes were terrified when they learned of the cultists' deaths. The next thought that came to mind for most were the mercenaries that Izuku killed back in the facility, and the fact that Izuku mentioned their deaths didn't take them long to figure out what he meant. The only question that they don't know and one that terrified them was how they died, and Izuku knew that they weren't going to like it. Izuku. I killed 2 of them while the other 2 turned into undead food while chasing me. The confirmation both terrified and worried the heroes more as they learned what happened. When Izuku mentioned that 2 cultists were killed by the undead, something didn't feel right to Midnight. That was when she asked and the other heroes began to worry. Midnight. How exactly did the undead get to the cultists? Izuku was hesitant to tell the heroes. He knew that they were going to react negatively. But he knew that he couldn't lie, so he told them. Izuku. I may or may not shot their legs so that the undead could deal with them while buying me some time to escape. As Izuku expected, the heroes were outraged at the info as they learned that Izuku intentionally used the survivors as undead bait, that they forgot about everything again. Bear with me here. The more they complained, the more Izuku became irritated. That was when one of the heroes started questioning Izuku's ethics, and that was when he snapped. Endeavor. What kind of human being uses others' deaths as a means to escape? Izuku. The kind that gave up on heroes and had to fend for themselves. The harsh tone caught all the grown-ups off guard. Izuku was maintaining his manners while holding his rage back. He didn't want to lash out like last night. When the heroes saw Izuku straightening his head and crunched his brows in a pissed-off look, they knew they fucked up, more so Endeavor. Izuku. As I fucking mentioned, there were no heroes before the outbreak happened. As the virus continued to grow and killed anyone it touches, 2 groups formed, those that are willing to survive and those that can't take it. Anyone who couldn't handle the outbreak didn't last long. I saw a lot of people commit suicide because it was too much. Those that are willing to survive have to do everything they can to keep the undead bastards away, and sometimes it means using another survivor as bait to get away. Trust me, there are worse ways to go out. Whatever fucking rules you follow here don't exist there, since everyone inside was abandoned and left to die. Jesus fucking Christ, did any of you learn from last night? The reality check and rage hit everyone hard as they were reminded of the outcome. Aizawa now had a crystal clear understanding of why Izuku had to do what he did back in the facility. It was all for survival, and because he was quirkless, he can't show any weakness or he was as good as dead. He also came to another conclusion along with the other heroes when Izuku said abandoned. However, some of the heroes didn't understand that. Izuku recomposed himself while letting some of his rage leak. Hawks. Wait a minute. What about emergency services? Surely they. Izuku. Tried to fix the situation. They did that but failed. Some of them tried to make shelters for the survivors, but those didn't last and either got overrun or crumbled from the inside. Others just hightailed it out of there. With the services destroyed, the entire zone fell as well, along with any hope that was left. Kamui Woods. Gasp, it was that bad. Izuku was tired of hearing the heroes trying to come up with counterpoints, as he already saw every question coming from them, but he knows where all the answers go. He needed to get some fresh air and he tried his best not to show that. However, his teacher could tell that he didn't want to be here and he made his answers clear. Even some of the other heroes could tell that he didn't want to be here if all the questions they were going to ask would just lead to the same result. However, before Izuku could get off the couch, Recovery Girl entered the dormitory and wasn't going to let Izuku escape so easily. Before Izuku even went to the dormitory, Eraser and Midnight took Izuku to see her to check on his hands. She too was horrified when she saw the young student's hands. She was already told about yesterday's events and wanted to perform a full-body checkup to make sure he was still in one piece and didn't have any diseases. Unfortunately, she was only able to do a X-ray and blood work before Izuku got uncomfortable and anxious being in an infirmary. She was worried but also a little agitated about something as well. She didn't join the meeting earlier as she still had some students she needed to tend to. When she locked eyes on Izuku, she went straight towards the student and straight up whacked Izuku in the back of the head. This alarmed all the heroes when they saw the nurse straight up smack the kid. However, they also know that she probably have a reason for that and they were all equally terrified of her. Izuku on the other hand was really confused as to why she straight up hit him. Izuku. Ow, what was that for? After recovering from the hit, Recovery Girl held up a X-ray sheet and it didn't take long for Izuku to realize what she was showing him. The other heroes have no idea and were just confused as to what the doctor was holding. Recovery Girl. Mind explaining to me how you have more than 18 bullets in your body? When the heroes heard the question, they all changed their reactions to being shocked. They were not prepared to hear the question, but it was the 18 bullets in your body that really surprised them. Snipe was also surprised but also wanted an explanation. Snipe. Come on now, surely they aren't actually. Before Snipe could finish, Recovery Girl shoved the X-ray into Snipe's hands and that's enough to also make him worry. Snipe. How did you even survive several shots? Why am I seeing both shotgun slugs and sniper rounds in your body? And those aren't the only types I'm seeing. Aizawa was terrified when he heard what Recovery Girl found inside Izuku's body. Nezu joined him as he learned what kind of bullets were in Izuku's body. Izuku on the other hand was kind of freaking out as to how he was going to explain the bullets inside his body. Either way he was screwed and lying won't get him out of the situation. He didn't want to say the full truth mainly cause he didn't want to give them another heart attack, especially with his homeroom teacher, so he just said one thing. Izuku. Let's just say I had to learn to live with bullets inside me. Best not to ask how. That was enough to give context to the heroes but it didn't really help with the situation. Izuku looked away cause he knew that the heroes wanted answers and he didn't want to. Aizawa saw that and understood that his student wanted to leave. He came to the rescue and gave Izuku an escape pass. Aizawa. That's enough for now, go and get some fresh air but stay on the school grounds, we still need to talk later, alright? Izuku. Alright. Izuku agreed to his teacher's conditions and got up to leave the dorm. The other heroes didn't agree to this but they saw that Izuku wanted to leave and knew that he was too exhausted. Aizawa was really concerned for his student and wanted to ask more questions but knew very well that he still didn't understand the situation as he was on the hero's side for some of the questions and he didn't realize this until Izuku got angry again. He realized that he was still blinded by the fact that Izuku still doesn't trust him. The minute Izuku left, the heroes looked at Aizawa wondering why he let Izuku leave when they could have gotten more information from him. Endeavor. Why did you let the kid go? We still have a lot to learn about the QZ. Aizawa. He already told us everything that he thinks we need to know. The problem is that we keep forgetting about the situation. Midnight. What makes you say that? The heroes were confused as to what Aizawa meant as they wonder what he meant by his answer. Nezu and Recovery Girl were the only members that got the answer and proceeded to explain to the others. Nezu. He's saying that Izuku doesn't trust us. Just like he said, many citizens have lost hope in heroes as they all left prior to the outbreak and that also includes him. Recovery Girl. Based on how he answered my question, he wanted to trust heroes again but given the reactions we had, it just showed him that we still don't understand as we never encountered the undead. Heck. Out of all my years of experience, I never encountered any such incidents involving the undead so I can understand why he doesn't trust us. The explanation cleared the air as the heroes now understand the outcome. However, some of the heroes still didn't understand and were getting frustrated from it. Mount, Lady. This still doesn't make any sense. When Mt. Lady spoke her confusion, Nezu chimed in to clear it up. Nezu. Think about it. Whenever the situation has the undead involved, we assume that things would go as usual and we would be able to handle it. However, that's far from the truth, as we don't even know the undead like Izuku does. We think that we have the same insight as Izuku does despite not having any experience with the undead. In essence, we still think that the situation is the same as every other situation we had handled before, even though it's not the same. Just look at what happened in the facility and the call last night. We keep forgetting about the threats and terrors that the virus made that Izuku saw as a reason to not trust us. Just look at what happened to the mercenaries and what their fates were. After a lengthy explanation, any confusion that the heroes had was washed away as they now understood what was wrong. As they were reminded how new they were to the situation, they realized that this is something that can't be treated like every other situation, and this was something that they don't even have a handle on. They knew that their only way to get an idea of the situation is with Izuku, and that they need to gain his trust in order to even figure out the next step. Outside the dorm, Izuku was outside the dorm trying to catch his breath after the stressful meeting with his teachers and adults. It took him a lot of energy not to outright snap back at them after the last 24 hours, and especially after what happened last night. He looked at the time on his phone and realized that he was about to cut it close to the gate and has to go now. He didn't want to miss the meeting with his principal, but he couldn't bring himself to go back inside after seeing how the heroes handled the situation. He was about to leave until he saw movement from the corner of his eye. It came from the bushes on the side of the building. Izuku knew that the school was secure and no one from outside can get in without an ID card, but after what had happened so far, recalling events from the main story, he didn't want to take any chance, as a part of him wants to check and was running rampant inside. To calm the curiosity down, Izuku went to see what it was while going in quietly to make sure they don't run away. Thanks to his experience, he was able to get to the corner without making a sound. When he reached the corner and looked past the hedge, he saw his classmates and 1B hiding behind the building. They all jumped when they saw Izuku just standing in the corner. Jiro was near the middle of the group with one of her ear jacks attached to the building, which didn't take long for Izuku to find out. Izuku, you guys heard, didn't you? His classmates knew that they were busted and came clean to Izuku. Ida, yeah, everything from recovery girl back to the Izuku cultists. Ida held his tongue when he was about to say the word but didn't, as he couldn't bring himself to remember their fates. Even his classmates felt the same, as they felt uncomfortable around death. Izuku knew that as well and finished the phrase as everyone looked up and saw his unaltered reaction. It kind of terrified some of his classmates, as this was the same face he had when he killed the mercenaries from yesterday. After a few seconds have passed, Izuku spoke with their answer. Izuku, I'll take that as a yes. When everyone realized that he caught their silence, that's when they found out that they didn't say anything, and one of them spoke to confirm his speculation. Shoji, sorry, it's just that we thought you only had to deal with the living back at facility, but we never thought that it extends to the QZ. Izuku, yeah, one of the downsides of being quirkless is that people think that you're a waste of space. The only difference is that they are more willing to do the cleanup themselves, and sometimes they turn deadly. It horrified everyone when they learned that he has to deal with the living as well. Now that they learned that yesterday was not the first time and was not going to be the last, it just made them more worried for their classmate. However, some of them felt that violence wasn't necessary, and one of the students asked. Ojiro, yeah, but, it's just that, do you really have to kill them? Ojiro asked the question the heroes didn't ask, and one that everyone had on their minds. They wanted to know why Izuku killed more and why he didn't look for another way that doesn't involve murder or sacrificing another life for his. Izuku knew that and unfortunately gave the truth that the students weren't looking for. Izuku, sadly yes, things in the QZ aren't like here. Just like I said with the grown-ups, there are no rules in the QZ, which just makes living as a quirkless even more harder. The moment Izuku said, quirkless, that hit the students hard. Just like with the heroes, they too forgot about the other details. Before the attempted murder yesterday, They remembered that Izuku was quirkless, and throughout all the times they bullied him, they never forget that part. Now that they learned about the undead and Izuku's situation, it becomes easy to forget detail. It made them uncomfortable for knowing that Izuku can kill, but when they remembered that he's quirkless, they understood that he doesn't have an option, and it makes them feel guilty for forgetting it. Ashido. So you don't have a choice, whether to kill or not. Izuku. Not always, most of the time the choices tend to mostly go towards death by either side. There are rarely any days when I don't think about that. As both classes understood Izuku's circumstances, their concern and worries for his well-being grows as they now learn that the mercenaries from yesterday weren't the first people to try and kill him and won't be the last group that tries to kill him. They don't know what the QZ is really like, as Izuku kept a lot of details out. They wanted to know more, but after they heard Izuku's explanation and how he lashed out at the heroes, it was clear that he didn't want to talk about it. That was until Bakugo spoke up and asked the question that was really on everyone's mind. Bakugo. So then that means, you might have to kill again, right? Izuku saw the tension in everyone's eyes as they're worried about his situation. Izuku didn't want to answer, but the look in his face was enough to answer Bakugo's question. Just before anyone could say anything, Aizawa came out and was standing right behind Izuku, which terrified everyone but Izuku. He knew his teacher was behind him and called him out. Izuku. Do you need anything, sir? Everyone was shocked by Izuku's ability to tell who was behind him, especially since Aizawa walked up without making a sound. Even his teacher was surprised. He shook the surprise off and focused back on point. Aizawa. I'm just making sure you didn't leave before the meeting. Now I know that you need to head back to the QZ, but we still need to have this talk, and we didn't want to push it to tomorrow after the last incident where you pushed away. After Aizawa reminded Izuku about the day of the disciplinary call, he understood the reasoning. His classmates were confused as to what their teacher was talking about, but the two decided it was best to not tell them as to not make them more worried. Even though Izuku wanted to ease his teacher's worry, but with the time closing in and the risk of losing his visa growing ever so close, he wouldn't be able to stay for the whole meeting. Izuku says farewell to his classmates and leaves with his teacher. The walk wasn't very long but wasn't pleasant either. They were quiet for the whole walk as neither one knew what to bring up due to their previous interactions. Aizawa with how he treated Izuku over the year, and Izuku with what happened last night and the day after the attack. They wanted to make amends, but they didn't know how to given their previous experiences with each other. Aizawa wanted to let his student know that he can come and talk to him with everything that has happened. However, after learning about the interactions Izuku had for the last few years and his reaction back in the dorm, he learned that Izuku lost his ability to trust and wouldn't easily be gained. Izuku knew that, and even though he wanted to trust his teacher, unfortunately, life as a quirkless deterred him from doing that, and it was made worse with the undead and the QZ. They eventually reached the principal's office in an awkward and unpleasant silence. Nezu and the other pro-hero teachers were there along with Detective Tsukauchi. Some of the pro-heroes remained at school as they still had some questions regarding the visa system. Izuku tensed up when he saw his principal and tried to hide that from him. Nezu saw that and knew exactly why. After last night and his reaction back in the dorm, he knew that some nerves were struck and that he may have pulled one of them. He wanted to help Izuku, but there was still so much he doesn't know about his past, only that he had to deal with the undead since the outbreak and that people have tried to kill him before. He wants to give Izuku the support that he desperately needs now that he knows the risks and threats Izuku faces every day, but he can't do that unless he knows what can be done for him, which he had been looking into since the call. Nezu. Hello again, Izuku. Izuku. Hello, sir. The air was much more tense than earlier now that there were fewer heroes. However, the tension was mainly between Izuku and Nezu, knowing that there was more room for them, and it made the room a bit uncomfortable. Surprisingly though, even though Izuku knew Nezu was at the meeting earlier, he almost didn't sense him. That was mainly because Nezu hid from Izuku's sights as he knew that Izuku was still anxious after last night. Nezu knew he owed Izuku an apology for the call earlier, as he caught that he didn't want his classmates finding out along with yesterday's call. Nezu. First off, I want to apologize for the call today. I didn't realize that the other students were listening in on our call. I also wanted to properly apologize for my behavior last night. it almost costed your life and it may have caused more problems. Izuku. No worries, I would have had to go through the door either way and encounter whatever the hell the thing was. Also, I'm still trying to figure out how to use the phone, so that was on my end. The teachers were a little relieved to hear Izuku say that and were a little confused by what he meant by the last part, but pushed it aside to focus on the main issue they wanted to tackle. Aizawa. Shall we begin the meeting? Nezu. Right, we wanted to talk to you about two things. 1. When you're in the QZ, we want to make sure you are alright and safe, so we devised a plan so that we can keep tabs on you. Izuku was taken aback by the suggested plan. He was surprised that they were taking this seriously, even though that they saw how he handled yesterday's situations. They know that he has the experience to handle himself, but he can see where they were coming from. As a kid in the QZ sounds like every parent's worst nightmare on top of losing them, especially with his homeroom teacher. However, he was suspicious about the plan and what they mean. Izuku. And what does this plan entails? Nezu. Well, it will mostly means doing several check-ins throughout the day. This includes calls at different times of the day along with direct messaging. Izuku was speechless for a whole minute until he spoke, not in agreement but in annoyance and seriousness. Izuku. I'm sorry, is this supposed to be a plan? Cause that sounds more like a plan to get me killed faster than help me. The grown-ups were taken aback by Izuku's comment. Some of them thought it was really disrespectful, while some of the others realized there was a reason for it. That was when Nezu asked the question. Nezu. What do you mean by suicide plan? We would only be calling you at specified times that you. Izuku. I'm sorry, do you still remember the forget it? What's the second reason? Izuku was fed up but also tired, and the grown-ups saw that. Nezu knew Izuku wanted to tell him why this plan won't work, but he knew that Izuku is already exhausted and decided to continue the discussion. Nezu. Very well. The second reason we wanted to talk to you is that we want to get you out of the quarantine zone. Now I understand that there are several types of visas offered and we can set you up with a student visa. However, Izuku. While I appreciate the support, it's best that you forget about it. Everyone was shocked when they heard Izuku tell them to stop, which worried them as to why. Vlad King. Why is that? Izuku. Cause the whole visa system is fucked up from the very beginning and mix in the corruption that had its time to settle in, and you got a really lazy department, and that's not including the racism that occurs. This confused some of the grown-up and made them ask for more information. Vlad King. Sorry, but could you elaborate a bit? Izuku. Sure. The thing with the visa system is that it's created by the Umbrella Corporation not too long after the outbreak happened. The time prior was spent just trying to build the walls to keep the undead and virus at bay. It wasn't even focused on, as the former CEOs were trying to cover up the disaster. It wasn't until the government stepped in when they found out about an illegal wall construction that the company was doing that lead to them finding out about the outbreak. The government didn't want the visa system, but the former CEOs argued it was the only way to keep the virus at bay. When Izuku brought up how the visa system was a second thought, it alarmed the grown-ups, as the company previously didn't plan to help anyone but themselves. Now they understand the amount pressure Evelyn has to deal with after what her family did. However, the last part Izuku said had everyone concerned, but it didn't take long to figure out after last night. Midnight. As in, making sure to track everyone from the QZ. Izuku. Yes, this was the only time they had an actual reason, as anyone from the other side could have the virus and spread it to the rest of the country. However, that good grace died out fairly quick after they were accused for being the cause of the outbreak. It was hard to argue that point when the reason to have the visa system was to ensure that the outbreak never repeats again. But that wasn't the end of the story, as that was only half of how the visa system came to be. Ectoplasm. You said that the visa system is corrupted and had its time to settle in. What do you mean by that? Izuku. Simple. Even though the CEOs made a point why the visa system was needed, their handling showed anything but that. Like Fat Gum said back in the meeting, they used to give out permanent visas, but they stopped shortly after. Don't know why, but my guess is that the CEOs got scared and didn't want any of the more experienced survivors to come and expose what happened, so they replaced them with temporary visas instead. Afterwards, the visa system is only handled by a handful of people, all of whom were employed by Umbrella. They got a bit greedy and began to blackmail people who are trying to escape with money. This shocked many of the grown-ups as now blackmail is now added into the situation, and this didn't make the situation any better. That gave the grown-ups the full picture of the situation and they didn't like one bit of it. Mount. Lady. Wait, they've been blackmailing people. Izuku. Yeah, they force people to pay absurd amounts of money if they want to get out altogether. Doesn't even matter if you have a family, unless you have the money, they won't give two fucks and can turn you away. This shocked most of the heroes when they heard that blackmail is involved. Some of them already knew this, but they didn't expect it to be this bad. When they learned about how heartless the members are and how far they'll extort from survivors, it just raised more alarms within them as they learned more about the situation. Nezu thought that this won't be a problem and spoke up. Nezu. But, this time, you have the support of the teachers and Izuku. It wouldn't matter. It takes 4 months to get approved even without a reference, 8 if you are quirkless. And even with the strongest references it's not always guaranteed, and besides, even if I have any of you as references, they still won't give a student visa to a quirkless. Believe me, I know. This upset the grown-ups as they heard that Izuku's quirk status was being used as an excuse to deny him a visa. This was just a reminder of the obstacles Izuku had to deal with, and it hurt the teachers more knowing that they were part of those obstacles. Even though they now want to help break them down, it was clear they can't do that easily as Izuku didn't trust them as he had to live alone for the last 3 years. However, that didn't stop them, including Nezu, as he prepared for Izuku's argument. Without a second wasted, the door to the principal's office opened, revealing Evelyn, Chris and Leon standing in the doorway. Izuku was confused at first until he realized why they were here. He turned to his principal to ask the question which surprised the heroes as to how he found out so quickly. Izuku. You called them, didn't you? Nezu. We had to, considering how the visa system works and what you said about the corruption last night. We needed their help to assist in the situation. Evelyn. Nezu called us not too long ago as we were examining and are still examining the visa system and the departments that were responsible for handing them out, and unfortunately, it's a mess. Apparently, the staff have been blackmailing survivors out of their visas for money. We caught one of them literally refusing a family just before the gates closed. The confirmation made the pro-heroes uncomfortable as this confirmed everything Izuku said. It was as if everyone was hit by a hammer every time they learned how fucked up everything works, only to realize it was messed up even though it was right in front of them. The problem was that they only saw what the company wanted them to see, and that came crumbling down the more they learned about it. While the heroes were concerned about how the system worked against survivors, Aizawa and the other teachers were driven even more to get Izuku out of the QZ and away from the undead. Izuku, however, realized the time and freaked out when he learned that he missed the deadline to get back into the QZ. Izuku. Oh shit, Aizawa. Oh shit, what? Izuku. I was supposed to head back to the QZ. When Izuku told Aizawa that, he too realized this and is back to his worry mode along with the other teachers. Izuku wasn't as terrified as this was unfortunately not the first time this happened. Fat gum. How are you this calm? Izuku. I mean, this isn't the first time I had my visa denounced. When Izuku said the last part in an awkward tone, it gave the teachers a little shock when they learned about that. That was until Chris spoke up and said the things that made Izuku's soul leave his body. Chris. Yes, that's true. According to your records, you lost your visa the first time for getting involved in some black market dealings. Apparently you were meeting up with some clients and the authorities caught the act. Chris slurred on the last word when he saw Izuku's face and remembered that the room was filled with heroes. The heroes freaked out when they heard black market in the sentence, and Izuku was as white as a ghost as it was clear that Chris just exposed his secret. Evelyn noticing the situation and reminded Chris what they were trying to do. Evelyn. Chris. I told you not to bring that up. Chris. Well, he brought it up and I wanted to clear that out before we get to the Othao. Chris was interrupted by Leon jabbing him in the ribs as he was almost about to make the situation worse. Leon knew that he already told the heroes a lot of info at the facility, but that was essential information that the heroes and teachers wanted to know. This, however, he knew that the kid kept it hidden for a reason, and even though they just learned this not even 12 hours after the incident, he knew well not to let it out. That couldn't be said for Aizawa and the other heroes as they learned how Izuku paid for his tuition and uniforms. The fact that Izuku is involved with the black market just happens to align with their discovery a while back when they followed Izuku to the cafe. They couldn't confirm it, but this just done it, and Aizawa was trying to keep his composure as he asked a question just for some confirmation. Aizawa, where was this recorded? And don't hide anything. Chris and the other members knew that they screwed up, but they weren't the ones taking the force. Even though Chris wanted to help Izuku, he knew that he just threw a match into a gas fire which just happens to be the one that Izuku was standing in. He knew that his teachers wanted to know and he told them despite Izuku's silent attempt to tell them not to. Chris. It said in the report that he was caught in a cat cafe that was a couple of streets away from the gates. He was never seen near that area ever since. Aizawa. And was he wearing an all-black outfit and a black mask? Chris was confused by the question as it sounded unusual, but somehow it didn't. When he was asked the question, he remembered that the files also included photos, and the moment he checked them, he was very surprised as how the hero knew that, which led him to ask. Chris. Yes, how did you know that? Izuku. He followed me along with the other teachers one night. I got away from them to avoid confrontation. Izuku cut off his teacher knowing that he was screwed either way. This shocked not only the teachers but all of the grown-ups as they learned that he was dealing in the black market. Aizawa on the other hand was trying to keep calm, but it's clear that he was about to blow up. Aizawa. So, this whole time, while you're at school, you were also running a black market business. Izuku had no other option as his secret is already out and he was already going to lose his visa. So he gave his teacher the honest truth. Izuku. Yes. Aizawa's face became much more agitated that Hisashi had to come and calm him down while also trying to regain control with Nemuri being support. Hisashi. Now, calm down, Eraser. There has to be some reason why this happened. Nemuri. Yes, right. The question was directed to Izuku, but before he had a chance to say anything, Chris spoke up again, trying to de-escalate the situation. It helped to an extent. Chris. Well, considering how many people are born without quirks these days, it can be near impossible to find work today. From my knowledge, this discrimination also extends to school, with many of them even refusing applicants. I was surprised to learn that this was one of the only schools in the area that accepts quirkless students. This both remedied and greatly damaged the situation as the heroes are harshly reminded again about the realities of a quirkless. The fact that they forgot about it hit them hard, especially Aizawa, as he realized that Izuku didn't even have that option. He immediately understood why Izuku may have taken this path, and the other teachers soon followed suit. That was until Evelyn brought up the follow-up to the statement. Evelyn. Which is why he had to get a work visa. It was the only work that didn't have that prejudice. It has also been a bit of a goldmine as well. The teachers were confused when Evelyn said the word goldmine. That was when Nezu picked up what she meant and asked. Nezu. Are you saying that Izuku isn't the only one that does this work? Leon. No, he's not the only one. We were going through the records and we found that there were other mercenaries that did similar work. However, the number has been dying down since the government started cracking down on threats after the brothers went to prison. Vlad King. Meaning what? Izuku. Meaning I'm almost out of work. This confused the heroes as they heard Izuku's answer. However, it didn't take long for them to figure out what he meant, and Aizawa knowing exactly what he is referring to. Aizawa. Which means you won't be able to cover the blackmail demands and visa costs. Evelyn. Which is why I brought these. Everyone looked at Evelyn as she held up a piece of paper. It didn't take long for the others to realize that it was a visa application, but were not sure what visa it's for. That was when Evelyn explained. Evelyn. While we were investigating the gate patrol and the visa department, I grabbed a student visa form for you to fill out and have it submitted and approved immediately. The only problem is that even with a student visa, you still have to return to the QZ and can only miss 7 days each month. However, I was able to score you a 10-day pass so you won't have to go back until the following week. This surprised Izuku at how much Evelyn is cutting close, but is grateful along with his teachers and other heroes that Evelyn was already ahead and took the initiative. Aizawa was glad that Izuku will be away from the QZ even though that it's only for a few days. That was when Chris asked Izuku that one question. Chris. While we are on a happy note, mind if I ask you a question? Izuku. What is it? Chris. Why do you have barrels of whiskey, bourbon, vodka and sake in your base? I sent a team to check out your base, sorry about that, and we found the containers in the back behind a cage with a book that was labeled, Orders. Izuku froze when he heard Chris's question. He didn't think that they would actually go to his base, which made him feel a little violated, but that wasn't his main focus. His main focus was the fact that his teachers are now in angry teacher mode while the other grown-ups are either in, wait what? You have got to be kidding me, damn, or, oh boy, modes, which wouldn't be bad if his teacher wasn't there. The mood quickly changed when Aizawa's hair started to float and his eyes started to glow. Chris realized that he did the thing again and he just made the situation worse again. Before anyone could say anything, Aizawa spoke up, and it was what Izuku expected. Aizawa. You make and sell alcohol. Nimari. And you didn't think of sharing it with your teachers. Izuku and Aizawa looked at Midnight, giving the, really, now, looks along with some of the heroes, but Mount Lady shared the same sentiment. It only lasted a few seconds until the other heroes said, really, before Aizawa went back to Izuku and calmed down enough to explain what was going to happen next. Aizawa. First, we are going to sign the visa forms so that we can keep you on this side. Second, you're getting a full examination, knowing that you swam in old blood with who knows what, so we make sure you don't have any diseases or anything else you tried to hide. Thirdly, you're going to stay at school so that I can keep a closer eye on you. And finally, is there a way to add 3 more days to his pass? Everyone was confused by the last point, but Izuku was able to catch on to what he meant. Izuku. I'm going to be on house arrest for half the time, aren't I? Aizawa. Oh yeah. With the confusion cleared, the meeting ended with Aizawa, Hazashi and Nezu signing the visa form before giving it to Evelyn and the group before dispersing for the night. Aizawa was a bit at ease knowing that his student will be safe for the next few days. Izuku on the other hand was a little twitchy, which led to Midnight noticing and asking Izuku. Midnight. Something wrong, Izuku? Izuku. Huh, oh. No, it's just that, it feels a bit weird getting help from others without being shot or stabbed. It's a lot to take in. Aizawa understood what his student meant and wanted to help his student trust again. He rested his hand on Izuku's shoulder and told him everything is going to be alright. Aizawa. Well, you can rest easy now. You won't be in danger while you're here. On top of that, your classmates will be very excited to have you staying for a bit. Izuku. Yeah, but I feel like I'd be awake all night answering everyone's questions. Aizawa. I'll make sure that doesn't happen. Come on, let's get you checked up. With that, the group went to the infirmary to get Izuku checked out. With the X-ray already done with, Recovery Girl did an examination to make sure he was alright. However, Izuku requested that his teachers aren't in the room, and even though Aizawa wanted to protest, it was already late and everyone wanted to go to bed, so he agreed to the condition and all the teachers left, leaving Izuku in the infirmary with Recovery Girl. This took a light over an hour as Recovery Girl was making sure that she gets all the information and details about Izuku's health and see if he contracted any diseases from the blood pool. Already had the blood work done earlier, which cut the time. But boy did Izuku got an earful after what she learned. After the checkup, she prescribed Izuku with a few pills and sent him off. The group then went to 1A's dorm where the students are still awake. While it was annoying to Aizawa, he didn't mind as they were all worried about their classmate. He told them about Izuku staying here at UA for the time being, and as expected they were all glad that Izuku wouldn't be near the undead, which hasn't left their minds, so this gave them all relief. After setting up a room for Izuku, the teachers left before telling the students to go to bed. The students followed their teachers' orders and went to bed with some relief that night. Izuku, however, couldn't sleep, not because of the relief but the dread it brought in. It's the feeling that comes not from himself but the feeling that others would get when they don't see him come back from the QZ, with the realization that comes from the worst case scenario, death. I hope you guys enjoyed this video and make sure to like and subscribe to the channel. Now we will see you in the next video.